PHP is used as the core of more than 78% of all the websites on the internet. That's huge. If you want to learn PHP, you are in the right place. Hi, my name is Amir, and I'll be your instructor in this course. PHP is an open source scripting language that runs on the server. You can use PHP for web development and server-side scripting. You can use it for command line scripting. You can even use it for writing desktop applications. PHP is very powerful and it's very easy to learn. It's secure and modern and it has a great community behind it. Enough teasing, so let's see what we are going to learn during this course. First, we will install a local web server on our computer. Then we talk about the basics of PHP like variables, data types, operators, and much more. Then we will talk about functions, cookies, sessions, object-oriented programming, databases, and many other topics. And at the end, we will talk about more advanced subjects like dependency management, security, testing, how to work with packages, and how to create our own custom package. And we will build a very small MVC framework. All of this plus more than 12 projects to apply what you learn. So it's not just theory, it will be practice. We will create all these amazing projects during this course to practice what you learn. Are you ready? So let's get started. Now let's make our computer ready for PHP development. The very first thing we need to do is to install a local web server on our computer. Don't worry, it's super easy. There are many options, but I personally prefer XAMPP. If you go to Google and search for XAMPP, it would show you a website, apachefriends.org. You click on the link and it brings you to this page. Here you can download XAMPP for Windows, Linux, or OS X. I'm using Windows, so I would choose this one and then it would give me an installer. So here it has started to download XAMPP for Windows. I'm going to cancel it because I have already downloaded it. After you download it, you click on the installation and it would run the installation for you. There is no special configuration that you need to do. Just keep everything to default and everything will be fine. The only thing that you need to choose is the folder that you want to install XAMPP. By default in Windows it's C. I personally recommend you to keep it that way, but if you want to put it in another folder, no problem, you can do that as well. After the installation is completed, if you go to C, you can see that there is a folder called XAMPP. Inside this you can see all the files and folders XAMPP has installed on your computer. You can also search for XAMPP control panel and it will bring me this window. In this window you can see that there are many options: Apache, MySQL, FileZilla, Mercury, and Tomcat. But in our case, because we want to run PHP, we need Apache, so we click on start and it starts a local web server for us. Later when we want to work with databases, we can use MySQL as well, but for now it will create a local web server on port 80. We can close this, it will be running in the background. As you can see, there is a folder called htdocs. All the files we create should be inside this folder. As you can see, I have already created many folders, but when you come here you might see nothing. You might see just a few folders and some default files. Now let's create our very first PHP file. Here in this case I'm going to create a PHP course folder like this, and then inside this PHP course I am going to create a new file, index.php. Now you can open it with Notepad, Notepad++, VS Code, PHP Storm, anything you want. In my case, I personally prefer PHP Storm for my PHP projects. It's very good and powerful. So I'm going to open this directory with PHP Storm. I double click on index.php so PHP Storm could open my file here. Now that our file is open, I can start writing PHP script. Any PHP script should be inside this PHP. Okay, and if you want to end it, you can end it like this: any code outside this is not PHP, any code before this is not PHP, but the codes inside this are considered as PHP. If the whole file is PHP and you do not have anything else, you can simply ignore this part and just have this opening code here. The very first thing that we want to do is to print hello world in our application. In PHP you can use print or you can use echo. Echo is faster and we are going to use echo a lot. Echo can be used with parentheses or without parentheses. So if I want to say hello world, a string in PHP should be inside a double quote or single quote. Let's say hello world. We need to end the line with semicolon, otherwise we will get an error. As I said, I could use echo like this, or I could put it in a parenthesis. Both of them work fine, no problem. So I'm going to keep the one without parenthesis. Now, if we go to our browser, if I go to localhost, this is the default page that XAMPP is going to show me. This is the dashboard that XAMPP has created. There are like how-to guides and PHP info, but as you remember, we have created a PHP course folder. The folder inside htdocs will be considered our root directory, and then when we create a folder inside that, we need to specify it in our URL path. So since we have created a folder called PHP course, our files would be in PHP course, and then we had index.php. If I run it, as you can see, we got hello world. Congratulations, you have just created your very first PHP application. Now let me explain some of the basics before we get started with the variables and data types and everything else. The very first thing that you need to know, if the file name is index.php, even if you ignore it, even if you don't write it in the URL, the very first file that PHP is going to run is index.php. So even if I don't write anything here, PHP is going to run index.php and show me hello world. The next thing we need to know is how to run PHP files. There are three ways. The very first way is, as we have seen, we put all the files we have inside XAMPP htdocs, and then we can access it from our browser. The second way is to use the terminal we have. In Windows you can use CMD or PowerShell. In Linux you can use terminal. This is a Windows terminal that PHP Storm is showing me. So here I can run any command that I can normally run in PowerShell. If I want to run PHP files, I can write PHP and then the file name like php index.php, and it will run the code for me. If I'm going to use this method, then the file itself can be in any folder inside my computer, but it has limitation. It's very good for running scripts, PHP scripts, and during the course I'm going to use the terminal a lot. But when we want to accept requests on our website, it should be a web server, so like XAMPP, or there is a built-in option with PHP. There is a built-in local server. If we want to use the PHP's built-in server, we can run PHP hyphen capital S and we write local host and colon and then the port. For example, I want the local web server to run on port 8000. So when I run this, it's going to create a local web server on this path. So if I go to my browser and run localhost port 8000, I will be getting hello world. The folder I'm in would be considered as the root directory. So in our case, I didn't need to go to the folder PHP course, and it would run the code like this. With this built-in server, we can put our files in any folders we want. It's unlike XAMPP that we have to put everything in htdocs folder. We can have our folders in any place we want and then run this command. But if I had to choose between XAMPP and the built-in web server, I would choose XAMPP because it's more powerful and it has more functionalities. So during the course, I'd be running PHP in my terminal or with XAMPP. Now that we have built our very first application and we learned how to run PHP in terminal and with local web server, let's get started and learn this amazing and powerful language. Now let's talk about variables. A lot of times we need to deal with the data and information within our application. Variables are like containers for those data and information. We store them in the variable and then we use the variable. The very first thing we need to know about variables in PHP is their structures. All the variables start with a $sign. Then we write the name of the variable, for example, example. Then we write equal sign to assign a new value, and then we write the value itself. Here, for example, 10. Then in the end, like all of the statements in PHP, we need to add semicolon or we would get a syntax error. That's it. Now if I write echo example and go to my terminal and run PHP because the name of my file is index.php, here it has printed out 10, which was the value we assigned to my variable. Perfect. Now the next thing we need to talk about is the name of a variable. The name of a variable can contain alphabets, numbers, and underscore. For example, a name like example underline 2 is completely valid. We can even have numbers in it, no problem. We don't get any error, as you can see here. But the most important part of a name in PHP is the first letter that we need to be very careful about. The very first letter cannot be a number. So a variable like name equals to 1 or name with uppercase or name with underscore name is completely valid, no problem. But if my first letter is a number like 3 example, as you can see, even my IDE shows me that this is not correct. This is not a correct format of a variable, and even if I run my file, I'll get a syntax error, unexpected 3, because it didn't expect 3, a number, as a first letter. So we should be very careful about that. Another thing we should note is that the case of a variable, the case is very important. For example, if I have a variable called example equals to 10, and even if one letter is different, is in E in this case is uppercase, it's completely different. These two variables are completely different. They are not the same. So we should be very careful about that. And the last thing we should know about variable is that since PHP is taking care of the types for us, you can assign values with different types and you won't get an error. If you have worked with languages like C or Java, you might have seen some syntax like int x equals to like 10. In PHP, we do not need to write this part. PHP will take care of that for us, and I can have another variable which is a string, for example, and no problem, both of them are perfectly fine and valid. And when we want to change the value of a variable, we simply assign the new value to it. And even if the type of the new value is different, PHP will take care of it for us. For example, if I have x equal 10, and if I changed it to x equals Amir, it's completely valid. The one with x equals 10 is a number, the one with x equals Amir is a string, but PHP will take care of that for us, no problem. If I echo x, I will get no error, and Here I get Amir because it has updated the value from 10 to Amir. We'll talk about data types in PHP a little bit later, but for now, for this topic, this is the end. This is the end of the variables. And let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about data types in PHP. There are 8 main data types in PHP: string, integer, double or float, boolean, array, object, null, and resources. Let's start with string. A string is a sequence of characters. For example, name equals Amir. A-M-I-R. That's it. This is a string. In PHP, you can write your string inside single quotes or double quotes, like this. So what's the difference? When you write your string in single quotes, PHP won't interpret it. But if you use double quotes, PHP will interpret it. So let's see what I mean by that. Let's say I have a variable called x and the value is 10. Now I have another variable called example, and the example is x is x. Now if I echo example, because it's single quotes, PHP will not interpret it. So index.php and will print out x is $x. But if I use double quotes here, PHP, as you can see, even in my IDE, it has changed the color of it. It will interpret it. And now if I print it out, it says x is 10. Now here it says x, okay, this is a variable. Where is it? Here is x equals to 10. So it puts 10 here, so x is 10. You should be careful with when you use single quotes and when you use double quotes. Next we have integers. This is super easy. Every number without a decimal is an integer. No problem. X is 100. 100 is an integer. And double or float, again, x equals 1.5. Every number with decimal is a double or float. Boolean is true or false. So it can be x equals to true, or it can be x equals to false. And the important thing to know about Boolean is that it's case insensitive. So true, 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 it doesn't matter. All of them are Boolean. All of them are true, and it's the same for false as well. Next is array. Array is a very important data type and it's super useful. Instead of saving each value with a new variable, we can save multiple values in an array and hold all of them in one variable. We will talk about arrays in detail a little bit later, but for now, let me show you an example. So instead of writing x equals to 10 and y equals to 20 and z equals to 30, I can have an array like this: 10, 20, 30. And the thing with array is that you can have many data types. PHP doesn't force you to have the same data type in an array. So here I can also have a string, I can have doubles, I can have Boolean, I can have another array inside this, and no problem. PHP will take care of storing all these data for me and it's perfectly fine. The next one is object. Object is very important and we will talk about it in object-oriented programming section. But for now, let me show you one of the objects that we use in PHP, which is date time. When we want to work with dates, here I say new date time. And here datetime is a class and date is an object of this class. Next is null. Null is a bit tricky to understand for new programmers, but you will get used to it. It represents nothing. Null is nothing. Null is not false. Null is not zero. Null is not an empty string. It doesn't exist. It's nothing. So when we say x equals to null, x is nothing. Even if we don't define it, it's null. And like booleans, null is also case insensitive. So null and null and null is all the same, no problem. The last one is resource. Resource is external resources that we use in PHP like database and file. All of them are considered as resources. This is the end of this topic. That was just the introduction to data types. We are going to use all of them in our projects during this course. So let's continue with the next topic. Now let's talk about operators. Let's start with arithmetic operators. If you want to add two values, you can use plus. Here you can easily do that with minus sign as well to deduct the values. You can divide them. And as you can see here, both of them are integer, but the result is a double. PHP will take care of that, no problem for us. We can also multiply values with this star key, and perfect. For power of a value, we use 2 stars. Here it means 2 to the power of 4, which is 16. Yeah, perfect. And modulus is actually very useful. It means a remainder of a value divided by another value. For example, if I write 9 divided by 2, I don't want to get the result of the division. I want to get the remainder. Here the remainder would be 1, and modulus is exactly for that. 9 modulus 2, we use percent sign. Now let's talk about comparison operators when we want to compare two values. Here I want to use wordump rather than echo because it gives us a little bit more information. When we want to compare two values, we use double equal signs. So it would be like 2 equal 2. Are these two values equal? Let's see. When I run the file, I'll get yes. As you can see, it gives me more data. The data returned is a boolean and the value is true. Okay, but what about 2 and 3? Are they equal? Of course not. It's a boolean, it's false. But the thing with equal is that it doesn't care about the type. So here, although one of them is a string and one of them is integer, because both of them are 2, PHP will consider them equal. And if we want to check if they are not equal, for example here, as you have seen before, 2 and 2 are equal, and we want to check if they're not equal, we use exclamation mark with a equal sign, and that would represent not equal. Do you remember I said PHP doesn't care if 2 and 2 are the same type or not? But what if we needed to make sure they are the same type? In that case, we would need to use identical. For identical, it's 3 equal sign. With 3 equal sign, PHP will also check the type. First, it checks if the values are the same. If the values are the same, then it also checks the type to make sure they are the same type as well. Here, 2 and 2 are equal, but they are not at the same type. And as you can see, PHP gives me false because they are not identical, but 2 and 2 are identical. They are the same value and the same type. If I want to use not identical, I will change the first equal sign to exclamation mark, and now it represents not identical, and which is false because 2 and 2 are identical. For greater than, we can use this one. Is 2 greater than 2? Of course not, they are the same. And if you want to use greater than equal, you use equal after the sign, and now it would gives us true because 2 is not greater than 2 but it's equal to 2. And if we want to use less than, we just simply use the other sign here, and again because it's less than or equal, if I remove the equal sign it's just less than, and it would give me false. Now let's talk about logic operators. In PHP, if we want to say and, we use 2 of these sign. For example, let's say var dump again, true and true, and it will give me true. But if I say true and false, it would give me false, because for and both sides should be true. But if we want to make sure only one side is true and we don't care about the other one, we can use or. In PHP, or is represented like this. Now this one will give me true because one side is true, true or false. If this is true, then it's okay. If the other one is false, if this one is true, it's okay if the other one is false. And if both of them are false, it would give me false because none of them are true. And if both of them are true, then it will again give me true. And for not, we can represent it with exclamation mark, like not true, it should give me false. Perfect. And if I change it to false, it would be read like not false, and obviously it would be true. Perfect. The next logic operator is XOR. For XOR, let's use var dump again. We just write XOR, no problem, XOR and true. And if we run it, it should give us false. Exactly, it gives us false. Now if I change one side to false, it would give us true, and yes, it is true. Perfect. This is the end of operators section. Let's go to the next topic. Okay, now let's talk about arrays. As I have mentioned before in the data type section, array is a very important data type and a super useful one. Instead of saving each value with a new variable, we can save multiple values in an array and hold them all in one variable. Something like array equals to 1, 2, 3. And inside the array, you can have many data types. PHP doesn't force you to have the same data type in an array. So here I can add Amir or even another array, 10, 20, 30. It works like a charm, no problem. There are two ways to define an array. The first one is like we have already seen above, using these two. We can say a equals to an array of numbers. That's it. This is just using these two brackets. The other way is using the array function. So I can say b equals array, and then inside the parentheses I add my items. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4. These two are not different at all. But in terms of readability and personal preference, I use the first one much more often. When we wanted to print out a variable, we used echo, like echo 2, and when we run the file, we get 2, no problem. But with an array, if I try to echo that array, I will get an error. Array to string conversion, because echo tries to convert array to a string and it wouldn't be possible to print it out. So there are two other functions that we can use to print out the array. The first one is print r. We can use print r on any variable, but with variables that are arrays, it works like a charm. And as you can see here, it has printed out my array and it shows the items and their keys. The other function that we can use is var dump. Var dump is a very useful function that will show you a lot more detail. Let me print this one out as well. As you can see, when I used print r, it just printed out the keys and the values. Here I say, okay, it's array, it has 4 items, the key with 0, 1 is an integer, the key with 1 is an integer, and the value is 2. It gives out more details about my variable. When working with arrays, it's a good idea to know the different parts of it. First part is the array itself as a whole. Then inside the array, we have different items, and each item has a key and a value. Let me create an array and then var dump it or use print r to see what I'm talking about. For example, here I have array A and it holds values 1, Amir, 2, 10, and even another array like 1, 2, 3. Now if I print r or want var dump this array, this is the array as a whole. Each one of them is an item, and each item has a key and a value. Key, value, key, value. And here our key, the value of this key is another array, which again has array as a whole, each item, key, and value. Now let's talk about array types. As you can see here, each item has an index. Now, if the indexes are all numbers, we call it an indexed array, something like we have already seen, or I can even specify the numbers myself. So it would be like a equals to an array. The key 0 is 1. The key 23 is 2. The key 55 it's just random, but since all of them are numbers, I can call this one an indexed array. If all these keys were strings, then I would call this array an associative one, like this, like x was 1, y was 2, I don't know, name was Amir, and so on and so forth. And sometimes we have arrays that it's a combination of both of them. Like some of the keys are numbers, some of the keys are strings. We can use all of them, no problem, and all of them have the same functionalities. So let's start talking about functionalities. Let's start with the first one, getting a value from the array. If you want to get a specific value from an array, you can do it like this. You call the array, and then we specify the key, the index of the value. For example, if in my array here, which is called A, if I want to get this value, I should call this key. So, and since this value itself is not an array, again, I can use echo to print this value like A, and the key is X. Now if I run this, I will get 1. Yeah, but if I'm not sure if the value is going to be an array or not, because it was an array, I would get an error. I can use print r as well, and again I will get 1. As I said, it doesn't matter if the key is a number or a string, it would work on all types of an array. If here, for example, I could use 51, the value is Amir here. Now if I want to, let me comment out these var dumps and print r's. Now if I want to add a new value to an array, again doesn't matter what type of an array we are working with, you can do it like this: array, and we can specify a key equals to the value. Okay, but if I don't specify the key, I write it something like this: PHP will automatically assign a new number as index and put it in my array. For example, here I had array A with these values and keys. Now if I want to add a new item, let's say I want to add tutorial equals to YouTube. Now if I print my array, as you can see, there is a new item in my array with the key tutorial and the value YouTube. If I don't specify the key, it's like this, it would automatically assign a new number, like here 56. Now the key of this value is a number which is 56, and it has been automatically assigned by PHP because I haven't done anything here. In an array, keys are unique, so when we are adding a new item, if the key already exists, PHP will update its value to the new value you specified. For example, here I already have the key name. If I come here and I use the same structure that I used for adding a new value to the array, I can say, for example, Amir updated to see if it works or not. And then if I print R this array, let's see the result. Here, as you can see, the name is Amir updated because we cannot have two items with the same key. Keys should be unique, must be unique, and when we use the same key, it will automatically update that item. We've reached the end of array section. Let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about conditionals in PHP. If you ask me what's the foundation of all the technologies around us, I would say conditionals. Even in our daily life, we use conditionals all the time. Like, if you're hungry, eat something. If you like it, buy that. For machines, these ifs are very important. If the user is logged in, don't show login button. If the light is red, the car should stop, and so on. In PHP, there are three different conditionals: if else conditionals, switch, ternary. Let's start with if else condition. The structure of this conditional is like this: if the condition is true, run this part. We use the second condition with else if. Else if another condition is true, then do this part. Otherwise, do this. This part can easily be removed like this. You can simply have an if and else condition. Sometimes we don't even need this part. We just say if this condition is true, do this. Otherwise, go do the rest of the code. About these conditions, do you remember when we talked about logic and comparison operators? We can use them in our conditions here. Let me copy this structure and give you an example. Here, let's say I have a value which is 2, and let's see if this value equals to 2, then echo 2. Else, if this value is equal to 3, then echo 3. Echo 3. Otherwise, echo unknown. Okay, let's see what we'll get. 2. Great. Now if I change it to 3, I will get 3, and if I change it to something else like 5, I will get unknown. Perfect. Now the next conditional is switch. The structure of a switch statement, switch conditional, is something like this. If a variable equals to this value, then do this part. If equals to this value or this value, then do this part. Otherwise, do this. If I wanted to write this switch statement with the if else that we learned, it would be if variable equals to value 1, then do this part. Else, if the variable equals to value 2 or it equals to value 3, then do this part. Else, do the part that is in default section. Yeah, it would be like this if I wanted to write it in if else structure. But if I want to use switch, I can do this. This break is very important because if I don't use this break, this just is going to run through the whole cases, all the cases, no matter what. And if none of the cases are true, our code will run this part. If you don't want a default, you just remove this. And in case like I said, if the value is this part or this part, we can use multiple case rather than writing the same code twice. We can use this structure. So if the variable equals to value 2 or value 3, it would run this part. Now let me show you an example. We are going to run exactly something like this. If value was 2, if I copy this, I will show you the example variable. Let's see, is 2. Now in case it's 2, we will echo 2. In case it's 3, I don't want the or statement. In case it's 3, I will echo 3. Otherwise, as a default value, I will echo unknown. Unknown. We will get the same exact result that we got last time. 2. If I change it to 3, I will get 3. And if I change it to something like 8, I will get unknown. Perfect. This is the switch statement. Now the next one is ternary, which is very short and very useful if you want to write your conditionals in a one line. The structure is something like this. If this condition is true, we will run this part. Otherwise, we will run this part. So let me show you an example with the same structure. Let's again say I have a variable which is 2. We say, don't forget the semicolon. If the variable is 2, then I want to echo 2. And if otherwise, echo unknown. Okay, now rather than writing echo here, as you can see when my ID shows something's wrong, I should write echo beforehand, and PHP will first go through this part, say okay, variable is 2, okay, I want to return this part returns 2, and then we will echo this and we see 2. Now if I say a 5, I should get unknown. Perfect. This is very good, especially when we want to create new variables and do something based on that. Like I want to write variable b, which is kind of dependent on the value that we assign to variable 1. Now if I do this, I don't need to change this variable later. If I wanted to do it manually rather than this condition, I want to have unknown if this value is 5, but if it's 2, I want this value to be 2. Right now, if I change this for whatever reason, I have to come down manually and change this as well, but I can simply use this ternary condition or any other condition to assign this value in this structure. So this variable would be dependent on the value of this variable. I would use ternary because it's one line and it's easier to read. Talking about readability, let's talk about the danger of nested conditionals. It's really no problem with PHP if I write some conditional like this. I say, okay, I have a value which is like 2. If it's 2, go to another conditional. It's then go through another conditional, go through another conditional. It's not a problem with PHP at all to go through this, evaluate this, and give me the final result. But in terms of readability, it's really not recommended to write like this kind of nested conditionals. You can make it in different sections. You can refactor it to different functions. We will talk about refactoring. We will talk about making your code more readable later. But just have in mind that it's not a good idea to write these kind of nested conditionals, especially when you are working in a team and other developers are going to come and see your code and they have no idea who you are. They are going to continue working on this project, and it would make their life really hard to go through your code to understand what's going to happen and what's happening. That's it for now. That was the end of conditional. Let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about loops. Sometimes we want to run a piece of code over and over again, or apply some changes to every item in an array. So instead of repeating the same code, we will run the code through a loop. So instead of writing, for example, something like this, like 10 times echoing the same thing, we can run a loop and then write this once, and the loop will repeat this for us. There are 4 types of loops in PHP: for, while, do while, and for each. Let's go through them one by one. For loop. The structure of a for loop is something like this. We have some counter and we initialize it, then we test it, we go through some condition. If this condition is true, we will run the code. If it's not true, we will pass this part. And if it was true and we ran the code, at the end we will change the counter. So for example, here I would write something like for x, here is our counter. X equals to 0. This can be anything. Our x could start from 1, 10, 100, anything. And the condition, I want x to be less than 10. Okay. If this is true and we ran the code, I should change it. So I would say x plus plus. Here we have initialized our x. As I said, it could be 2, 10, 100, doesn't matter. Then we have tested it. It could be x is less than or equal to 10. Is less than equal to 10 to the power of 100. It can be anything. And then we will change it. It's very important to change it. Here we have added 1. X plus plus means x plus 1. We could do something like x equals x to the power of 2. It doesn't matter, but we have to change it. So after each iteration, our x would go through this process and would go through this formula. But for now, x plus plus is enough. And then we will do something. Here I would say echo value of x is x. Do you remember when we talked about single quotes and double quotes? Here I use double quotes and I simply put x here. PHP will interpret it and will give me the value of x. Let me run the code. Here I have to comment this out first. Okay, now let's run the code again. Okay, value of x is 0, value of x is 1, value of x is 2, and so on. Now let's talk about while loop. The structure of a while loop is something like this. While this condition is true, do something, and this part is very important. Do something that affects the condition. We should create some change so the condition at some point would not be true and would be false, and we go out of the loop. Otherwise we will be stuck in the loop forever and ever. That's actually one of the most common mistakes with while loop. A lot of developers create this loop, use this loop, and then do not do something to change the condition. So at some point it would be false, so we would be out of the code, and that would cause an infinite loop. This loop would go on forever and ever. Let's see an example of a while loop usage. Let's say I have a number and this number is 2. While this number is less than 10, I want this code to tell me the number is number. Let me show you something. Now if I comment that out and run my code here, phpindex.php, it will go on forever and ever because there is nothing to stop it. I will use Ctrl+C to stop the code. I have to change it. For example, I can say number plus plus. So at some point it will stop. Let me run the code again. See, it ran one, number is 2, number is 3, number is 4, number is 5, and number is 9. Then it tested out, is it smaller than 10? No, because it has been incremented. It would be 10, and 10 is not less than 10. So it would not run this code. It would come here, and because we don't have any other code, it would come out of this program and stops. Now let's talk about do while loop. The structure of a do while loop is something like this. We will run some code and then we will check if the condition is true. If this condition is true, we will run this part again. Otherwise, we will come out of the loop and we will continue the execution of the rest of the code. This is very similar to while loop, but there is one difference, and that is with while loop, we check the condition first. If it was true, then we will run the code. So if the condition is false, we will never run the code inside the loop. But with do while loop, we will run the code inside the loop at least once, no matter the condition is true or false. We run it once, then we will check the condition if it's true or false. If it's true, we will run it again. If it's false, we will come out of the loop and execute the rest of the code. Let me show you an example. For example, here I have, let me bring this one here. Let's say I have a number. As long as this number is less than 10, I want you to echo the number. Let's say here I have number 20. If the number is 20, we will never go inside the loop. But if I write do while the number, use the same condition, while the number is less than 10, I want you to echo it and then do some changes. Let me comment this part out. Now 20. Now if I run the code, I expect it to run it at least once. Let's see if it run it once. Yes, number is 20. It will run the code and then it will check if it's less than 10 or not. So this is the main difference between do while and while. Now let's talk about for each loop. The title has gone up, okay? For each loop is very useful. The structure of a for each loop can be something like this. For each array as value, it would be read something like for each value inside the array, do this. Here we can say echo the value. Or sometimes we need to get the key as well. In that case, we can say for each key value pair of this array, do this part. And here we can say echo the key in the array is value. And first let's define the array. Array is something like, I don't know, 1 Amir, YouTube, 3, and the semicolon. Let's run the first loop, and as you can see, 1 Amir, YouTube, and 3. And if we run the second loop, we will get the 0 in the array is 1, the 1 in the array is Amir, the second in the array is YouTube, and the third in the array is 3. Is the key and is the value. Perfect. For each is actually very useful when we are working with arrays. So instead of writing some for loop, something like this, for I, let's initialize the counter, then check if it's less than the size of the array and change the counter, then echo the array at this index. For example, here we can run, you see, I'll get the same result, but when we ran this one, you see how easier it is to read, how more readable it is. This is the end of the loop. Let's go to the next section. Welcome to the first exercise / project of this course. During the course, we will have a lot of projects / exercises. For each project, I want you to pause the video, try to solve the problem yourself, then play the video and see the solution. About the solutions, a lot of problems might have multiple ways to solve it. It doesn't mean that my solution is the best. My solution is just one of the solutions. In most of the problems, correctness is more important than speed. As long as we'll get the same result, it's okay. That being said, let's start with our first project. Here we have a list of people in our community. The first thing that we want to know about these people is how many of them are adults and how many of them are children, because we want to have the statistics about our community. Then the second data that we want to find is that we have a job opening and we want to see the people who can apply for our job, and the only condition we have is that they should be between 22 to 30. Other than that, we don't have any other condition. Everyone can apply. So let's get started. Pause the video, try to find the solution, and then play the video and let's solve it together. Okay, are you ready? Let's code the solution together. The very first thing that I notice is that we have a list of people, which is an array, and inside this array, each item is an array again, an associative array with name and age of each person. The very first thing I want to do is to write a for each loop for each people as person. We would read it as for each person in the people array. I want to do something. Okay. The very first thing is that I want to check if they are adult or if they're children. So let's see. I can get the age by doing this. Age is person age. I want to check if this age is greater than equal to 18, then this person is an adult. Otherwise, this person is a child. Okay? Then, if this person is an adult, I want to also check if they can apply for the job, and the condition was that they should be 22 years to 30, not older, not younger. So I can check if age is greater than equal to 22 and it's less than equal to 30. This person can apply for the job. Otherwise, they can't. We don't need those people who cannot apply for our job. Now, in order to count the numbers, because I want to show the information at the end, I can create a variable adult count equals to 0 and children count, child count equals to 0 as well. Then we also have a list of can apply for the job. Okay, this is an array. First, this person is an adult, so let's add this value to adult count. Then if it's not an adult, then add the value to child count. If this person can apply for a job, let's add it to this array. Great. Now let's see if we got the correct result. Let's echo there are adult count adults in the community. Because I want to go to the new line, I can use this special character, special constant in PHP. We will talk about these special constants later, but this is PHP end of line. It will automatically add a new line for me at the end of this string. And there are child count children in the community. Echo here is the list of people who can apply for our job opening. And again, PHP ends of line. This should all be uppercase, all. Okay. Now, because can apply for the job is a list, is an array, I need to use print r. Now let's see if we got the correct result. PHP index.php. Okay. Here, let me see. Okay, there are 9 adults in the community. There are 3 children in the community. Here is a list of people who can apply for our job opening. Okay. Joseph is 25, Pratham is 23, Simon is 30, Amir is 28, Sabrina is 22, Rana is 24, Vito is 24. Perfect. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We had 12. And 1, 2, and 3 children. Perfect. Everything is correct. And this was my solution. Please share your solution in the comments. And that's it. That's the end of our first project. Let's continue with our course. We have already talked about loops. Now we are going to talk about 2 keywords that we can use inside the loop. First is break, and the other one is continue. Let's see what they mean and what they do. First, break. When we use break, we literally are telling PHP that jump out of the loop completely. For example, let's say we are looking for a specific value inside an array. we loop through it and we check each value to see if it's the same value as we want. When we find it, we don't care about the rest of the values. So we want to get out of the loop immediately and continue with the rest of the code. Let me show you an example. Here I have a list of names. Names equals to John, Alex, and Simon, and Amir. Let's say I'm looking for the name Alex. First, I'm going to write a for each loop. For each names as name. We are going to check if the name is the same as Alex. So we say if name is equal to Alex, then perfect. I've already found what I want. We can break out of the loop completely. And then we do something here. We can say, for example, found it equals to false. If we found it, then we can say found it equals to true. And here we can say echo found it to see if we have already found it or not. PHP index.php. And as you can see, we get 1, which means we found it. If we say, for example, I'm looking for James, and we run the code, it's going to go through all the names and show me here. Now, how can we see if we have already gone through all the names or not? Let me change it to Alex. Let me echo the name so you will see what I mean. Echo the name plus PHP end of line. Perfect. Let me run the code. We get John. We get Alex. We see, okay, Alex is what I'm looking for, and we break out of the loop. But if I say James and we run the code, we are going to go through all the loop. John, Alex, Simon, Amir. And when we don't find it, our list is already over. It doesn't matter. So we go to the rest of the code, which is echo found it, which is false, which caused here to echo nothing. That's break. Let's see what continue means. With continue, we are telling PHP to skip this round and go to the next round. For example, let's say we want to echo a set of numbers. Here we say numbers equals to, I don't know, 3,457, 786, 234. I want to echo the numbers that are not divisible by 3. If they are divisible by 3, I don't care about them. So let's see what we can do. We can say for each numbers as number. Perfect. If the number, how can we check if it's divisible by 3? By checking the remainder divided by 3 should be 0. If that's true, then I don't care about this number. I don't want to do anything for this number. So I'm going to continue. It means that here just stop and go to the next iteration. Otherwise, if it's not divisible by 3, then come here and echo the number. So let's see, let me comment this part out and come here and run the code again. As you can see, I only got 457 because all the other number, if we divide them by 3, they are going to have a remainder of 0, which means they are divisible by 3. In order to show you which numbers we skipped and which numbers we didn't skip, let me echo the numbers here. Echo number plus PHP end of line. This is before, and we are going to echo 1 afterwards. So I'm going to get each number twice if we don't skip the iteration and go to the next one. Let me run the code. As you can see, I get 3. I come here, I continue, I skip to the next round, I don't echo it. Then I go to 3000, I come here, I see if it's divisible by 3 and it's true, so I skip it. I go to 457, I come here, it's not true, I come here, I echo it and I echo it again till here. Then I get 786, I come here, it's divisible by 3, I skip the round, and again with 234, I come here, I skip the round, and I'm not going to echo it here. Both of these lists were only like 4 items. But imagine if you have like 10,000 items and you are going to do some complicated calculations. You know how much resources and time you are saving by just using continue and break. So you wouldn't have to run the code and run the calculations on the items that you don't need. That's just amazing. That's it for today. Let's continue with our course. A lot of times we might want to add PHP codes within our HTML. It's easy to add the PHP code, but with loops and conditionals, it can get very messy very soon. Today we are going to talk about 3 ways to add loops and conditionals within our HTML code and see what are the advantages and disadvantages of each one. Here I have a list of names and I want to echo them here as a list. So I want the final version to look something like this. List and then name 1, name 2 and so on. So I'm going to write a for each loop. So let's first write the for each loop. Let's open a PHP tag and then write for each names as name. I want to echo something like what we have seen. List and then plus the name and then again list. Okay. This is one way to do it, and let's see the result on our browser. When I refresh the page, as you can see, I can see all the names. Now let's go back to our code. This is clean, this is good enough, and this gets us what we need. But with a lot of code editors, with a lot of IDEs, if I echo it like this, I'm not going to get auto-completion from my IDE, and very soon it's going to get tricky. So here with PHP Storm, I'm lucky enough that they do support HTMLs within our string inside the PHP, but a lot of code editors do not support that. This is the first way, and as you have seen, it gets the job done. Now what is the second way to add loops? Well, the second way is to add for each here and then close the PHP tag here and then open it before the last bracket, and instead of echo just write list. There is no need for this, there is no need for this, and just for the name part I can open PHP tag again and echo the name and close the tag again. So here it would be considered as HTML, and my code editor would definitely recognize them and help me with auto-completion. First of all, let's see if it gets the job done. Yes, it prints all the names. The output is exactly the same, no problem. The only disadvantage that this one had is this part. In my opinion, this part can get very tricky very soon, especially if you have a for each here, and then if you have some conditional here, and then you would have something like this in your code and you have no idea which is for which. Is it for my loop? Is it for my conditional? For which one is it? And it gets really ugly very fast. The last one that we are going to see is exactly like this, but instead of brackets we use colon here, and instead of ending the bracket here we write end for each. That's it. Now we are taking advantage of using the auto-completion for the HTML part. We are echoing the name with PHP commands, and here it would be a lot cleaner when I use conditionals within my loop, or I have another loop within this loop. For example, let's add a conditional here. I want to say if my name is Amir, only then echo it. Here I have this for each and end for each. I have this if, and if I want to close it I write end if, and I expect this code to echo only one name, and the name should be Amir. So let's go back to our browser to see, and as you can see when I refresh the page it echoes only Amir. This is how I write for each and conditional within HTML code. I can use the code editor's code completion because the HTML part is within HTML, it's not within PHP code, so it can easily recognize that. I can use tags like end if and end for each to make it cleaner and more readable. As you have seen, all the three ways will give you the exact result. So in case of result it's exactly the same, it doesn't matter, but it's all about readability and maintenance of the code. The more readable the code is, the better and easier it is to maintain it. That's it for today. Let's continue with our course. Okay, now let's talk about date and time. In a lot of projects we might need to work with dates and time, and in PHP there are many functions and classes that can help us with that. But now we are going to talk about two functions that can help us with almost 80% of our problems, and they are str to time and date. Now let's see how we can work with them. Str to time, which is short for string to time, taking a string as an argument and then returns a timestamp. In PHP we will write the arguments of a function inside the parentheses. So the name of the function is str to time, and here we write the arguments. Now in this case this string should be a time, a date. For example, let me show you something. 26th of August 2022. If I echo this value right now, I will get a huge number. This number is a timestamp. We will talk about timestamps a little bit later. If the string is something random and is not valid, it will return false. Let me dump the final value so you can see what it will return. If the string is just some random thing, here as you can see it says boolean false. The format of the string that it can parse is very flexible. Let me show you some example to see the power of this function. For example, as we have seen, we can write 26th of August 2022, something like that. Or we can write the full name of the month, or we can write even the other way around, August 26th, and it will still show me the exact timestamp. It also can be something like standard ISO format like 26th, and it will still work. Or we can also use the American format, which is 08 25th and 2022, and it still works. That's the power of this function. Not only that, but it also can parse a string like this, 7 days ago. And as you can see, it takes the current time minus 7 days and then tells me the exact timestamp for 7 days ago or yesterday. It will also work perfectly fine. Now, as you can see, it's returning a timestamp. What's a timestamp? It's a number. It's the number of seconds from 1st of January 1970. The timestamp can be formatted to a date later or can be used to do calculation. For example, as you have seen, it's a timestamp. Let me tell you the timestamp for right now. Echo today. As you can see, this is the timestamp for today. Now let's talk about date. Date is a very useful function. It takes 2 arguments. The first argument is the format of the date we want it to return, and the second argument, which is optional, is a timestamp. If we don't specify the second argument, PHP will get the timestamp of the current time. Let's talk about the first argument. The first argument, which is a format, is a string. For example, YMD is the standard ISO format for dates, and it would return something like 2022-08-25. So let's echo that out, date YMD, and see what we'll get. Yes, 2022-05-08, which is 8th of May as of today. But if I specify a timestamp in the second argument, we can use a string to time function to get the timestamp that we want. For example, I can say yesterday, and it would return 7th of May. Perfect. If I write 7 days ago, it will return 1st of May. It's not just about dates in the past. I can get like plus 2 days. So it would return 10th of May. That's very powerful and it's amazing. Now let's talk about formats. We are already familiar with this format, which as I said is a standard ISO format. There are other formats that we can use. PHP actually has specified different letters for different formats. Here I will show you some of the formats that are commonly used, but you can see a list of formats that I have prepared for you from the link in the description. For example, for the day itself, if we say lowercase d represents the day with leading zeros. As you can see, 08. But if I don't want leading zeros, I can write J and it will give me 8. If I want the name of the day, for example, Saturday, Sunday, I can write uppercase D to get 3 letters. And if I want the full name, I can write L. Sunday. Yeah, it's amazing. Also, I can use other formats to get the time, not just dates. For example, H represents hours, I represents for minutes, and S represents seconds. So if I get it right now, it's 12:39 and 06 exactly. And I can also get the time zone. If I add T at the end, uppercase T, I will get CEST. Perfect. As I mentioned, you can see a long list of these formats in the link I shared in the description. And now we have reached the end of this topic. Let's get to the next one. Welcome to the second exercise/project of this course. We want to calculate the age of a person in days. We will get a date, then we print out the number of days since that date. For example, there are 10,136 days since my birthday. Pause the video, try to solve this problem on your own, then come back and let's see what would be my solution. As I said before, there are many solutions for each problem. Just because your solution wasn't like mine, it doesn't mean it's not correct. As long as we are getting the same result and the final days are correct, it's okay if you use another solution. So pause the video for now. Okay, have you been able to find the solution? Let's see what would be my solution. There are many ways in PHP to do that. There are many classes we could use and there are many functions that could help us achieve that. But I wanted to do it as simple as I can and with only the functions that we have learned. And for dates, we have learned date and string to time. So let's see what can we do. First, we get a date from the user, something like their birthday. Let's say, for example, mine would be 1994 0809, August 9, 1994. Then we want to calculate current date. What's the date for today? Today equals date. Just simply change the format. Perfect. Now I want to calculate the difference between this day to this day. What can I do? I need the timestamps of these dates. Do you remember I said when we get the timestamp we can do a lot of calculations? So let's see. The birthday's timestamp would be string to time and then we would pass date, and the timestamp for today would be string to time today. Now both of these are returning a timestamp which is a number of seconds since 1970, and I should be able to deduct this from this. So today minus that date, if like for example this is 1000, this would be 300, so I would get a result like 700, which is not the number of seconds. Obviously 700 seconds is less than a day. Then this is the difference in timestamp, difference in seconds. Now I want to convert it to days. So there are 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour and 24 hours in a day. This would give me a number, I think 86,400 or something. Then I can divide that diff by this number. So now it would convert those seconds to minutes, to hours, and to days. So I should be able to get the number of days. Number of days equals this, and let's see if it works. Echo there are number of days since date. Let's see if it worked. PHP index.php. Perfect. There are 10,137 days since 1994 0809. Perfect. We can specify the days as well. Let me change it to like last week. Let's see if it works. Last week would be 2022 and May, and then 3rd of May. Okay, 8 days exactly. Perfect. Today is 11th of May 2022, so it's exactly 8 days since that date. Perfect. This is our days calculator. What was your solution? If your solution was something different but you got the same result, please share it in the comment below. Have a great time. Let's continue with the rest of the course. Now let's start with working with files. There are many functions in PHP that can help us work with files. In this section, we are going through the most common functions. Well, first, let's start with the process of working with files. It doesn't matter if we want to just read the file or we want to write something to it. First we need to open the file, then we need to do whatever we want to do. We want to read the file or we want to write to it, and then we need to close the file. First we need to open the file. In order to open the file, we can use the function fopen. The first argument is the path and the file name. So it can be something like example.txt. And the second argument is a flag to tell PHP how to open the file. The most common flags are R for reading, W for writing, and A for appending. If I open the file for reading, I cannot write to it. If I open it for writing, all the previous data will be removed and the new data will be written to the file. And if I open it for appending, the previous data will stay the same and the new data will be added at the end of the file. So if I want to open a file with fopen function, the full function would be something like example.txt and then the flag like R or A or W, and that's it. This function will return a resource so I could work with it later. So let's store it in a variable called file. Now let's read the file. If we want to read the file, a good way is to read it line by line. The function to read just one line is fgets. This function gets a resource as the argument. Do you remember we stored the resource returned by fopen in a variable? We can pass it to our function here, file. Every time we run this function, PHP will return the line and goes to the next line. PHP will take care of knowing which lines we are at for us. So the first time we run the function, we get the first line. The second time, we'll get the second line. So we can read the first line and second line like this. This would be the first line. And then the second time, we run the same function, but it would return the second line. And if there are no lines anymore to read, it will return false. But imagine there are hundreds of lines in my file. I cannot do it like this, one line at a time. I need to use a loop. Let's use a while loop. Do you remember the structure of a while loop? While the condition, we will do something here, do something, and then we will do something that affects the condition, so at some point it wouldn't be true. So what do you think we should write here? Well, let's get started. So first let's get the line bf gets file. Let's comment these two out, and now this line will return the first line or it's false because there is no line in the file. Here my condition would be as long as there are new lines, do something, and then get the new line. So here I will check if this is not false, do something, and then read it again. So at some point we will reach end of the file. This will be false. So here would be false, and we will go out of the loop. That's it. With this loop, with like 1, 2, 3, 4 line of loop, you can read any file. No problem. Now let's talk about writing to the file. The first thing we need to make sure of is the flag when we open the file. So here, instead of R, I should use A or W. Now I can write to my file. In order to write to the file, I need to use the function fwrite. Here, it gets the resource as the first argument, file, and as the second argument, it gets the string that I want to write to the file. For example, hello world. Now, you can write all your content at once. Like here, I could have a huge paragraph, or you can call fwrite multiple times, like hello world, hello YouTube, and so on. It doesn't matter if you call fwrite once or many times. It doesn't create new lines in the file. So if I do this at the end, my file would look something like this. If you want a new line, you should specifically add it. There are two ways. The first one is to add the new line character yourself, which is this. You can add it to the end of your string, but be careful. Right now I have single quotes. If I use single quotes, PHP will simply write this to my file. I want it to interpret it and recognize this is a new line character. So I should use double quotes. And as you can see, when my IDE changed the color. The other way is to use PHP end of line constant. We have already worked with it. It's PHP EOL that represent new line character. So I can simply add it to my string like this, and it will create two lines. First one, hello world, new line, hello YouTube, again new line. So the next string that I add with fwrite would be in the new line. Now finally we need to close the file. We can do it by fclose. It gets a resource. Again, we pass the file. It's a very simple and easy step, but it's very important. Do not forget to close your file. Now let's put everything together. At the moment, I do not have any file in my current folder, so I want to create one and write something to it. So write to the file. Okay, let me comment everything out here. Okay, let's first open the file. The path is here and the name would be example.txt, and I want to write to it. Great. Now let's fwrite to my file hello world, and I want to add a new line. Great, perfect. Now let's close this. Close my file. Let me run the file to see if it works. Index.php. It has done everything. Let me see if it has created a file. Perfect. It has created example.txt as we have specified here, and it has written hello world. As you can see, it has created a new line. So if I add something to it, it will be in the new line. Perfect. Now let's append data to it. I forgot to write hello YouTube. So let's append to the file, append data to the file. It would be exactly the same. Instead I will have a. Now instead of hello world, I would have hello YouTube. Let's comment this out and run the file again. Now if I go to example, hello YouTube, and it has created a new line again. Perfect. Now in the last step, I want to read the file and echo out the strings. So let's do it. The very first thing is to open it with the flag R, and I will add fclose so I wouldn't forget at the end. Now let's read the line. Line would be fgets the file. Perfect. Now let me write the loop. As long as this line is not equal to false, I want to echo the line, and I want to read the line again. Line equals to fgets file. Perfect. Let's see if it works. Let me comment this one out. Let's run php.index and hello world and hello YouTube. Perfect. That's it. That's the end of this section. Let's go to the next one. Now that we have talked about files, let's talk about CSV files as well. What is CSV? Well, CSV files are files that are comma separated. So each line would look something like this: 1, comma, 2, comma, 3. Opening and closing the file is like we've already learned. There's no difference. We can open it again like file equals if open, and then we pass the path like example.csv, and then we choose the flag like R, and when we want to close it we use F close, and then we pass the file. Now when we want to read each line, one way is to read the line like usual and then separate it at each comma. But there is a better way in PHP. So here when we want to read the line, instead of using fget_s, we can use fget_csv. It will make our lives much easier. It gets 4 arguments. The first one is the file itself. We can pass it here. The second one is the length. If we set it to 0, it will try to grab the whole line. If you have a huge line and you want to get only part of it, you can specify the number of characters here. The next thing is a separator. Separator here is comma for us, but some files might be like this, some files might be a tab. We can specify it here. And the last one is enclosure string. And what is enclosure string? Sometimes in one row we might have something like this, a quote of someone, and we want to keep it like this, because if in my code I had commas, it's not a separate column. It's the same column, but it's inside these quotes. We want to tell PHP if it's inside these double quotes, do not grab those commas and consider all of that as one column. But the beautiful thing is that most of them are work fine by default, and the only argument that is required is the file. The other ones, the default is 0 and comma and double quote, so no problem. Here we only need to pass file. Here I have a file that let me show you, example.csv. It's 1 YouTube, 2 Twitter, 3 Instagram, 4 GitHub, and 5 LinkedIn. The first column is the ID and the second column is the name of the website and social media. Now we are going to read it, and as you have seen, it's separated by comma, so we do not want to change the separator, it stays comma. Now fget_csv, let me copy this and go to this part. When we want to read the file, we can call it line or row or whatever. fget_csv, exactly like fget_s, will read the line, and if there is no line it will return false, and if there is a line it will parse it, separate it at commas, and then will give me an array, and each item in the array represent one column of that one row. So let's see what it looks like. So like before, we need to write a loop while this line is not equal to false, and at the end I want to read it again, so it would change the condition. Now my line is an array. I can get the first row like ID equals to this, and name equals to line at position 1, because it's a row, the first one and the second one. I can echo something like the ID for website with the name of name is ID. And then we can also add end of line like we have already seen. Now I expect this to read the file example.csv. We have opened it in reading mode. We get each line. This one will give us an array with each column. This array, the first part is an ID, the second part is a name, and then we will echo this out. Now let me show you the result. php index.php. Perfect. The ID for website with the name of YouTube is 1, Twitter is 2, Instagram is 3, GitHub is 4, and LinkedIn is 5. Perfect. Now, what if we want to write CSV? If we want to write CSV, we will open the file like before. We will close the file like before. Now, instead of using fwrite, we use fput CSV. fput CSV. The first argument is the file. The second argument would be an array of the data that we want to put in the file. Like the array we received, each item represents a column. So in our case, the first column is an ID. The second column is the name of that website or social media. Let's say Pinterest in this case, Pinterest. And if we had a custom separator, we could specify it here. If we had a custom enclosure string, we could specify here, but in our case the defaults are perfectly fine. So let me comment this part out and see if we can add the new information, append this new ID and name at the end of our file, php index.php, and perfect. Let's see the result. And as you can see, it has added a new line for us. It has added the ID and the name, and that's it. We have been able to write to our CSV file as well. That's perfect. We have reached the end of this section. Let's go to the next topic. Okay, now that we have talked about CSV, let's see two other very common formats, XML and JSON. XML and JSON are the most common formats that are used in APIs. Knowing how to work with them is essential for any web developer. JSON is more human readable and very light in terms of size, and it's not very verbose. It means it doesn't have a lot of words that are not necessary. A lot of modern APIs are using JSON to parse data. For example, if I wanted to share my social media account information as a JSON, it would look something like this. It would be accounts, and then Twitter is this, LinkedIn is this, my blog is this one, and GitHub is this one. Here I should also add a comma. You see how readable it is? It doesn't have a lot of extra unnecessary words to describe each part, and it's very easy to work with in PHP. XML is a bit more verbose. It means it has a lot of unnecessary and repeated words. If I wanted to show the same information from my social media as an XML file, it would look something like this. As you can see, it has a lot of words like accounts, then account type, and again the ending tag. It has a lot of unnecessary words and it's very verbose. At first sight, you might say, why should I even bother working with XML? But XML has some advantages over JSON, like validating the structure and the format and the data that we have here is much easier in XML. It's a good idea to know how to work with both of them. Luckily for us, PHP is very good at helping us working with both of them. So let's start with JSON. In PHP, reading JSON is very easy because there is a function called JSON decode. Let me clear this part so I will be able to get my autocomplete back. JSON decode will parse the JSON and returns an array. Then you can work with the data like any other array in PHP. It takes two arguments. The first argument is the JSON itself, and the second argument is a boolean that telling PHP if you want to parse this JSON as associative array or not. In most of the JSON data, since there is a clear key and value pair, I prefer to keep this as true. But in some cases, you might need it to be false. It depends on the data and your preferences. Here, let's convert the JSON string. Here, let me store it as a string. And then let's convert it to an array to be able to work with it. Here, JSON decode will convert this JSON string that we have to an array, and since I specified true, it will give me a associative array. Before I show you the result, just have in mind that here we define the JSON as a string, but in your application and your website, the JSON data can be coming from a file or it can be coming from an API. In all the cases, you can store the JSON in a variable and then use this function to decode it. No problem. So let's do it. This will give me an array. So let's see the array. Do you remember we should use print r to be able to print our array? Let's see PHP index.php. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. It looks exactly like an associative array. It's an account, and the account is also an array. It's Twitter, the link, LinkedIn, the link, blog link, and GitHub, the link. So, and if I wanted to access any of these data, I would write a for each loop and then go through every one of them. For example, if I wanted to get the account itself, I didn't want to show this, I will get PHP array because it's also an array. I will still use print r. Let me see what would it give me. Okay, here are the accounts. I could write, okay, this is accounts, then for each accounts as accounts. Because I want to show the key and value as well, I could use the other format of for each. I could say, okay, account is the key and then I have the value as a link. I can then echo my address for this account is link, and then I could also add PHP end of line. Let me see, let me delete that. Let's see if we got the result. Oh, not echo here. Here is PHP index.php. And as you can see, my address for Twitter is this, my address for LinkedIn is this, my blog is this, and GitHub is perfect. Now, if we wanted to write JSON, we could convert an array to JSON. Like here we have JSON decode. We also have JSON encode. JSON encode. It will get an array as argument and then it will parse it and returns a JSON. For example, if I had my accounts as an array, something like this. Let me comment this part out. Okay, if I had an array of my account information, I could give this array to this JSON encode and this would return a JSON for me. And since JSON is just another string, I could simply echo this out. So let's see, let me clean this part, php index.php, oops, php, and here as you can see it has given me a beautiful JSON accounts Twitter. It has also escaped the characters for links because links have slashes. It's perfect. Now let's get to XMLs. Let me comment this part out. There are two classes that can help us read XMLs in PHP. The first one is DOM document, and then the second one is simple XML element. Let's work with both of them. Let's create an object from those classes and see how to parse the data from our XML string. Let me bring the XML string as well. This was our account in XML. Let me have it here as XML equals to this data. Again, like JSON, here I have my XML as a string, but your XML could be coming from a file or an API. In both cases, we can use the same functionalities and classes, and it works perfectly fine. So let's get started. The very first thing is that we need to create an object from this. We need to like DOM equals to new DOM document. Oops, new DOM document. This will give me something that I can work with. Now I need to load the XML. This has a function called DOM load XML, and here I can pass the XML. Perfect. Now this will parse this XML for me, and then I can search different tags and nodes and attributes and work with them. In XML, each one of these are called a node. Each one of them are called an attribute. This is the attribute value, and this is the attribute name. This is the node name, and this is the node value. Inside the node is the node value. So let's see, I want to find all the nodes with the name account, and then I want to get their attributes and their value. What can I do? I can write, okay, first I want to get all the accounts equals to DOM get elements by tag name, exactly this one, thanks to the autocomplete. Now here I can write this one. I don't need to get that one because that's only the first. Okay, this will return a list of items. If there is nothing, it will return null, but if there are items, it will give me a list and I can work with that. Okay, this account, now I can write a for each loop to get these accounts as accounts. Now each item of this loop is an account. In each account, as we have seen, we have an attribute called type with the value of what I want to get, and the node value is the link. So let's see. So the name of the website is account get attribute, and here I will specify the name of the attribute, which is type, and for the link I can say, okay, the link is account node value, because right inside my account I have that. And then let's see if we could get the data we needed. Okay, the address again of my name of the account is link, and PHP end of line. Perfect. Let's see if I have something here. No, everything is clear. I can run the file. PHP index.php. Let's see if we could get the data correctly. Perfect. The address of my Twitter is Twitter, LinkedIn, perfectly fine. As you can see, we got the attribute, which is here, and then we got the node value. Another way of reading XML is using simple XML element. As I mentioned before, this returns an XML element that behaves like an object, but inside the object, the attribute itself and values are like arrays. So as the name suggests, this is very simple to use, but sometimes you might face some strange behaviors. For now, let's see if we can parse this data with simple XML element as well. Let me see. I have accounts equals to, let's first create an object and simple, let me copy it from here. This, as the constructor, gets a argument, and the argument here is the XML. This, as I said, will return an object, and each object then is like an array. I could use it like an array, so I could write for each accounts as account. Then I don't have to do something like get attributes and node value. I can say, okay, account type is the name, and the account itself will return the link as account. Now I could echo something like we have already had, echo the name is link. So let's see if we could get the data we want, if we get any error or not. Let's clean this part, php index.php. Perfect. As you can see, the account itself returns the node value, but if we wanted to get type, we could also get the same account and type, and it works perfectly fine. That's it for reading the XML. Now let's see how we can write XML. The first way to create an XML is like this. You can simply just write XML as a string if you want. But sometimes when we want to deal with a lot of complex XMLs, we might lose some nodes, some misspelled word would ruin the whole XML. So the better way would be to do something like to use something that would help us. In PHP, this simple XML element can also help us write XMLs. So let's see, we can write new simple XML element, and inside this we will write the string we had, like here, to specify that this is an XML and I want to create it. We could add children later to it, but I normally add the main tag here as well, which is in this case account, the opening tag and the ending tag. Okay, this will create an XML for me with these two. Now all the children I want to add, all the other nodes will be added inside here. Perfect. So let's store it in a variable so I could use it again. Let's say accounts equals to new simple XML element. Now if I want to add a child, as I speak in English, add child, you can add child like accounts. Why there is this voice like that? Accounts. Okay, accounts, add child, and for this child I can write the first argument is the name of the node, and the second argument is the value of the node. So the name of the node, as we have seen here, is account, and then we will add an attribute to it. So the name is account and the node value is the link. So I say account and the value is this link. I could also add an attribute to this child. If I add attribute, I could also write what type it is. Type, it was, I can bring it here for better readability. Type Twitter. Now it will create a node like this, account type equals to Twitter, and the value would be like this. It will end the tags for me. One of the most common mistake is when we write the XML as a string is this part, because we forget to end the tag or we misspell the tag, so it wouldn't be parsed correctly. It will do that for me. It will add the attribute for me in this correct format. It's perfectly fine. Now let's see, and it will add all this information between these two main tags. And if we want to add multiple tags, I can simply write multiple data. For now, let's see our XML with this one node. If we want to save this XML that this simple XML element created for us as a string, so we could work with that or print it out or send it out as our API, we can use this function accounts. Why I cannot write accounts account as XML. This will convert all these things that it has created to a string, and I can store it like my final XML equals to this, and I can simply echo this final XML. Let's see if everything's worked correctly. PHP index.php, and as you can see, it has created the XML. It has also formatted it for me, account and account. Then it has added a new node, add an attribute and the node value, and see if we add more nodes, if it would work still fine. Let me write account type that we had here. Where are those information? LinkedIn is here. For example, LinkedIn, and http://mkmz.com is my website. So the type would be blog. So let's see if this worked correctly. PHP index.php, and yes, it has added the other accounts for me as well. Perfect. You see how easy it is to work with JSON and XMLs? PHP is very powerful. Now that you know how to work with JSON and XML in PHP, let's go to the next topic. Welcome to the third exercise project of this course. We have a JSON string of countries with their phone number. For example, UK is 44, and we want to solve two problems. The first problem is that we want to find a phone code based on a country. For example, let's say I have a query like for Germany. I want to be able to get what's the phone code. For example, I think it's 49. I should be able to return that data from this information. And the second problem we want to solve is we want to write all of the data to a CSV file. Now this is a JSON string. We want to convert it to a CSV file. Like before, pause the video, try to solve it yourself, then come back and see what's my solution. The very first thing that we want to do is to convert this JSON to an array so I could easily work it in PHP. So first let's do that. Array of countries would be JSON decode, then data, and I want it to be associative. Perfect. This JSON is converted to an array here. Again, like I said before, this JSON here is a string, but this can be a file or this can come from an API. It doesn't matter. You can easily convert it with this function. Then I want to solve the first problem. The problem was that if I get a query like Germany, I want to return the phone code for that country. There are many ways to do a search algorithm, but the easiest way for now would be just to do a for loop, and if the country matches the query, return the phone code. So let's see how we can do that. We can write for each countries as country. Here I want to use the other format, so it would be as key value. So the key is country and the value is phone. I want to check if the country equals the query. I would echo phone. That's it. So we are going through every country. We check if the country matches this query. If it does, then we echo the phone, which is the value. Okay, let's see if it works. PHP index.php. Yes, 49. Let me change it to Turkey. 90, perfect. UK, perfect, it works. The other thing we wanted to do was to convert this JSON data to a CSV file. At the moment, I do not have any CSV file, so I want to create it and then write this CSV in the file. So let's comment this part out and write another for each, but this time I want to write to a file. So let me open a file first. File equals to fopen. The file name would be countries phone code.csv, and I want to open it for writing. And let me close it before I forget. Now for each country I want to write it. Do you remember when we said we want to write to a CSV file rather than fwrite? We can use fput CSV. So let's do it. Fput CSV. I want to use a default data, so I just need to pass an array, and that would be it. The array would be country as the first column and phone as the second column. Now if I write this, my file hopefully start with the country and the phone, but I want to have a header as well, so I can write a header outside the loop. Here I can write country and then I can write phone. Here this would add this as the first row of my CSV file, so it would be header. This would clarify what these information are, and then we go through the countries and we write each row as a country phone pair. So let's see if this worked. PHP index.php, it has finished with no errors. Let's see, I have a country's phone code.csv file, country phone as our header, UK 44, US 01. Perfect, everything worked perfectly, and 212 countries with their phone code. That's it. That's the solution I had. If your solution was different but you got the same result, please share it in the comment below so we would know about your solution as well. I hope you're having a great time. Let's continue with our course. Now let's talk about include and require. Include and require will take all the code and content from a specified file and put it in your current file. For example, let's say I have another file. Let me create another file. Let's name it example. And in this example file, I echo hello from second file PHP end of line. Okay, perfect. Now this second file looks like this, and this is my original file. And if I run php index.php, I do not get anything. Now if I use include or require and bring it here, include, after include we write the path to the file. For example, here I want example.php, which is in the current folder. I want to include example.php, which is in the current folder. So now if I run it, it will echo, it will bring all the contents from that file to here. So it's like here I have this. It will copy everything there, everything from there and put it here. The final file that PHP produces and processes would look something like this, because it has included the other file as well. Now let's change it to hello from first file, which we are here, and keep this include. Now if I run this, It will first include the file, which was the other one, echo that, and then we will the rest of the file will be something like this, hello from first line. So the order and the place where we use include and require is important. So if I put this above that and run the file again, I get first file first, and then I will get the second file. Great. Now I said include and require. So require does the same thing, but if there was an error with this file, include will show us a warning and then run the rest of the code. But require throws an error and stops the execution immediately. For both of these words, include and require, we also have once. So we have include once and require once. When we write the file, and then exactly the same format. We after require once and include once, we bring the file again. Let's see what's the difference between include once and include, or require once and require. When you use include once or require once, PHP will keep track of the files, and if you have already included or required a file, it won't include or require it again. This way PHP help you avoid issues like function redefinition and stuff like that. Other than that, their behavior is identical. Include once try to open the file. If there was an issue, will show us a warning and then run the rest of the code. And require once, exactly like require, tries to open the file. If there was an error, it will stop the execution immediately and throws an error. But as I said, if you use require once and include once, PHP will keep track of the file. And if you have already included that file, it won't include it again. So let me show you an example here. Here we said require example.php. We echo the file and then we require it again. Let me require it again. Let me comment this part out. Okay. Now if I run my code, I will get hello from second file, hello from first file, hello from second file again, because as many times as I require this file, PHP will put the content here and will execute it. But if I use require once, let's see what happens if I run the file. Hello from second file, hello from first file. PHP will bring this file, will keep track of it, will say, okay, I have already included this file in this current file. It will run the second file, it will reach here and say require once again example.php. PHP says, okay, I have already included this file in the current file. I'm not gonna do it again. That's it. That's the power of PHP. PHP will keep track it for us. Now that we know about include and require, I'm sure you've already guessed it. What's the use case? For example, imagine we have a website. It has 10 pages and each page has a header, sidebar, and footer. All of the headers and sidebars and footers are identical. If we want to change something in one of the pages, all the other pages stay like the old design and the new design will be changed only in one of the files. So I have to do it 10 times, go through all the files and make sure all the changes are the same. But I could create a header file, and on top of each file I would write include or require once header.php and do the same thing with footer, sidebar, and footer. And here I would write my main content that is different for in each file. Then if I go to header.php and change my header once, it will be changed in all the files, because there is only one single file. There is only a single file for my header, and the design comes from that in all the pages. This is like one of the most common use cases for include and require. The other one can be keeping your files clean. You can have many files in different places, in different folders and structures, different classes, different functions. And then when you want to use them, you can just simply include them here. That's the end of include and require. Let's go to the next topic. Welcome to our next project. In this project, we are going to create dynamic web pages. What does that mean? Most of the time, when we create a template for our website, there are multiple pages and they are all in HTML. If we change something in the header in one of the pages, it won't affect any other page. So we have to do it in all the pages manually. But now we want to make them dynamic, meaning that the server will generate those sections for us. So we would be changing the header in one place, but the whole website would change. And what's this website that we are going to work on? It's a very simple free template. You can download it from startbootstrapwebsite.com as well. They have many beautiful templates. You can go to, let's say, HTML, and we want the free version, and they have a template here, modern business. I have already downloaded it, so let's go to my project. If I go to my project, as you can see, I have a folder. It's the exact same file that I have downloaded from their website. There are many pages: about, blog, contact, FAQ, index, portfolio, pricing, and let's see how the website looks like. Let me go to the website, and there's contact, there's about, there's pricing, FAQ, portfolio, and as you can see, the navigation is the same in all the pages. This footer is the same in all the pages, and there are other sections that would change. But now, let's say I want to remove the pricing page from my whole website, and if I go to my home page and find pricing and remove that or comment that out. If I go back to the website, inside this index, I do not see the pricing anymore. But if I go to about, there again, there is a pricing. In contact, this is the pricing. So I have to manually comment that out in every page. I do not want that. We have already learned everything that you need to do this project. So pause the video, try to do it yourself, then come back and see what would be my solution. Okay, the very first thing I would do is to make sure, let me copy all these websites to a new folder, new directory that would be called modern, and this modern, inside this modern, I'm going to paste everything that I have copied from there to this directory. Yes, now I have all these pages. I want to change it here. I do not want to change the main file. So if I made any mistake, I would have the original file as well. So let's get started with index.html. The very first thing I would do is, because I want to add PHP code to my files, I would change all their names from HTML to PHP. So let's change all of them, refactor, rename, and change the file to PHP. Now my server would know that this is a PHP file and would read it like a PHP file, and if I have any PHP code inside it, it's going to understand that, okay, this is PHP, I need to do some stuff here. It's not going to be static. And let's go to browser to see if it works. My website was PHP course modern, and then index.html, no, index.php. It's going to show me the code because now the server should handle this. So now we have to open it like we open localhost, PHP course modern, and then index.php, or we can ignore this part. Now when we open it as a server, now it knows how to handle it and it will read the file for me. So now it works. I can no longer open my files like this as a file. So let's go to our local web server and continue from there. Let me close those two pages. Okay, now I have home. This home goes to index.html. This contact is going to go to contact HTML, so none of the links work. The very first thing I need to do is to work on them as well. Navbar I want to refactor. I want to refactor this part, and let's get started. First, let's get to navbar and footer. Okay, when I go to my code, let's go to index.php. There, the very first thing I noticed is that, as you can see, I'm opening all the files and all of them have this exact same head. So I can easily put that in another file and bring it here. So later when I change title or add some scripts or something, it would all come here. So let me start from this index.php and let me close that. Okay, this head, the beginning of the website, could go to another page. So let me create a file, PHP file header.php. This head section is definitely going to go there. And let me see, this is the body tag, and then it starts this navbar. What I could do is to put this head in another file and this navbar in another file, but let's see if we can put both of them in one file. This section is the header, and this section is the header for the home page. I don't think it was in the other pages as well. So let me, for example, open contact. If I go to contact, the head is the same, the navbar is the same, but instead of header, it has this section. So till this nav, this ending tag of this ending nav tag, I can put everything inside that header. So let's do it. I can copy everything from here to this nav to my header and put it there. I didn't change anything. Okay, now if I go to index.php, I can remove this part because it's exactly the same. Let me see if the body class is the same as well. FAQ, header, index, portfolio. For most of the pages it's the same, except some of them have this H100. Let me see what's the difference between those pages and what would happen if I remove that. Let's go to, for example, pricing doesn't have that. Let me go to pricing. Let me find that static page. Let me find those HTML pages and open my file from there. File. And in the pricing, it had a different tag for body. Well, let me see what would be different if I add that H100. What would happen? Nothing really happened. So all the pages can have that. Great. So I can keep that page, and later if we see some issues, we can come back and add that tag as well. Okay, so I'm going to add the same body for all of them as well. Inside, let's start with index.php. I want to remove this part till here, and now I want to add PHP code here. So I need to write the code inside PHP tags like PHP, and let's end it here. Here I want to require, because if the header is not going to load, my file is useless. So I'm going to require it, and I want to require it once. So if I had required here and by mistake I required somewhere else, PHP would know and wouldn't require it again. So I'm going to use require once, and require once I'm going to require header.php. Now let's go to my index.php and see if I broke anything. Inside the index.php, let me refresh the page, and perfect, everything works fine. Now let's add that header to all the other pages as well. Let's copy that page. Let's go to about. I need to remove everything till the ending nav tag. I need to remove everything till the ending nav tag. Let's go to blog home. Same scenario. Let's go to blog post and remove that from there as well. Let's go to contact. In the contact, I need to do the same. I'm just copy pasting the same code. Then index, we have already removed that. In portfolio, then portfolio overview and pricing. Perfect. Now let's test some of those pages to see if I broke anything or not. Let's go to our browser. This is the index page. Now if I go to contact.php, it works fine. Perfect. If I go to FAQ page, it works. Amazing. Let's go to pricing. Perfect. Everything works. Let's go to index.php again. Now, the good thing here is that if I remove any one of these links, or if I change it, it would change in all the pages. But before we do that, let's fix the links here. This goes to index.html. We do not have that page. Let's add it, the index.php, about.php, and contact.php. Let's go to our code, and let's see, in my header I have this. The brand would go to index.html. I want it to go to index.php. Now the navbar links, about.php, contact.php, pricing.php, faq.php, bloghome.php, blogpost.php. There was one more thing. Yeah, here, portfolio.php. And as you can see, I have only changed it here because all the other pages are requiring this file. So anything I change here, it would change in all the places. Imagine if our page was HTML and we had to do it in all the places. That would be a nightmare. So let's go back to the browser and see if the links are correct. Now let me refresh the page. Now if I go to home, it goes to index.php, about.php, contact.php, pricing, FAQ, blog home, blog post, portfolio, and all of them went to the PHP pages. Perfect. Let me show you something now. If I remove, for example, I do not want pricing anymore. So if I go to my header.php and remove this pricing, this is going to be removed everywhere. So let me show you in my browser. So if I refresh the page, as you can see in the home page, the pricing is gone. Now if I go to other pages, it's also gone. Perfect. In one place I did it, and in all the places it took effect. Now we are going to do the same thing with the footer. And as you can see, the footer is also the same thing. Let's go and check the footer file. Okay. If I go to my index.php and go to the end of the file, I can see that there is a section for scripts. And then I have these footer. Let me see if the scripts are the same everywhere. Yes, here is the same thing. FAQ is the same thing. Okay, I can see that footer and the scripts are the same in all the places. So I'm going to create a new file, footer.php, and go to my pricing, for example, and copy all this part to my footer.php. Perfect. And now let me do that for all the pages. And in the pricing, I want to require that. Again, I have to open the PHP and close it. So the server would know that there are PHP code here. Require once footer.php. Perfect. Now it should work. Let me copy that in all the files. in the portfolio overview, in portfolio item, in index.php, in header, that was the same. This is the footer. In FAQ PHP, in contact. In contact, we also have this script that is going to take care of handling the form, but I'm going to do that later in PHP in another project. We are going to make a contact page, and you would know that, and you would come back here and fix it yourself. So I'm going to remove that. I don't want any of this code handling my form. I'm going to handle it myself later, so I'm going to remove it as well. In blog post, in blog home, and finally in about page. Perfect. Now if I go to the website, let's go to the browser and see if I have broken anything. Let me refresh the page. Perfect, nothing has been broken. If I go to about, perfect, everything works. Home, portfolio, perfect. Now I need to make sure these links are also in PHP if there are any link. So let's go back to the code. Let me go to the footer. Here I have this, but I can easily go there to contact.php. I do not have privacy and terms, so I'm not going to do anything about that. But for contact, I change it in one place and it has changed in all the places. And here, as you can see, it says copyright at your website. If I change it to something else, it's going to change everywhere. So I'm going to change it to modern. So now let's do some small changes in all my files. Let's start with the footer. For example, here we have 2022. I have seen this format somewhere and I really like it, that they say the starting year and then they say the current year. So for example 2022, for example 2020 till 2022. I like that format, so I want to put it here, but the starting year would be static because we know, for example, website has started in 2020, but we don't know the current year and I don't want to come to this website and update it every year manually. So I'm going to add some PHP script so it would know dynamically what year we are and would update the second section. So I'm going to change it to PHP, add the PHP tag, and inside this PHP we have already learned about dates. So I'm going to use date and just the year. I do not want the month and the day, just the year. So now I would expect PHP to say modern 2020 till 2022, and later when the year changes it would automatically be changed to 2023, 2024, and I don't need to do anything manually. So let's go to our browser and see if it has updated the footer. Let me refresh the page and it has not added anything here. Can you guess why? Let's see the code, and I'm sure you have already guessed it. Here, this date format is just returning the date. We haven't done anything with it. We need to echo that. So echo that date. So it would print it in my page. So let's echo this date here. And let's go to our browser again to see if it has taken place. Okay, perfect. 2020 to 2022. And later when the year change, it would be 2023, 2024, and so on. And the contact is already working. It's going to contact page. Perfect. And the start bootstrap, and we have this copyright, we have these links, all of our links are working. So let me bring back the pricing. Let me go to the pricing page in header and bring it back. Okay, that's the end of this project for today. Let's continue with the rest of our course. Now let's talk about functions. Till now we have used functions a lot, but now let's learn more about them, what they are and how we can define our own functions. A function is a block of code that you can write once and use repeatedly. In PHP, like JavaScript and Python, the function will not be executed when you run the program unless you call the function. First, we define a function test, and then we write the code here. And as long as we don't call this function, this part of code won't run. So when we want to run that part of the code, we just simply call the function. Now let's talk about the structure of a function. A function starts with the keyword function. Then we write the name of the function here, name of the function. The name of the function is like the name of a variable. It cannot start with a number. It can have alphabets and underscore and numbers in it, no problem. Then we add parentheses here. Let me change the name. Let me change the name to something like test function. Okay. Here we have parentheses and here we have arguments if we have any of them. For example, A, B. We have brackets, and inside the brackets we can have the code here and whatever it does. And then if our function returns something, we use return and whatever that we want to return. Otherwise, functions can be defined like functions. It's not necessary for function to return something. If you don't want to return it, then don't return. If it doesn't return anything, then don't use return. But if it does, then use return to return the value you want. And then later when we want to call it, we call it. If there are arguments, we pass the arguments here. And that's the whole structure of a function. Let's talk more in detail about the function arguments. Arguments are these things that are inside these parentheses when we define the function. So let me comment this part out and let's go to function arguments. Arguments are the data we pass to the function in order to be able to use it inside the function. A function can have no arguments like we have defined already, function test. There is no problem with that. It can have one argument, just arg, or it can have as many as you want, arg2, arg3, and so on. And when we run the function, we should pass the arguments that we have defined. For example, here we have defined three arguments. We have to pass 3 arguments here, otherwise we will get an error. For example, let's say test needs 3 arguments. If I pass 1 and 2 here, if I run my code, phpindex.php, it will give me an error, too few arguments to a function test. Here we need 3 arguments, but I passed 2. So we need to pass, but if I pass more than that, for example, if I pass 3 and 4, number 4, because it's not a problem, because it's just extra and function doesn't need it, it's not going to use it. You have just passed another argument that is unnecessary. Do you remember about data types when we talked about integer double, and when we talked about string integer double, we can force that to function arguments. We can specify the data types for each argument. So when we specify the data types, if the value that is passed is not the same, then we will get an error. For example, let's write a function add. This will add a and b, and it will echo a plus b. Now if I want to run this function, if I run it like add 2 and 3, it works fine, no problem. It will run 5. But if I say something like this, it will tell me that it's not possible to add these two because one of them is a string and I have no idea what to do with it. Rather than this, a non-numeric value encountered in 81, we can force the user to pass, we can force the function call to pass only integers or doubles. For example, here, if we want to force the data type, we can pass it before the variable. For example, I want a to be integer and I want b to be integer as well. So now if I run my code, it won't tell me that it was a non-numeric value on 81 and I didn't know what to do that. It says argument 1 passed to add must be a type int. Now the error is more understandable and it's cleaner, and we know what's the issue here. This should be something like 5, and if I do it like this, no problem, 8 pass. Before I specify the data type as integer, if I pass something like 3.5 here, it would know that it is still a number, and it will add both of them, and it would give me like 5 and 3.5 would be 8.5. If I don't force it like this, I should get 8.5. Perfect. But when I specify int, it doesn't give me an error. What it does, it tries to convert whatever you have given to it to an integer. If it had an integer value, it would use the new value that has been converted and then use it in the function. So here, when I pass 3.5, PHP says, okay, this is a number. I can change it to an integer. I will just remove the decimals and it would be 3. Then let's see what happens. It would give me 8 because it has changed 3.5 to 3, and then 5 and 3 would be 8. And it would work with the strings as well. If I pass 5, it would say, okay, I can change this string to a number without an error, no problem. Let's see what happens. 5 and 5, 10. That's the power of PHP. We should be careful with that sometimes, especially when we use integers and doubles. But when we pass strings and it will convert it to integer, it's very powerful. Now let's talk about arguments default value. If a function has an argument, like we've seen here, if I don't pass any data, let me bring it here. If I don't pass any data, it will tell me that this function needs argument. We have passed too few arguments. We haven't passed anything. We can add a default value. It doesn't matter if we have specified data type or not. We can pass some default values. So if the argument was not passed to the function when we call the function, PHP will take these default values and then do its things. So here, for example, I say, okay, if user passed the first value, perfect, use that. But if user did not pass any value, use 2 instead. For B, do the same. If user passed the value, use that value. If user did not pass a value, use 3. So now instead of getting an error, if I run the file, it will give me 5 because here I didn't pass anything. It used 2 and then added 3. If I pass only 1, for example, let me pass the first one, which is 5. Now here it says, okay, in the function call, I see one value, it's 5. I'm going to use it for this, and then 5 plus 3 would be 8. Perfect. Now, it's a good idea to have default values if possible. For example, do you remember we used fput.csv? We said, okay, at first it needs a file, then it needs the array of data, then the separator and enclosure are optional because they have some default value. Now, if we wanted to define a function like fput.csv that has some optional means that we do not need to pass any value if the default value is fine. Like here, this B and A are both optional, but we specified A, so it uses our value for A, and for B it uses the default value. With something like f.csv, it was something like that. If we wanted to define a function like f.csv, we would write something like write csv to file, and then it would have some arguments. The first one should be a file. Then we could, as I said, specify the data types. I want the second argument to be an array, and this array is the row of data that I want to use. Both of them do not have any default values, but for example, separator, I had a default value of comma, and then for enclosure, for enclosure I had a default value of double quotes, and so on. That's why when we wanted to write CSV to the file, we only needed to pass the first two arguments. The third and the fourth argument were optional, because the function definition was probably something like this. Now let's talk about function return. If your function doesn't return anything, you do not have to specify it. It's not like Java or C that you have to specify that if this function doesn't return anything, I have to call, I think it was void. So your function would be, okay, this function is void, and then the name of the function and so on. But in PHP, if it doesn't return anything, you don't need to do anything. You just do whatever you want here, and it's completely fine. And even if it returns something, again in Java and C, you have to specify what it returns, but in PHP you do not need to do that. For example, I can say return here. See, I don't get any error. It doesn't it's not required to say, okay, this function returns something, and if it returns something, it's a string. You do not need to do any of that. But like the data type for arguments that you didn't need to specify, but there was an option here, if you want to specify the return type, you can. If we want to specify the data types for the return, we can specify it here between the last parenthesis and the first bracket. We can specify it here. We can add a colon, and after the colon we can write a data type. For example, I need it to be integer. As long as we do not call the function, it's not going to give me an error. But the moment I call the function, it's going to throw an error and say, oh, return value of test must be a type of int, but a string were given. But if I change it to like 1, no problem, it's going to run. And if I still had a string and I remove this part, again it's going to run, because I didn't specify a return data type, so it's not going to give me an error. So if you want to be strict about the data types, you have the option in PHP, but if you don't want to be strict, you don't need to be. If you want everything to be loose, you can pass any data type for my argument, and the function can return any data types, then it's a possibility for you to work like that in PHP. During the course, we are going to use a lot of built-in functions in PHP, and we will write our own custom functions as well. But for now, this is the end of this section. Let's go to the next one. Welcome to our next project. For this project, we are going to create a distance calculator. So when we pass the latitude and longitude of two places, we need to find the distance between these two places. The formula might look hard, but it's actually very easy, and with the help of mathematical functions in PHP we can easily do that. I haven't told you about mathematical functions, so it would be a good practice for you to go through the PHP documentation on php.net and find out about those formulas yourself. Like all the other projects, there might be different approaches. Pause the video, try to find a solution yourself, and then come back and let's see what I would do in order to solve this problem. Okay, let's start with the solution. Let's say I do not know the formula at all, and I just want to go through the steps one by one and show you my solution of this problem. Let's see, the very first thing says that calculate the differences of longitude of the second place and the first place. So what we need is to write place A. Let's say I have two places, and place A is longitude minus place B longitude, and let's store them in a variable called, I don't know, longitude difference equals to this. This was the first step. Then the next step is to convert this value to radians. Well, there is a function. If you look for degrees to radians in php.net, you will get this function, take to radian, and this will convert this longitude difference to radian. So let's store that in a variable as well. Longitude difference in radian equals to this. This was a step 2. Now step 3 is to calculate its cosine. So the function to calculate a cosine value in PHP is cos. We need to pass the value in radians that we have calculated with the other function. Let's store it in a variable longitude diff in rad cosine. Okay, this is the step 3, longitude difference in radians. Now it's a cosine. The fourth step is to convert the latitude of both places to radians. So let's say latitude place latitude A in radians equals to, do you remember, deg to rad, and then we need to pass place A latitude. We need to calculate the same thing for latitude of the place B as well. So latitude B in radians equals to deg to rad place B latitude. This was step 4. Now for step 5, we need to calculate the sine and cosine of both converted latitudes. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to have 4 new variables. Let's copy this name, sine, and I would have cosine, and I would have the B as well, sine, and I would have the second latitude for cosine as well. I need to calculate all of them. So let me do this. Okay. The function that helps us calculate the sine of a value is sin, and then we pass the value. And for cosine, we have already seen is cos. Then let's calculate the sine and cosine of the second value as well. Perfect. Step 5 completed. Now the last step is to sine of converted latitude multiplied plus cosine multiplied. Okay. Oh, I've just noticed that here I forgot to write cosine. I put the parentheses, but I forgot to write the cosine function. Okay. Now I need to multiply these two sine values that I have calculated and plus cosine of all these 3 values, because these are the values that are cosine and these 2 are sine. So let's do it. Let's say this sine multiplied by this sine plus this cosine multiplied by this cosine multiplied by this cosine. Let's store this to a variable called distance equals to this. Now at the moment I do not have any places, so let me bring some places. Place A equals to latitude and longitude, and let's say I have another place as well. Place B, latitude and longitude. So let me bring some information from Google. This is the latitude for Paris and this is the longitude for Paris. And let's say I want to have Berlin as well. This is the latitude for Berlin and this is the longitude of Berlin. This is Berlin. This is Paris. So let's see till now what we are getting here. Let's echo this distance value. Echo dist php index.php, and it's getting this 0.9905. This is actually the correct distance, but let's make it more human readable. If you got this number, this is correct, no problem. But for an extra exercise, we are going to make it more human readable. I want to convert it to kilometers. The very first thing is to calculate the arc cosine of this value. So we say a cos of the dist, and then we need to multiply that to the radius of Earth. The radius of Earth is 6,364.963 kilometers. I can store it in a variable, radius in kilometers. If you want to calculate it in miles, you can use miles, but I prefer kilometers, so I'm calculating that number. The next thing I need to do is to just simply multiply this by this, and this would be the readable distance. So I can say, okay, readable distance or dist in km equals to this. And now if I echo this number, echo dist in kilometers. Okay, let me remove that and run the code again. Okay, this is 876 kilometers, and that's the correct answer. The distance between Paris and Berlin from those latitudes and longitudes, that's the correct distance in kilometers. Now that we have already gone one step further and made it more human readable, let's go one more step further and convert everything to a function so it would be cleaner. Let's create a function, calculate distance. It would get two places. Both of them need to be array, place A and array place B, and then put everything inside this function. We can also add another argument, human readable equals to true. Now we have already got the place A, place B, and we come here, we calculate this number. If it's not human readable, then just simply return this. Otherwise, continue and return this. Okay, now if we run this function, I want to calculate place A and place B. Let's run calculate distance and pass place A and place B, The last argument, because we have already set a default value, is optional. This would return a value, so I'm going to store it in dist equals to this and then echo this dist. Okay, now let's run our code again to see if everything is working. Perfect. And now if I pass the last argument to false, it would give me the first value. Perfect. This is the end of this project. I hope you had a lot of fun. Now let's go to the next topic and keep learning more about PHP. Now we are going to talk about two of the built-in functions in PHP that are super useful. The first one is isSet and the second one is empty. These two functions help us check the existence of a value. They are way more useful than you think. IsSet checks if a value has been set. If it's undefined, then it will return false. Otherwise, it will return true. Let's see. For example, let's say I have a value like name equals to Amir. IsSet and empty, both of these functions are going to return a boolean value like true or false. So I'm going to use var_dump to show you the final value. So let's say is set name. If I do this, if I run the file, I will get this is a boolean and it's true. If I write surname, because surname is not defined here, I will get false. What about null values? If my value was null, simply null, the name is null. Okay, let's see, it still gives me false because null value, as I said before, it's like it doesn't exist. It's not empty, it's not nothing, it's null. But if I have an empty string here, I would get true because it's defined, it has an empty string. Now let's talk about empty. Empty checks if a value has been set and it's not undefined, it's not null. Till now it's exactly like isSet, but it also checks if the value is not a false value, meaning it's not empty. Literally, for example, here, if we have an empty string or if we have a zero value, it will return false. Here, if I pass false, literally false, a boolean value isSet will return true. Let's see the behavior on empty. If I pass something like, let me change it to empty, and if I pass something like surname that doesn't exist, it will give me php index.php. It will give me true. It's the opposite of isSet. isSet means it exists, empty means it doesn't exist. So empty surname, yes. Is it empty? Yes, it is empty, it doesn't exist. Then let's see if I pass null. Is it empty? Yes, it's empty. If I pass 0, is it empty? Yes, as I said, for with is set, 0 is set. Is it true? But is it empty? Yes, it's still empty. This is where the difference begins. Then what if my value was an empty string? Is it still empty? Yes, it's still empty. What if my value was false? Is it empty? Yes, it's still empty. But if I have another value, then is it empty? No, it's not empty anymore. Empty is a very useful function, but we have to be careful with the values that are 0 or empty string or false. Since both of the functions return a boolean value, you can use exclamation mark to get the opposite value. So for example, if I want to check if my name is empty here right now, it says that it is not empty. But I want to check if it's not empty rather than checking for empty. I can do it like this. if not empty, php index.php, is it empty? It will return true or false. Here, name has a value that is not 0, that is not false, that is not empty string. So when we ask, is it empty? PHP is going to say, no, it's not empty, it has a value. But when we use exclamation mark, it says, okay, it's not false, so it would be true. IsSet and empty are very useful functions. For example, if I have a form and user wants to log in, when I get the form data, I want to make sure that the user has passed username and login. So I can write something like, if it's not empty username and not empty password, check if the data is correct and log the user in. We can do whatever logic we want here, but if one of them is empty, then ask the user to type both of the values. But be very careful with empty, because sometimes I expect the value to be 0. If I check with empty, it's going to give me a lot of trouble, because for example, imagine I have a movie system and the rating that the user has passed is really 0. They didn't like the movie so much. So if I write something, if not empty rating, then add it to the database. Otherwise, ask the user to pass the rating. So if the person didn't like the movie, it's constantly going to come to this part and doesn't get the rating because the rating they gave was 0. So for example, if I say echo, adding it to db, and here if I ask echo, tell me your rating of the movie, for example, now if I run this, it's going to constantly give me that tell me your rating. I'm telling you it's 0. No, tell me your rating. It's like those annoying customer support. But if here I say, okay, if is set empty string, if is set rating, then it's going to say, okay, I'm adding it to db. Be careful with that. Sometimes if you expect some 0 but not other values like false and empty string, I've seen some codes that would do something like this, is rating equals to 0 or it's not empty. Here if I run the code, it would go to adding it to db, because this is false but it's still true, it is 0. Then it's going to add it to database and won't go here. That would be another solution. That's it with isSet and empty function. This is the end of this section. Let's go to the next one. Now we are going to talk about handling the forms in PHP. Before we do that, it's very important to know the different parts of a HTML form. So let's see an example of an HTML form. Okay, let's create a new file, form.php, and let's create an HTML form, HTML, and this would have a head. I don't know, title would be form, and then we have a body, and inside the body we have a form, and that form has multiple inputs. Here I have created a very simple form to show you the different parts. Each HTML form has different parts and it's very important to know them. Each form has an action and a method. Then it has one or multiple inputs with different types. And then it has a submit button in order to submit this form. The action is where the form is going to be submitted to. So this action can be the current URL. In that case, then just leave it empty. Or you can send it to another file. For example, I want this form to be handled by handle.php file. or I can send it to another URL completely. For example, I can submit my form to Google. I can write Google for the action, so my form will be submitted to Google, and it is possible. So for example, I can say https google.com, and Google gets a type text with the name of Q, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. The name should be Q, so this would be the search query. So right now I can simply submit this form. Before we do that, let's talk about method as well. Method can be get or post. Get or post. In very simple terms, get and post have many differences, but in very simple terms, if the method is get, you can see the inputs in the URL as URL parameters. But if it's post, you can't see it there. This is just the simplest difference between them. For example, if I go to something like google.com and then I see search q equals to something, then I can see that these parameters have been submitted to Google by a GET request. Or if I couldn't see these parameters, then I can guess, okay, it was a POST request if there was a form. Otherwise, if it's not a form, not all the requests are forms. This can also be a GET request, but if there are no parameters, if there are parameters, if I am submitting my form and it goes to a page like this where I cannot see the parameters, I can guess that it might be POST. Otherwise, if I see the parameters like q equals this, then I can guess that it's probably get. So for now, let's pass get here because I want to submit my form to Google as a query before we go to our browser, because I want to send it to Google. Google is actually handling the data that they are going to search in another page called search. So my form should be submitted to google.com search, and with this input, let's see if it works. Let's go to the browser, refresh the page. Here I have a form. Let's say I want to search for PHP. I submit the form, and as you can see, it goes to google.com search q PHP, and it can bring all the data. And since I'm in Turkey, at first it showed me the Turkish information, but when I change it to English, then it shows me the English result. Now let's go back to my form and refresh the page. I want to handle this form on my own file, so I'm going to change it to handle.php. Now let's go back to our file. At the moment it's a get request to Google. Right now I do not want to send this to Google. I want my own file to handle this form, so I'm going to change the action to a file that I'm going to create, handle.php. At the moment I do not have the file here, but I will create it and I will tell you how we can handle this form in our PHP file. The other things that you need to know about a form before we get to the PHP part is that each input has a name and a value. At the moment the value, we didn't specify any default value, so the value would be the thing that user specifies. Otherwise I could also have a default value like this. The name and the value are going to be passed to PHP like a key value in an array. We are going to see that. Just be aware that each input has a name and a value. We do not care about place order or type of an input because these are just for the HTML part in order to format it and show it to the user. The two important attributes for us are name and value. And now let's go to the HTML part and let's change the name to name. And the value by default would be Amir, and the method is get. So let's look at our file again in the browser. Nothing has changed. The default value is Amir. If we submit this, it is going to go to handle.php. At the moment I do not have any handle.php, but I'm going to create that because the method is get. We can see the name and the value of our input, Let me change it to post to show you how it would look like. If I pass post here, we will not be able to see this name and value in the URL. So let's go back to our browser, refresh the page and submit it again. As you can see, it has gone to handle.php, but I cannot see any name and value and parameters in my URL. That's the simplest difference between get and post. Let's go back to our file. Let's change it to get. Now let's create handle.php. In order to be able to process this information, we need to use two super global variables in PHP, which are get and post. If the form method was get, then all the inputs will be passed to this variable, and if the method was post, all the inputs will be passed to this variable. So for now, since our forms method is get, we are going to get all these values from here. The very first thing that we need to check is to check if the value is set, meaning that the value has been passed to us. So let's use the if is set function that we have learned. We can say if is set get the, now here we need to pass the input name. Here the name was name because we wanted to check for the name of the person. If it has been set, then we can say echo name has been set. Otherwise, echo name has not been set. So let's see the result. If I go to my browser and now submit the form, it would tell me that name has been set because there is an input with the name. But if I change it, if I remove this and I run the code again, it would tell me that name has not been set because there is no name here. Now in my file, I want to get the value of this name. If it has been set, I want to say name equals to get name, and then say echo hello name and hello name. But if the name has not been passed, I could say hello stranger. Okay, now I want to say hello stranger if the name was not passed. So now let's go back to the browser and let's see the result. Now at the moment the name is not passed. If I refresh the page, it would say hello stranger. If I pass the name equals to Amir and run it, it would tell me hello Amir. I personally would like to use empty here rather than is set, because right now if we pass a value that is empty, here we would be getting hello because the name is not passed and the name is empty. But I want to make sure that the name has been passed. Otherwise, since I don't know the name I'm going to echo hello stranger. So let's see the result. It is set, and then let's change it to empty to see the difference. Let's go back to browser and run the code again. Here, if I pass the name but I leave it empty, I'm going to get hello because the name has been passed but it's empty. Now let's change it to empty from is set if it's not empty. And now if I go to my browser and run the code, name is not empty, it's going to tell me hello stranger. But since the name was empty, it's going to tell me hello stranger, and if I pass something, it's going to tell me hello Amir. Here I've been passing this here, but if I go to my form.php and write something like else, and here it's going to tell me hello this. That's how easy you can handle a form. Let's change it to post to see if we can get the post as well. Here I go to my form, change the method to post, and I'll come back here. If I check for get, obviously it's going to be empty, so I need to change it to post. Now if I go to my browser, now refresh the page. even if I pass some name here, it's going to tell me that hello stranger, because this is a get value. The name should be passed by post, so I cannot write the post values in the URL, so I have to go to form, submit it from there. So when I go to form, I say like, I don't know, PHP and or hello world. Let's change it to hello world and submit the form. It's going to tell me undefined index name. That's interesting. Let's go there. On line 4, let's go to our file. I need to change that to post as well in order to get the value from post. So let's go back to the browser and see if it has been fixed. Let me refresh the page. It's going to tell me, are you sure you want to resubmit the form? Yes. And now my file has been able to handle the form. And here, if I go back to my form and I write something else here, I will get the result. That's how easy you can handle forms in PHP. The last thing that I'm going to tell you about the forms is that the forms are the easiest way to hack a website. So be very careful. You need to sanitize and validate your data before doing anything else, because somebody can come here and literally pass some PHP data in the form and you would be handling them in your code. Always use data validation and sanitizing your data techniques. We are going to talk about them in this course, so keep watching and make sure that your forms would be secure. Now, this is the end of form section. We have talked about a lot of things, different parts of a form and how to handle posts and get requests in PHP. Now, let's go to the next topic. Welcome to our next project. Now we are going to create a contact form. This is a very good practice because in almost all the website there is a page with a contact form in it. So now we are going to practice how we can build this contact form and handle its data and store them in somewhere so we can later come back and see the information. Like any other project, please pause the video, try to do it yourself, and let's see how I would do it. Like I said before, and I can't stress that enough, as long as the solution works, it's okay. If your code is not exactly like my code, it's completely fine as long as you are getting the proper response. If your final result is correct, if you are handling the data properly, it's not important if every variable name, every line is not like my solution. As I said before, there are many solutions to every problem. You just need to find yours. Now pause the video, try to do it yourself, and then come back and let's see how I would do it. So now let's get started. The very first thing I need to do is to create my form. So let's do it. Let's create a file, new PHP, it would be my form. Let's say HTML. Then I have the head and the title is form. That's the most creative title I had in mind. Now let's go to the body part. Perfect. Now here we have a form. This form has some inputs. And finally, it has a submit button, type submit. Now let's see what was the data that we needed. Well, the very first thing is we needed to have an email and a text and a name. Okay. Input type text. The name is name. Name is name, and placeholder is please specify your name. Okay, I would also have email. Please specify your email. And then I have a text area so the user can write their message, and the text area name would be message, and The placeholder would be please write your message here. Okay, now let's go to the page and see how it looks like. Localhost PHP course and then form.php, and as you can see I have the name, the email and the message. It's ugly, I know, I don't care, it's not a CSS course. Now let's go back to our file. Now I need to pass action. I want to handle it in handle.php, and I want to add method. This can be get or post. In this form I prefer post. You could use get, no problem. I just don't like a long message appearing in the URL, so I'm going to use post, and then everything is finished here. Now let's go back to our form handle.php and let's see how we can handle this form. Okay, let's create a file, PHP file called handle. Okay, in my handle.php I can get all the data with the super global variable of post. I had name and I had email and I had message. Now we want to check if they are set and if they are not empty. If empty, post name, echo name is required. Let's copy that 3 times. Let's pass email and let's pass message, and let's see if we get these echoes. Let's go to our project in the browser, in our form, refresh the page. We pass nothing, we go there, name is required, name is required, name is their echoes are working correctly, but the message of the echoes need to be changed. This one is email and this one is message. And let's go back to our browser, run the code again. Now name is required, email is required, and message is required. Okay, perfect. Till now everything works. Let's go back to our code. Now like this we could store the variables. Right now we just echo something, but later we can redirect back to the form or exit the code. But for now this is enough. Let's go to the next part of our problem and see what it was, and then come back and combine all the solution together in a clean manner. Then the next part was store the data and the time of contact in a JSON file. So we could have all this information in an array. So like contact equals to an associative array of data. It could be like name, then email and message. We also needed to contact time, so we can say time equals to this. Name would be post name, email would be post email, and message would be post message. And time, as we have already learned, we could pass some date, ymdhis. Okay, let's use comma for all of them. We have this, and then we convert it to JSON encode, and then contact, and then we would write it in a file, but it would be only one file and one contact. So let's see how we can do it for multiple contacts. We need to have a file. Let's say file name equals to contacts.json. The very first thing we need to do is to read the data from this file. So we can say fopen in the main path file name and then open it for reading, and let's close the file equals to this, and then close the file. Okay, here if there is such a file we are going to open it and read it. If PHP is not able to find this file, it's going to create the file for us. So at the end we have a file called contact.json, but the first time it would be empty and after that later when there are more contacts it wouldn't be empty. So let's go through the lines. Line equals to fget s file, and while this line is not equal to false, read it again and again and again. But what do we want to do? Because it's a JSON file, we want to store all the text and then decode it to an array. So let's say I would have a variable called JSON text equals to this, and then I want to add the current line to this JSON text. It would be JSON text equals to JSON text concatenated with this line, and then read the next line and the next line and the next line till the file is finished. Then at the end, JSON text would be a file. We can check if the JSON file is empty, meaning the file itself there was no line and the JSON file is just an empty string. If it's empty, then my contact array, contacts, would be an empty array. Else, if it's not empty, I can decode it to an array for my contacts. Contacts equals to JSON decode this JSON text, and I want it to be associative, so I passed true. Now at the end here I would have a contact array and I want to add to this array. So if it's empty, this is going to be the first item, otherwise it's going to be added to the end of this item. So later I can encode these contacts to JSON, back to JSON, and write it to the file. Let's open the file again but for writing, and let's close it before I forget. I always forget. Now I can write fwrite and then JSON contacts equals to this and write the JSON contacts. Perfect. Now if I pass some data here and we pass this part, we come here, we open the file and we read from it, and then we convert it to an array, we add to this array, we encode it back to JSON, and then we write the file to the JSON file. But if there is nothing at the moment, if the data that we have said that it's required are not passed, we just simply echo something and then go on with the file, and we will definitely get some empty results here. It's not suitable for us, so we need to do something here. Here I want to say, okay, I want to exit the code. Here we can exit the code after these messages, like exit. If we do this, the rest of the code won't run. It wouldn't be so user friendly. At the moment we would stop running the code, so let's go back to the code to see what happens. Our form and refresh the page, and now if I go there, it's going to echo these messages for me, and then the rest of the code won't run. Or I could redirect back to the form itself, so I could use the header function in order to redirect to another URL. In PHP we can use header function, header, and then we pass a header to our file. Location would be .php. Now let's go back to the code to see how it works. And now as you can see, it has gone there and came back here, but I didn't get any messages, so I have no idea what happened. I think like, oh, my code is not working or something like that. So let's add a friendly message. So here I want to pass a query parameter like submitted equals to false. Now if I go to form, I want to get this query and see if it's false. It means that I have submitted the form was not successfully submitted, and then I got back to here with a message that I need to fill all the fields. So where can I put it here? At the moment all of this is HTML. I can open PHP tags here, PHP, and then close it, and inside this I can write PHP code. So I want to say if it's not empty, this get submitted, then it means that we have submitted the form. We can say, okay, if it's not empty, let's say if it's false or true. Later we can say if it's true, we can echo some value like your form was submitted. If this get submitted equals to false, then we can say echo all the fields are required, otherwise echo your form has been submitted successfully. And if there was no get submitted, then do nothing, just show the form. Let's go back to the browser. In my form, if I pass some values, submitted equals to true, it would tell me that your form has been submitted successfully. But if I say it's false, it's going to tell me nothing. So what's the issue and why there is an error on line 14? If I go back to my code on line 14, I forgot to close this. I had put that there. Now let's go back to the browser and see if it works. If it's false, it's going to tell me all the fields are required. And if it's true, it's going to tell me your form has been submitted. Perfect. Now if I submit this form, let me remove that. This is the default form. If I submit the form, it's going to come here and it would check for them, and because some of them are not true, then it's going to go back to that form with the submitted of false. But at the moment, even if they are submitted, it's going to come here and redirect back to that page. So how can we fix that? We can put this inside any of them. So if any of them are problematic, then just simply redirect, or we can create a value like, say, by default redirect is false, so we are not going to redirect. But if the name is not filled, then redirect is true. If the email is not this, we can redirect true. If the message is not this, we can redirect true. Here I did this, but as I said, there are many approaches. I separated them because I thought maybe later, instead of redirect true, I could do some other approach and specify which one is required, and then there I could make it red and say this one is required. But you could put all of them inside one condition and say if name is empty or email is empty or message is empty, then redirect would be true, and this simply works. So here, before redirecting, we check if redirect is not true, then do this, otherwise continue with the code. So let's check till now if our code works. If I submit, it's going to tell me fwrite expect at least 2 parameters. Now here there is a problem. If we go back to our code, you have probably guessed it, we check if not redirect. So if it's false, why would we redirect if it's false? Because of that mistake, our code ran through this part and came here and told us that fwrite has a problem. We can fix fwrite as well. At the moment we had this fwrite, we forgot to pass file. We passed the file and then the JSON context. We have also fixed this. If I go to my browser again and resubmit the form, it's going to redirect me back to the form. Every time that I do this, it's going to do that. All the fields are required. Now let's pass some data like Amir test at example.com. Even if one of the fields is empty, it's going to come back. Let's refill the form with test example.com and hello, this is the message. Okay, now none of the fields are empty, so I expect to submit the form, create a file, and store all of them there. Let's see. It has stored everything perfect without any error. Now let's go back to the code itself. It has come through here. It has read the file and then added the new contact to it. So now I can see context.json in my file. Let's see how it looks. If I click on it, it has a name, an email, and the message, and the time was this. Perfectly fine. Now let's create another message to see if it would be added to the end of this list. If I go to my form again, and this is the second message, and submit it again. Again, I got no error. Let's go back to my code and let's see how it looks like. Perfect. Name Amir test at example.com. And this is the second message. It has worked perfectly fine, no problem. Now the last thing is that at the moment when I submit the form, I come here, but I want to go back to my form.php and say okay, submitted equals to true. So I would get this message, your form has been submitted successfully. How can I do that? Let's go back to the code. I come here in the handle till the end. If everything has gone smoothly, I can say header, redirect back to the code to form and set submitted to true. Perfect. So let's submit another form. Let's go to form.php and say Amir test b at example.com. This is the last message. Hopefully submitted, and your form has been submitted successfully. Let's go back to the form in the context. As you can see, I've got the last message as well. Perfect. Everything is working perfectly fine. At the moment, we do not check for data validation if they pass correct name, if they pass correct email. We do not sanitize the data. We will learn about data validation and sanitizing the data later, but for now, this is enough. We have created a submit form. Our clients can come here and submit their request to us with their name, their email. We can later add some data like phone and request type and subject and things like that. At the moment, we are storing everything in a JSON file, which in another file we can read the JSON and show it to the admin of this website. And later when we learn about database, we could add to database instead of JSON. At the moment, for this project, this is enough. If you have done something different, the way you store it in a file is different. If you didn't use any redirect, it's okay, no problem. As long as you didn't get any errors and your code worked and you could store the messages, everything is fine. As I said, there are many approaches to every project. That's the end of our contact form project. Let's continue learning more about PHP. Now let's talk about cookies. What are cookies? Well, have you seen those messages? We use cookies on our website and then you click on accept. Cookies are like files, or better say content, that the website or server would embed on your computer through your browser. You can see all the cookies that all the websites have embedded on your computer on both Chrome and Firefox. For example, let's go to my browser here. It is Chrome, so I go to setting. In the setting, I search for cookie, and then I see that here there is an option, see all cookies and site data. If I click on that, I can see that Google and WhatsApp have set some cookies on my browser. So let's see, for example, if I click on cookies for Google, as you can see, google.com locally stored data. These are the data. The name is this and the content is this. For example, AEC, the name is AEC and the content is this. And for NID, NID is this and the content is this. The domain was .google.com, the path was this, the home, and Some other data, it was created on 22nd of May, like today, and it expires on November 21st, so it would expire in a month. And that's it. All the cookies have those information created and expires. And again, here it has been created today, but it expires in 20 days, and it expires in almost a month. Now let's see how we can set these cookies on the user browser with the help of PHP. When we work with cookies, there are 4 actions. There are 4 aspects of working with cookies. First, we create them and set them on the user's browser, and then we can update them and read them and delete them. So let's start by creating them. In order to create a cookie, you can use set cookies function. Set cookie. The first argument is the name of the cookie. For example, I can say this is a test, and the second argument is the value. Here I can say test, this is a cookie as a value. Name and value are like, do you remember in associative arrays when we had keys and values? Here is exactly like that. The name is like the key and the value is like the value of that key. The next argument is expires. How long do you want to keep the cookie on user's computer? For example, did you see that Google has set a cookie on my computer and it expired in a month? Here we can specify that. We will be using like time function and we'll add some values to it. And then here, let's say expires. And the next argument is the path. The path is where this cookie will be available. If you set it to this, the whole domain can access this cookie. But if you set it to, for example, example, then only example and all the subdirectories like example second, example first, these can access it. But if I had another path like test, it wouldn't be able to access it. So for now I will set it to this so the whole domain can access this cookie. The next argument is the domain. To which subdomain will your cookie be available? If you want the cookie to be available to all the subdomains and the domain itself, you can set it to domain like I don't know, example.com, or in my case localhost, for example. The next argument is secure. This value can be true or false. If set to true, cookie can only be accessed on HTTPS from the client side. And the next argument is HTTP. It will only be available when sending the request through HTTP protocol and not any other protocol. So I could also set it to true. And this function, this set cookie function, should always be before any HTML tag. And it's very important. So if I have some HTML tag here and then I set this cookie, it's not going to work. But if I have this after the set cookie, it's going to work, no problem. It's very important. When we set a cookie, the very first time we are going to set the cookie on the browser, and the next time that the user comes to this website, then we can access it. Let's set a very simple cookie on our current browser. The expire, I want expire to be time, and this time should be plus, let's say, I don't know, 60 second plus 60 second in 60 minutes in 24 hours, and let's say for 30 days. Perfect. This will add the expire value to in a month. So here would be a month. This would be the path, and I want my whole domain to be able to access this. These 3 last arguments are optional. I prefer to have the default values, so I'm going to delete them. Now if I go to my browser and run the code and go to my cookies again, I'm going to see that localhost has added a cookie to my browser. The name is test, like we have specified. The content is this is a cookie. The domain is localhost. The path is this. So all the website, the whole domain can access this cookie. And It's the created date is May 22 and it expires in a month exactly. Perfect, yeah. Now next time that we refresh the page here, we can access this cookie. So let's go back to the code. Let me comment this part. This was creating it. Now how can we read it? How can we access this cookie? In order to access the cookie in our browser, we can use a super global variable cookie in PHP and then access it. Like any array, we can get the key here. For example, the key that I passed was test. So if there was a cookie with the key of test, I would be able to get it. Otherwise, it would return null. So let's check for that as well. If is set cookie test, then tell me the value echo cookie test. Otherwise, tell me that there was no cookie found on the user's browser, better say. Okay, now let's run our website again to see if we can access the cookie. As you have seen, we had that cookie there. And now let's see, this is a cookie. This is the content of the test cookie that we have set. As you can see, test, the content is, this is a cookie. Now we could easily access it. Perfect. Now let's go back to our code. Now I want to update it. How can I update it? All I need to do to update a cookie is to run this set cookie function again with the same key. If the key is the same and the key already exists in the cookies, the set cookie function is going to update it. Otherwise, it's going to create a new cookie. So since we already have test, this function is going to update it. Let's update it and fix the typo and say updated, and it expires in another month. And let's run the code again. Let's go to my browser and run the code again. It tells me that expire is not valid. Let's go back to the code. I remember that I have commented that out as well. So let's bring it back and let's run the code again. As you can see, there is no error. And now if I go to my cookies, I can see that this is cookie. We have fixed the typo, and now the content is, this is cookie updated. Perfect. And the last thing that we want to do is to delete the cookie. In order to delete the cookie, all I need to do is to set the cookie again with the same key, leave the value empty, and set the expire to some date in the past. For example, I can say time minus 3600, so the date would be something in the past. Now my browser is going to see that this cookie has expired and it's going to delete it for me. Let's run the code and see if it works. If I go to here, I refresh the page, I go to my cookies, and as you can see, the cookie has been deleted. That's everything we needed to know about the cookies. Cookies can be very good and powerful if you want to provide a very smooth and good experience for the user. But on the other hand, insecure cookies can cause a lot of security issues. Never put any sensitive information as a cookie. For example, never save like set cookie credit card. Never do that. Never use user ID and password in the cookies. Always encrypt the data that you want to set as cookie. Almost always try to encrypt the cookies. Do not log the user in by checking their ID that has been set in the cookies. I know this sentence might sound stupid, but I have seen it too much. That some programmers set ID in the cookie and checks if the ID has been set in the cookies and then logs in the user. It would be very easy to hack that. All I need to do to change my cookie to admin, and then I can log into the server with the admin access. It's very stupid. Do not do that. Like I said, cookies can be very useful, but on the same time, if they are not secure, it can be very risky, so be careful. This is the end of cookies. Now let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about sessions. Sessions are like cookies, but instead of storing the key value pairs on the user's computer, sessions are stored on the server. You might ask, if it's not on my computer, then how does it know if it's me? As you know, HTTP requests do not main state. So when you go to example.com and later you go to example.com/new page, there is no way for the server to know that you are the same user. So with the help of sessions, the very first time user goes to that page, the website stores something like a unique ID on user's computer. Then for the next request, if it finds that unique ID, it realizes that it's the same user. Otherwise, it creates a new ID and stores it on the user's computer to make sure it would recognize them in the next request. If you want to use the sessions, the very first thing that you should do is to start the session in the beginning of each page. Then you can store values, read them, update them, or delete them. In order to start the session, you need to run the function session start. Start. There's nothing you need to do at this point. Just run this function. PHP will do its thing and it will take care of a lot of things behind the scene for us. Now, let's see how it works. Let's create another page, example.php, new file, example.php. Inside this example.php, I need to start the session as well here, and I will run the same function. And now both of the files have session start at the beginning. Now let's see how we can create the session and add the key value pairs. We can do that with the super global variable session. You can store a set of key value pairs like any array. Here I could say, okay, this is a test session and the value is test session. This array, which is a very special variable in PHP, is available on all the pages that have session start. So now if I go to example.com and get access to session, I can easily get this key, which was test session. I can come here and see the value for this. Obviously I'm going to check if it exists. So if is set, then echo the value, otherwise else echo it's not set yet. Okay, now let's run our code. Now I need to go to my browser, and from there, if I go to the main page and run the code, now the session has been set. If I go to my example.php, now I should be able to get the value of the session, test session. Perfect. Now let's say I was looking for another session. Because I haven't set it yet, I would go to this part and I would go echo it's not set yet. So let's see how it works. Refresh the page. I will get it's not set yet because, as I said, I had set this session and not this session. So let's change it back to the first. Okay, we have set a session and we have been able to read it. Now let's see how we can update it. In order to update it, all I need to do is to run this session again. I can update it here, or I can even update it in the other code. For example, if I can go here, I can say, okay, test session updated, and echo the value again to see if it has been updated. Let's run the code again. If I go to example.php, test session updated, because here we have updated the session and then we have echoed the value, And the last thing that we need to do is to delete the session. How can we delete the session? There are two ways to delete it. If you want to delete all the session, you can unset them all. You can do it by session unset. It will remove all the session. There is another function called session destroy. It would also destroy all the session values, but if you want to remove only one, in our case, for example, if we want to remove this test session, I would come here and unset only that one value. So I could say unset and then this key of this session variable. Unset is a function that I can use in other parts of my code as well. This would remove a variable or a key from an array. Because session is an array, I want to remove this key, so I can easily use this onset function. And now if I go to my example, it's going to check for this test session, and since it doesn't exist, it's going to echo it's not set yet. So let's see to example.php on our browser and check if it works. At the moment it is working because I deleted the session in index.php, so I should go to index.php first. Now it has run the code, it has deleted the session. Now if I go back to example.php, it's going to tell me it's not set yet. That's it. We have been able to create a session, read from it, update it and delete it. And now this is the end of this section. Let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about array functions. As I have mentioned before and we have seen so far, arrays are very useful and powerful. So it's a good idea to know about some of the most useful functions that can be applied to an array. I think there are more than 70 or 80 built-in functions, and now we are going to learn about the most useful ones. So let's go straight to the point and start with the first function, array filter. Array filter is a very useful function that gets 3 arguments. Array filter. The first argument is the array itself. The second argument is a function. This callback function returns true if we want to keep the item and returns false if we don't want to keep the item. The last argument is the mode we want to use our array filter with. There are 3 modes. The first mode, which is 0, is the default, which means value of each item is given to the callback function. So if I write something here, item, this item is the value. This item variable represents the value of the array, each item in the array. So this is the default. The second mode is array filter use key. When we use array filter use key, here the variable that is passed to our callback function is the key of each item in the array. And the third mode is array filter use both. Here we are passing the value and the key to the function. So based on the mode we choose, the argument we pass to the function represent different things. So let's see an example. Here, let me create an array, and this array is, and this array represents a bunch of languages, for example, English, and the level of my knowledge in that language. For example, English fluent, and I don't know, German, I know the basics. Then in Turkish, I'm good. Hopefully. In Turkish, I'm good. In French, I know nothing, so I can pass unknown. And in Spanish, I know the basics. Okay, so now here I have an array. I want to filter the ones that are in a good level. So I can use the first default mode, which is 0. If I want to use the default mode, I can simply ignore passing that argument because PHP is going to use the default. But here for the learning purposes, I just keep it here. If it's 0, the variable that I pass here represents the value of each item. Okay, so and here this value is level. Let's write level so our code would be more readable. And I want the level to be good. So here, if the level is good, this comparison is going to return true. So my function my function as a whole is going to return true. And then array filter is going to keep that item because this function returned true. And otherwise, if the level is not good, this comparison returns false, so the level is not good, then my function is going to return false and array filter is going to skip that item. So let's see. This array filter will return a new array. Let's say filtered array. This returned array has all the values that I want. So let's see what is the final result. I want to print the array to see how many items are in there. So let's php index.php. I expect it to have only Turkish. So let's see. Perfect. It's an array with only one item, and that item is Turkish because it's good. But if I say, okay, I want all the languages that are not good, then it gives me English, German, French, and Spanish. Perfect, because this Turkish returned false and array skipped that item. Now let's use another mode. Let's say I want the key here. So the key which represents the language itself. I want this language to be English. I want to get the level for my English. I want to keep only English. So let's run this code again. And as you can see, because here and let's change that to equals to English. And when I run the code, it keeps only English. Now if I use array filter use both as my mode, here it gives me a value and key pair. So the value represents the level, the key represents the language and level. Okay, I want the language to be English, and I want the level to be equal to good. So now I expect an array to have Turkish because the level is good, and the English because the language, the key is English. Let's see the code, and perfect. It gives me English because this part returned true, and it gives me Turkish because this part returned true. Now let's talk about the next array function, which is array merge. This function merges all the arrays that you pass as an argument and returns an array. You might ask how and based on what conditions it merges the array. Well, if the key is number, then it will append it to the previous array. But if the key is a string, then it will compare both of the arrays and keep the one and updates the value of the last one. Let's see an example. Let's say I have an array of the people I know, for example, Pratham, Vito, Francesco, then Simon, and then I have another array B, and I have again other people like Vito, again Oliver, Meet, James, and let's add Simon again. Let's see what happens if because here all of them, both of the arrays are indexed arrays, meaning that they have numbers as the key of each item. So now if I say array merge and then I pass array and array B, merged array equals to this. Now if I print R my merged array, I get Pratham, Vito, Francesco, Simon, and again Vito, Oliver, Meet, James, and again Simon. I have duplicated values here because both of the arrays are indexed. But let's say I have two arrays with a string as their key, for example, like this, English, German, and Turkish, and I have another array which another key pair. I have Turkish suddenly changed to fluent, French changed to basic, and English turned to bad. Let's say I want to merge both of these arrays because these two are associative array, meaning that they have a string as their key. If I merge them, I expect the values to get updated rather than duplicated. So let's see what happens. As you can see, because the second array is array B, my values are updated based on the last array. So here I have English turned to bad, German to basic, Turkish to fluent, French from the last one or this one are basic, then Spanish basic because it has merged this one with this one, it has kept Spanish. We didn't have Spanish here, so it kept it from this list. And then in the second list I have Chinese, and it has added the Chinese as well. So here I have a merged array of both of these items, and the items that existed get updated based on the last array, and the items that didn't exist have been added to the array. Now let's talk about array map. Array map is a very useful function in PHP, and it lets you apply a function to the elements of the given array and returns an array with changed elements. So it looks like this: array map, it's get function and then the array itself. Okay. The function is a callback function. With callback functions, there are two ways to pass the function to the argument. The first one is a predefined function, which means if I define a function here like add hashtag, and then I have an item as an argument, and then I will return hashtag plus that item, okay, which is item. When I want to pass that function to my array map as a callback function, I have to put the name of the function inside a string without any parentheses, without any passing arguments. Array map will do that for me. So here array map gets this as the name of a function that exists. It says, okay, I want to find this function, I want to apply this function to every item in this array. So let's say I have a list of languages, for example English, German, Indian, Chinese, and Arabic. Now this array map will go through every one of these items and apply this function. This function gets the name, this item, and adds a hashtag to that item. The return array is a hashtagged array. Okay, so let's see, print r hashtagged array. Let's see the result. As you can see, it has changed every item in the array and added a hashtag to it. English, German, Indian, Chinese, Arabic. The second way that we can pass callback functions as an argument is anonymous functions. What are anonymous functions? Here our function had a name. This was the first way. And the second way is, instead of define the function somewhere and then call it here, we can define the function here without a name. This is an anonymous function. We can pass arguments, we can do everything we want. Here it does exactly the same thing. So now when I run the code, it gives me the exact same result, and I have just noticed that it's Chinese. Okay, so there were two ways: predefined or anonymous. With all the callback functions in PHP, we have these options. We can use a predefined function for our callback function, or we can use anonymous function. Array map is a very useful function in general, for example, and it's very clean. So if I didn't want to use array map, I could still achieve the same result, but by running a for loop. For example, I could say for each array as item, I want to create a new array, and inside this new array, I want to add the item, and I want to add a hashtag to it. And here, if let's change that, let's print the new array, and if I run the code, I will get the exact same result. I could do that without using array map, but array map is very good, it's very fast, and it's very readable. So you can use both of the approaches. I personally prefer array map. Now let's go to the next array function, which is array chunk. Sometimes we have to deal with a very large array of data. It would be much better to split the array in different chunks and then work on each chunk one at a time. For example, if you have an array with 1,000 elements, you can split it in arrays of 10 or 100. An array chunk function is going to help you with that. Let's see. Array chunk gets 3 arguments. The first argument is the array itself, so I pass it here. The second argument is the size of each chunk. For example, if I have an array of 5 elements, I know 5 elements is not much, but for here I just want to create an array with 5 or 6 elements, and I want to split it in chunks of 2. Okay, and the last item, preserve key, is false by default. It indexes your array with numerical values, but if you have an associative array and you want to keep the keys, then make sure to set this to true. So because I want to create an associative array and I want to keep the keys, I will change that to true. Let me copy that language array from up here. Okay, I have an array of languages. I want to work with them, but I realize, oh, this is a lot of languages and I don't want to work with all of them at once. So I want to create chunks of 2, like these two, and this one will be alone, as this will be the only item in the last array. So this array chunk will return a chunked array. It would be an array of arrays. Let's see the result. Print r chunked array. If I clean my terminal and I run the code, I will see that here it has created an array, and inside the array are arrays with the size that I have specified here, which is 2. So it kept 2 item here, 2 item here, and because Spanish was the last item, it kept it as only, it added to the last array. Now when I want to work with this array, I can choose like chunked array, the first one, and then work with that. As I said here, 2 items is not going to make a lot of difference, but imagine if you have an array of 10,000 data and you want to split it in chunks of 100 or 1000, and it's going to help you a lot. Let's see what happens if I change it to false. It's going to keep the values only. It will change the keys to numerical values. So let's run the code again, and as you can see, it has removed the keys. Now each array is 0, fluent, 1, basic, 0, 1, and 0. But because I wanted to keep the keys, because the language name was the key, it was important for me, I specified it as true. Now let's go to the next function, which is array search. Array search is very useful and it helps you find the key of a value you're looking for. Array search takes 3 arguments. The first argument is a needle. It's what we are looking for. It's a search term. For example, let's say good. Then we have the haystack, and this is the array which we want to find the needle in. So let's say array. And then we have strict as true or false. By default is false. If it's true, it will going to find the values that are identical. So do you remember when we talked about equal and identical in PHP? If, for example, I have an item like this, 2 as in a string, and I'm searching for 2 as integer, if this strict is true, it's not going to find this one for me. But if I keep it as false, it's going to say, okay, these two are equal. They are not identical, but they are equal. Here I want to keep the default, which is false. I have an array of languages, as you can see here. Let me comment the last part. I have an array and I want to look for the ones that are good. Let me see. Here I want to search for good in my array of languages. It will return the key of that value. So here I expect it to return Turkish. Let's see what happens because it's a key. I can echo it. It's not an array. Let's echo key. Here, as you can see, it says Turkish. If I had 2 values that matched my search term, then PHP is going to return the first one. Let's see. PHP will return German because this is the first one. And if it couldn't find the value we are looking for, it will return false. So when we use array search, it's a good idea to always check if it could find it or not. We can do that like if the key is not false, then echo the key, the language is key. But if it didn't find what I was looking for, I can echo I couldn't find what you're looking for. Now let's see what I'll get. The language is German because here is good, but let's say I have been searching for pro. I have been searching for advanced, then I'm not going to get any result. I couldn't find what you're looking for because there is no advanced here. Perfect. Let's go to the next array function. The next one is array replace. Array replace is very simple yet very powerful. Takes at least 2 arguments. The first argument is array, the second argument, and after that are the arrays that are going to replace the original value with. PHP will compare the replacement array with the original array, and for every key, if the value is different in the replacement array, it will update that value. Let's say I have an array of languages and I have array updated, which is another array, but some of the values have been changed. Let's say array, here I have the languages, and let's copy that again, and let's call it array updated. Let's remove Spanish, let's add Chinese. Let's update this one from Turkish good to Turkish fluent, and German to good to bad. Now let's store the returned array in a variable. Updated array equals to this. Now let's print our updated array to see what we'll get. php index.php, and as you can see, I get English. Okay, the same. German has been updated. Turkish is fluent, perfect. French is unknown. Okay, and then it looks for the items in this one that doesn't exist in this one, and will add the original. Then it will add the items that were not in the original array but they were in the new array, and then it will store all of them in an array, which here we have printed. If I had other arrays, for example arrays updated b, and I pass that as the argument as well, remember that this array, because this has been passed as a last argument, it's going to replace all the values that come before that. So if I change it back to good, or let's change it to even fluent, my German is going to be fluent now because this is the last item. Great, now let's go to the next array function. Let's comment this one out first. The next function that we are going to learn are about sorting an array. If you want to sort an array in PHP, there are 3 factors that you should have in mind. First is, do you want to sort the array by value or by the key? Then the second question that you should ask yourself is, what is the order of your sort? What is the order? Is it ascending? Is it descending? Is it natural? Do you want to specify your sort type yourself? And the last one is, do you want to keep the association? Meaning, do you want to keep the keys, or do you want to assign new indexes? Do you want to keep the keys, or do you want to remove the keys and reassign them with new indexes? So let's get started with some of the most useful and common array sort functions in PHP. Let's say I have an array of languages. Let's say here, where is my original array of languages? Let's add some items like Chinese. I don't want it to be a key value pair. I want to add Indian. I want to add Italian. Okay, perfect. Here, let's add a comma here. And now I want to sort this array. Yes, for some of the items, the language is the key. For some of the items, the language is the value. And some of them are associative, some of them are index, have numerical keys. So let's print the original array to see what we are working with. Let's say here, as you can see, some of them have indexes, some of them have a string as keys, some of them have number as keys. And with array sort function, we have to notice something. Till now, with all of the functions that we have learned, the function has created a new array and returned an array to us that we have stored in the variable, and then we use the variable for the rest of our code. But with array sort functions, PHP is not going to return a new array. It's going to change the original array. So be careful with that, because the original array is going to be sorted and it's going to be changed. It's not going to return a new array to us. So let's see some examples. The first function is sort. This sort function, do you remember I said we have 3 questions to ask? Okay, the sort function will sort based on value, and the order is ascending, and it will remove all the keys. So let's see, I have an array and I'm going to sort it. Now, as I said, it will sort the original array, so I can print before and after of the array so you can see the difference. Print the first one is the array itself, the original array, then we sorted it and it has removed all the keys. Then it has sorted based on the values and in ascending order, B, C, F, G, G, I. The next function is rsort. Rsort is like sort. The only difference is that it will sort the array in a descending order. So if I comment this out and I run the code again, as you can see, the original array, and it has removed all the keys. It has sorted based on the values, and it has sorted in a descending order. The next sorting function is ksort. As the name suggests, it sorts based on keys, not values. The order is ascending, and since it's sorting based on the keys, obviously it's going to keep the keys. So let's see the result. As you can see, it has sorted based on the keys: English, French, German, Spanish, and then the numbers 0, 1, 2. And it kept the keys because it was sorting based on them, so obviously it's not going to remove them. And it's an ascending order. ksort is like ksort, meaning that it will sort based on keys, it will keep the keys, but instead of ascending, it will sort the array in a descending order. So let's see, the original array is like this, and the new array is like this: 2, 1, and Turkish, Spanish, German, and then the number of 0. You should be careful with this part, because here, as you had seen, first we have strings, then we have 0, and then we have numbers. But here we have numbers, we have a string, and then we have 0. The next sorting function that we are going to learn is asort. Asort is very interesting because it's like sort, but it will keep the keys. So it will sort based on the values. The order is ascending, and it will keep the keys. It's not like sort that would remove the keys. So let's see the result. As you can see, this is the original array, and then we have sorted based on the value: basic, Chinese, fluent, good, Indian, Italian, and it has kept the keys for me so I can use them later. And as you have probably guessed based on the function name patterns, rsort is like asort, but in descending order. It will keep the keys, it will sort based on values, but it's in the descending order: unknown, Italian, Indian, good, fluent, Chinese, and basic. Perfect. Now that we have learned about the sorting functions, let's go to the next function. Next function is a very useful one. Array unique removes the duplicated values from an array. In case of duplication, it will keep the first value and remove the rest. So let's say I have an array. I have like Amir, PHP, YouTube, then Amir again, then PHP 7, then 2022, then YouTube again. If I run array unique, it's going to remove the duplicated value. It will keep the first one, and it will return the unique values, unique array, and it will return the unique values as an array. So I can print out this unique array. Let's see the result. php index.php. There is an unexpected this. Oh yes, here this I forgot to. Now if I run the code, php index.php, it will keep Amir, the first one, PHP YouTube, and 2022. It has removed this Amir and this YouTube. Perfect. This array unique also gets a second argument. The second argument is a flag. The flag is to tell PHP how to compare these values. If I, for example, had numbers like here, as you can see, I have 2022, and I also add 2022 as integer. If I run the code, it will only keep one of them because it has compared to see if they are equal. They are not identical. I want to remove the identical duplicates. So this one is an integer, this one is a string, and I want to keep both of them. Here I will pass it as a flag. The flag is sort string. The sort string is the default, and it will compare 2022 as a number and 2022 as a string, and then since both of them are equal, it's going to remove them. But I want to keep both of them because one of them is number, one of them is in a string. So instead of using sort string, I'm going to use another flag, which is sort regular. Sort regular. And let's see the result. As you can see, it has kept both of the items. And if I, let's say, var dump this to get more detail about the items in the array, as you can see, one of them is a string and the other one is integer. Perfect. The next array function that we are going to learn about is array combine. Array combine is another useful array function that creates an array by using one array for the keys and another for the values. The first argument of the array is the keys, and the second argument is the array of values. For example, here, array combine. The first one is the keys, and the second one is the array of values. Here, let's say I have, let's say keys equals to English, German, French, and the values are fluent, good, and unknown. Now this array combine will combine these two and it will return an array, and I want to store that array in a variable, so I can print it out. Print r the combined array. Let's run the code, php index.php, and as you can see, it has combined the first array with the second array. English fluent, German good, French unknown. The size of the keys and values should be the same, otherwise you will get an error. So let's say my keys had 2 items and my values had 3. Now if I run the code, I'm going to get an error. Both parameters should have an equal number of elements. Great. Let's talk about the next array function, which is array reduce. Okay. Array reduce is a very useful function that reduces the given array to a single value using the callback function. This callback function gets 2 arguments, carry and item. Let's see. It gets an array as the first function, and then it will get a callback function. The callback function, let's use the anonymous function. Callback function gets 2 arguments. The first argument is carry and the second argument is item. Carry holds the return value for the previous iteration, and item is a current item in the array. Let's see an example and I will show you what each of them are. Let's say I have array of numbers. I have 1 2 3 4 5, and I want to add all these numbers, so I pass this array to array reduce. So I want carry, which is the value from the previous iteration, to be carry itself plus the item, and then I want to return carry. Okay, carry, not the array. Okay, and I want to return carry. So here, this is what is going to happen. It's going to go through array. The first iteration carry is nothing, it's 0. Then we have item, which is 1. It's going to say, okay, carry is equal to carry, which was 0, plus item, which is 1. Then it will going to return carry, which was 1. It will go to the next iteration. Carry here will be 1, and our next item is 2. So here it will add 1 plus 2, it will be 3. It will return 3. Then we have 3 plus 3, it would be 6. Then we have 6 plus 4, it would be 10. And then we have 10 plus 5, it would be 15. And since it will return a value, I can simply echo that. It's not an array, so I don't need to print it. Echo sum to see what I will get. PHP index.php 15. Perfect. Here I simply added all the values inside the array. I should say that if you want to simply just sum or calculate the product of the values inside an array, you can use another function which is called array sum for adding all the items in an array and return the sum of them. And we have another function which is array product, which gets an array and it will calculate the product of all these items together. So instead of writing this, I could simply use this, echo array sum. Let me comment all of them, and this one, and if I run the code again, it will return the same result. If we echo the product, it will return 120. Perfect. For things like sum and product, as I said, we can use array sum and array product, but there are so many other things that we can do with array reduce. It's a very useful tool to have in your toolbox. Now let's talk about the next array function. The next array function is array flip. Array flip is very simple yet very useful. That helps you flip an array. What does it mean to flip an array? Well, it means to change the array in a way that the keys become values and the values become the keys. So let's say I have, again, let me bring the same array for languages. I know it's been very annoying. Let's bring the array for languages again. Here I will array flip an array, and this will return an array where all the values have become keys and all the keys have become values. So flipped array equals to this. Before I show you the final result for flipped array, let me mention that in an array the keys can only be string and numbers. Okay, so if our values had something like true, which is not a number and not a string, when it becomes the key, because it's not a valid key, PHP is going to throw an error. The other thing you should know is that keys, all the keys should always be unique, whether they are number or they are a string. You cannot have an item with the key of 0 and then add another number with the key of 0. It would be impossible. It will update the same key with a new value, but it will not keep both of them. So here, because we have good and they become the keys, we will not see both Turkish and German. We will only see one of them. So let's see the final result. And as you can see, fluent English, good Turkish, Why it's Turkish? Because at first it has created a key good with the value German. Then it tried to add good with the value Turkish because the key had already existed in the array. It has updated it to Turkish because values do not need to be unique, but the keys need to be unique. And you might lose some of your items if you flip the array. Now let's talk about next function, which is array diff. If we want to find the items in an array that are not present in the other array, we use array diff. Here, let's say I have an array. Let's copy this language array again. And now I have another array, array B. This array B does not have French and Spanish. And we also have array C. And we also have array C. Array C is like the original array but does not have English and German. Now we want to find the items in the original array that are not present in array A and array B. There are 3 different array diff functions, and we should choose one of them based on what we want to compare. For example, we have array diff. If we want to compare based on the values, we should use array diff. For example, we say array B and array C. It will return an array, and within this returned array we have the items that are different. Let's print this array and see what we'll get. php index.php, and as you can see I got an empty array. But let's say if I remove array C and run the code again, so if I compare array B and the original array, I will get French and Spanish, because in the first part we are comparing based on value. We have fluent, we have good, we have unknown, and we have basic. Here we have fluent and good, so we do not have unknown and basic, exactly French and Spanish. But when I added array C, because unknown and basic are in array C, and when we compare them to the original array, we do not get anything. It's an empty array because some of the items are in this array and some of the items are in this array. Now if I remove Spanish from the third array and run the code again, we will get Spanish because basic is in the original array, but we do not have that value in array B and array C. The other array diff function is array diff key. Array diff key will compare these arrays based on the key of each item. So if I run the exact same code, but rather than array diff, if I use array diff key, let's see the result. I will still get Spanish because in here I do not have Spanish, in here I do not have Spanish, but here I have Spanish. But now if I, for example, change this to good again, because we are comparing based on key, not value. If I run it again, I will get Spanish again because here I do not have a Spanish. But if I run the previous function, because we were comparing based on values and we already have good in the other arrays, we will get an empty array. And let's see the last array diff function, which is array diff associative. This function will compare the arrays based on both key and value. So the both key and the value should be the same. Here, if I run the code again, I will get Spanish, which is good. If here I have Spanish again, but the value is unknown, it's still going to show me Spanish because in the original one, we have Spanish good, but here we have Spanish unknown. So the value and the key are not exactly the same. So we are still getting Spanish. For example, we have French unknown. We have French here, which is unknown. If I change it to good, I will get French as well, because again the value is not the same. Although here we have good, but the keys are different, so it will compare both of them. It's very good to know all of them. Sometimes we need to get the different items based on value, sometimes based on key, and sometimes we need to compare both of them. So it's a good idea to know all three functions. Now let's talk about array intersect. With array diff, we want to find the items that are not present in the other arrays. But with array intersect, we want to find the items that are present in the other arrays. So let's copy all these arrays here in this section, and let's use array intersect. Exactly like diff, we also have array intersect key, and array intersect associative, because we need to specify if we want to compare based on value, if we want to compare based on key, or if we want to compare based on both key and value. So let me bring all of them here. I can change array diff to array intersected array, and let's uncomment them, change array diff to array intersect. Okay, now the first one, let's see what we'll get. Print r array, print r intersected array. Let's see the result. php index.php. As you can see, it is comparing based on value, German, Turkish, and Spanish, and we have good. Here we have good, here we have good, and here we have good. So it will keep all of them that have good. Here we have unknown, here we have unknown, but here we do not have unknown. Now if I change English to unknown, like this one above, I will get that here as well, because unknown here exists, it exists here, and it exists here as well. Now let's see array intersect based on the keys. If I run this code, I will get Turkish only, because here we have Turkish, here we have Turkish, and here we have Turkish. But for example, English we have here and here, but we do not have English here. French I have here and here, but I do not have here, and German I have here and here, but I do not have it here. That's why we don't see the other languages. Now if I compare based on both of the key and values, let's see. English I do not have, Turkish here is good, and here is good. I should still get Turkish. Let's see. And as you can see, I still get Turkish. But if I change one of them to something like fluent, and I run the code again, I will get an empty array, because now we have Turkish, but the value is different. We are comparing based on key and value itself. It's very good to know all the three of these functions, because sometimes we need to compare based on value, sometimes we need to compare based on key, and sometimes we need to compare based on both key and value. Now let's talk about array change key case. Sometimes you might need to change the case of the keys in your array. Maybe you want to do it because of the consistency of your data. Maybe you want to convert it to JSON and you want it to be the same format. For whatever reason, it does not matter. It's very easy to do that in PHP. All you need to do is to use array change key case. It gets two arguments. The first one is the array itself, and the second argument is a case. For example, lower, you can say case lower or case upper. Okay. Now let's say I have the same array of languages. Here, as you can see, all of them are in lowercase, and I want to change all of them to uppercase. For whatever reason, I can easily do that. I can say, okay, changed keys equals to array change key case. It will return an array. Now, if I print this new array, I will get the same array, but the keys are now all in uppercase. And sometimes you might get something like English, German, Turkish, French, and Spanish. Sometimes you might get something like this. and we want to change all of them to lower. We can easily do that by doing case lower. And now if I run it, all of them are in lowercase, and the data can be unified, the consistency of data can be maintained, and it's very good. It's a very simple function, but it's very useful, especially when you load your data to an associative array from another source and the keys are not consistent with your own data. In an associative array, you should get the value by key, and if the key is not consistent in being lower or upper, it would be annoying to remember all of that. We can easily use this function and fix it. The last function that we are going to learn in this section is a function that helps us to convert an array to strings. How can we do that? For example, let's say I have an array of some words, for example, hello. This is an array, and now I want to convert it to a string, and I can easily do that with implode function. This implode function gets a separator. Here I want it to be space. Use comma to convert all these array to a string with comma separated structure. But here in this case I want to use space. Then you will pass the array itself. Here in this case is array. Now this implode function will return a string, and I can store it in a variable called sentence, and because it's in a string I can simply echo that sentence. I don't need to print r that. And as you can see, hello, this is an array. Here the first part is because of this section, and if I comment that out, if I run this, I will get this is an array with a space. Now if I change it to something like comma and run it again, as you can see, I can get a comma separated structure. Hello, this is an array. It's very useful, and we also have a function to do the opposite of this, meaning that you can convert a string to array, and that is explode. So let's say I have a string here which is in comma separated structure, and I want to change it back to an array. Let's say new array equals to, now I can use the function explode. Explode is like implode but does the opposite. Here we again get a separator because here my separator is a comma. I want to use comma again, and as a second argument I will pass the string sentence. Now it will go through this and split the text from commas, and each section will be an item in my new array. Now let's print that new array to see what we'll get. Print r the array, and if I clean this terminal and run phpindex.php, I will get hello, this is an array. Yeah, this is perfect. These two functions are super useful. We have reached the end of this section about array functions. Now let's go to the next topic. A lot of times we need to deal with strings. As we have seen before, strings are a sequence of characters and they are very useful. Now we want to talk about the string functions. In PHP there are many built-in functions that help us work with these strings, and they are very powerful. For the sake of this tutorial, we are going to send a text through different functions and learn what those functions do. So let's get started. This is our original text. Let's say my text is, I don't know, this is a sample text. This is a sample text. That's it. Now if I echo my text, my plus PHP end of line, I will get PHP index.php. This is a sample text. Perfect. The very first functions that we want to apply to this text is string to array. Sometimes we need to convert our strings to array. So for example, if we have a comma separated text, we want to convert it to an array. Sometimes we have a text like this and we want to convert it to array and get each word. So let's see how we can do it. We can do this with the help of a function called explode. The very first argument of this function is a separator. Where do we want PHP to slice our text? For example, here I want to slice each word. So I want to find the spaces and use them as separators, so that way I will get different words as different items in my array. Okay? And the next argument is the string itself. Here we have the text. And this text, we can limit it, but this last argument is not required. This is optional if we want to limit it. For example, if I want to take only the first 20 characters and the rest is okay, I don't want to slice them up, I want to put the rest of the text as just one item in my array. But here, because we don't want to apply any limit, I don't specify that. Okay, this will return an array. So let me string to array. Okay, this will be an array now. So let's see if we can print this out to see how it looks like. So first we have the original text, then we converted it to an array with the help of this function explode. This explode took space as separator and find each space, and then each part becomes an item in the array. If we had, for example, comma separated text, we could specify comma as a separator. Here, let's see the result. As you can see, this is my original text, and the array is this is a sample text. Each one is an item in the text, and I can work with that later. Now let's reverse that action. I want my string back. How can we do that? We can do that with the help of a function called implode. Implode takes a separator. What is this? This is the character or string that we use to join all these items in our array together. I want to join them again with a space. Okay, perfect. And the second argument is the array itself. Here I want the string to array variable to be converted back to a string. I want to save it in a variable called array to string. Implode will return a string to me, so I can again echo that out. Echo array to string. And let me add a end of line. Perfect. If I echo that out, this was our original text, then we turned it to array, and now it's back to string. Sometimes we want to convert all the characters in our string to uppercase. We can do that easily in PHP. All we need to do is to use the function string to upper, str to upper, and it takes a string as the argument. Here is array to string. It will return a string where all the characters have been changed to uppercase. I want to store that in a variable called uppercase text equals to str to upper. Now let's see how it looks like. PHP index.php. As you can see, this was the text before applying that function, and this is the new text. This is a sample text, all in uppercase. Okay, perfect. Now let's change it back to lowercase. How we can do that? As you've guessed, all we need to do is to apply a string to lower. And again, it takes a string. Here our string is uppercase text. It will return a string, and this return string will be in lowercase. All the characters will be changed to lowercase. So let's see. Let's store that in a variable called lowercase equals to this, and let's echo that out. Because it's in a string, we can easily echo it and the end of line. As you can see, we change it to upper and then we change it to lowercase again. Sometimes we want to uppercase the very first letter only. For example, if we have a word, if we want to have the first word of a sentence to be in uppercase, we can easily do that. In PHP, there is a function called UC_first. This UC_first gets in a string and changes the first character, first letter to uppercase. So let's see. I want to pass lowercase text as an argument and then store that in UC_first text equals to this, and then let's echo that out to see how it looks. As you can see, the very first character has become an uppercase letter. This is very good, as I said, when we want to have the very first letter in a sentence as uppercase, or if I want to change the first letter of a name and surname or the company name and things like that. This function is very useful. But sometimes we have a title. For example, in our blog, we have a title. We want to uppercase the very first letter of every word, not just the first word. What can I do? In PHP, there is a function UC_words. UC_words. It takes a string as an argument, and then it will change the very first letter of all the words in that string to uppercase letter. So let's see how it works. Here, my UC_first text, as you can see, had only the first letter as uppercase. Now I want to change the first letter of all the words. And I want to store that in a variable called UC_words equals to this. And then I want to echo that out. Echo UC_words. Let's see how it looks like. This is a sample text. As you can see, it has changed all the first letters to uppercase. And it's very good when we want to change the text to a title, for example, title of a blog. This works perfectly fine. Now, sometimes we get some text that is not cleaned up because, for example, somebody has given us a text like echo, for example, hello. For whatever reason, they have so many spaces on the both sides. We want to clean that out and change it to something like hello. How can we do that? First, let me change this UC_word to a annoying text like that. We can apply this much space. We can apply space like this on both sides, and as you know, we can concatenate strings in PHP with dots. So let's concatenate space on both sides. So first, let's echo the annoying word with all the spaces, and then let's clean that up. We can do that in PHP with a function called trim. This will get in a string, and then it will remove all the spaces from both sides. And I want to store it in a variable called trimmed text equals to trim UC_words. Let's echo that out again. Let's see how it looks. This is a sample text. As you can see, it has a lot of space, but here it has removed all the spaces and returned a very clean string. The next one is a very useful one. Sometimes we are dealing with texts that are not HTML, and these texts have new lines, but as you know, in HTML, this is not a new line character. We should add break for new line characters. So if we want to change that manually in our string, it would be terrible. But there is a function in PHP that will take care of that for us and changes all these new line characters to BR. So our text in HTML would be multi-lined like the original text. Let me first change my text that we had here to something with those lines. For example, I can say trim text equals to trim text plus and this is the second line. Let me echo that out to see how was the original text and how would be the change text. How can we change this to break tag in HTML? Easy, we can do that with new line to break, NL2BR. It takes the string and it will change all those new line characters to break tags. So let's store that in a variable called new line to break equals to this, and then I want to echo that out to see the result. Let's see here. This is my original text, and as you can see it had a new line character, and that's why in my terminal I see this in a new line, but in HTML it wouldn't show up like this. It would show up right after each other. But with this function it has changed that new line to a break, and now this will be shown like a multi-line text in HTML as well. Let me show you this part in my browser so you can see the difference. Here, as you can see, the new line character didn't have any effect in our HTML code, and it shows right after the next one. But here, because we changed the new line character to break, we can see that in HTML it is in the new line as well. So it's a very useful function. The next function that we want to talk about is super useful. Sometimes we need to remove all the HTML tags. That includes like paragraph, all the divs, all the breaks, all the spans, everything. And there is a function in PHP that can help us with that. It's called strip tags. Strip underline tags. It's super useful. We can pass in a string. Here, for example, we had this new line to break. Let's add some other tags to it as well. New line to break is equal to new line to break concatenated with, let's say we have a div. Let's just close that, and inside the div we have a paragraph, and we have, hey, this is inside the paragraph. Now if I print this out, I'll see that there are so many tags, HTML tags, including these divs and paragraph and the break tag that we have added. Now I want to strip all of them. Let's store that in a variable called strip tags equals to this, and then let's echo the final result to see how it looks. Let me run the text. Okay, this is the second line, div and paragraph. This is inside the paragraph. There was a break. Now here, this is a sample text. This is the second line. This is inside the paragraph. Perfect. Now, as you can see, it has removed all the tags, including break, div, and paragraph. There is no tag here anymore. And we have reached the end of these functions. There are many more functions in PHP, but these are the functions that are super useful. So let me run the file again and let's review what we have learned so far. At first we had these original text, then we changed it to an array, and then we change it back to a string. We learn how to use a string to uppercase all the letters, then we change it back to lower. Then we change the very first letter to uppercase letter. Then we change the first letter in all the words. And then we have removed all the spaces from the beginning and the end of our text, and we clean that up. Then we learned to change the new line character to a break. And then we learned how to remove all the HTML tags from our text. Perfect. Now let's go to the next section. Now we are going to talk about the topics related to object-oriented programming, or in short, OOP. The very first concept that we want to talk about is class. Till now, when I want to explain something, I normally start small and then explain the harder topics. Now I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to show you a complete class and then we will talk about each part. Here is my class. Let's first learn about the definition. When we want to define a class, all we have to do is to write class, the name of the class, for example in this case human, name of the class, and then brackets. That's it. Here we can add the contents of our new class. Now, what are properties? Properties are variables inside the class. For example, here we have a variable called name inside the class human. So this is the property of human. Age is a property of human. Year born is a property of human. Each property has two parts. The first part is the access modifier, like private, and the second part is a name. Name of the property has the structure and the limitation of a normal variable. It's the same thing. So the first letter cannot be a number. We can use alphabets and numbers and underscore in the name and so on. But what about access modifiers? There are three access modifiers. First is private, second is protected, and the third is public. Private means only the class itself can access it. Otherwise, if you try to access it from another class, from another function, it's going to throw an error. Protected means the class itself and its inherited classes can access it. We will talk about it inheritance in details a bit later. And public means anyone can access this property. As I said, we will talk about these access modifiers in details in the inheritance section. The next thing is a constructor. Like here, as you can see, the name is special, 2 underscores and construct. Every class has this function by default. When we create an object of that class, construct is the very first function that this class will run. So this function will be run before anything else. We do not need to define the construct, but you can. In this case, for example, if I wanted to create an object for this human, I would write, I don't know, human equals to new human. Here, when I call new human, it will run this construct function. And here I need to pass a name and a year born. So for example, I can say name is Amir and year born is 1994. Okay, it will create an object and with the name Amir and the year born of 1994, it will run this construct function before anything else. Now let's talk about methods. Functions like calculate age, get name and get age are all methods. Functions inside the class are like normal functions. The only difference is that the functions inside the class have access modifiers, like the properties that we have talked about, private, protected, and public. Next, talk about this keyword, which is with $sign like this keyword. What is this keyword? Here, as you can see it here, as you can see it here, as you can see it here, and here, and here. What does it mean? Well, this is a very important keyword and refers to the current instance, current object that has been made from this class. For example, here, when I said new human Amir and 1994, it will create an object for me with the name Amir and the year born 1994. So if I create another human like Jack 1998 and let's call it Jack. Now inside this object, this age and this name refers to Jack and 1998. But for human with Amir, when we say this name, it will return Amir because this refers to this, but in this object, this refers to this. Now let's talk about this. As you have probably seen here, we have it here, we have it here, and when even we want to run a function, we can say human, and we use this and access those functions. What is this? Why do we use this? It means to get this method of this object. And if we had some public properties, public like test, and if we had something like that, we could also use this to get that public property. Or inside the class, after this, we could use this. For example, here, this calculate age, this name. If we had an array, we would call it like, I don't know, my array and key. Yeah. But with objects, instead of doing that, it would be object and key or function or name or property or anything else. This is one of the difference between objects and arrays. So we can access the properties and methods like this, but inside an array, we should call it like this to get a value. And the last thing we are going to talk about in this section is object versus class. Object versus class. What's their difference? I kept saying class and object, so what's their difference? The class is a class itself, human. Human is the class. When we use the new keyword and instantiate this class, we are creating a new instance of this class. This new instance is called an object. This is an object of this class. This is an object of this class. So for example, Jack is an object of human. This is the end of this section. Let's go to the next section and talk about other topics in object-oriented programming. Now let's talk about inheritance. Inheritance is when a class extends another class. It means that the new class has all the properties and methods of the old class, plus the things that it has on its own. Understanding inheritance is very important because it helps you avoid writing duplicated code, and it also helps you have very well structured classes. Let me give you an example. Electric cars are still cars. They can do everything that a car can, plus some new functionalities. So now let's bring this English sentence to code. As I said, in electric cars are cars, but with extra functionality. Yeah, this is my sentence. So we have a class car, and this car can drive. So let's say it has a public function drive, and when I call this drive, it would echo that car is driving. Okay, perfect. Now I have an electric car. Let's say class electric car, and this electric car can drive, and also it can do something else. For example, it can have electronic power control unit. Electronic power control unit. So let's call this function EPCU, and let's say I am the electric power control unit. Okay, so it has that extra thing. At the moment, as you can see, I have a code here, I have a code here. It does exactly the same thing. This is literally a type of car. So instead of having this duplicated code, I could say, okay, electric car extends car. Now I can remove this function, and my electric car will have the functionality of driving plus EPCU function. Now let's say we are going to build a Tesla. Okay, Tesla is an electric car, but it has extra functionalities. For example, it can drive automatically. So instead of writing a class Tesla, and this Tesla would have a function to drive, because it's a car, obviously it needs to drive. It also has EPCU because it's an electric car, and it also has a function, public function that drives automatically. So auto drive. Okay, and in this function, let's say it says, I got this. You can sleep. Perfect. Now, as you can see again, this part is duplicated. It's from electric car and this part is from the general car itself. So I can remove this part and remove this part and simply extend electric car. Now my Tesla can drive automatically. It has EPCU and it can drive. So let's see all of them in action. Let's say, okay, Tesla, let's create an object first. Tesla is a new Tesla. Okay, and this Tesla can auto drive. Let's see what we'll get. PHP index.php. As you can see, it says I got this, you can sleep. But if I change it to electric car does not have electric car does not have auto drive. As you can see, if I run this code, I will get an error. Call to undefined method electric car auto drive. Because electric car is not Tesla, but Tesla is electric car. That's why we have the functionality. Now I can also access other things. For example, I can say EPCU and it will still work. Exactly. Let me comment this part out and run the code again. I am the electric power control unit. It works perfectly. I can also drive, no problem, because I'm still a car. Car is driving, perfect. But if I change it, for example, to car and car and car, it can drive, but does it have EPCU? Obviously not, because a car is not an electric car. An electric car is a car. The opposite relationship here is not true. Electric car extends car. Electric car has all the functionalities of car, but car has only the functionalities of itself. It does not have access to functionalities of this or this. That's awesome, right? One last thing. Do you remember I said I will explain inheritance and access modifiers later? So let's check the access modifiers again. Private meant only itself, right? Private is only itself. Then we had protected. Protected meant itself and the children. The children here, electric car is a child of car. Tesla is a child of electric car. These are children. So protected means itself and the children. And public means everyone. Yeah, here when I call EPCU, I'm using a public function. For autodrive, I'm using a public function. Let's bring Tesla back. Let's say Tesla. And if I change it to private, I will get an error. As you can see, even my IDE recognized that. And if I run the code, PHP index.php, I will get an error. Call to private method. If I change it to protected, again, I will get an error. Call to protected method. But if I change it back to public, I can run it again because everyone can access a public function or a property. Now let's say this Tesla wants to access this EPCU, but public should not be able to run this code. So this one, if I call it to private, even Tesla cannot access this function. But if I change it to protected, then everyone cannot access this function from Tesla. Let's say Tesla is Tesla and Tesla I want to run EPCU. I cannot do that. I will get an error. It says call to protected method. But inside the Tesla, I can run this method because it's protected and Tesla as a child to electric car can access this function. So here I could say run this and get the EPCU because it's a function for my parent. So I have access to this with the this keyword, but here in public, I do not have access. So here, if I run auto drive again, it should echo this part and then echo this part. Let's see. As you can see, I got this. You can slip from this part, and I am an electric power control unit from this part. So that way I could get access to this function. As public access, it wouldn't be possible. I will get an error. And private means only the car itself. So if I change driving to private, now Tesla can no longer drive. It can only auto drive, and it only can echo I am the electric power control unit. Because electric car as a child to car does not have access to this private function. This is the end of inheritance. With extending classes and the knowledge of inheritance, you can have very few lines of code but get access to a lot of functionalities. So it's a very important topic of object-oriented programming. Make sure to practice and understand this section very well. Now let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about namespace. Do you remember when we talked about classes and inheritance? There is an important issue. You cannot have two classes with the same name. You will get an error. And the namespace is the solution to this problem. What is namespace? Namespace is like putting the classes in a group. As long as two classes are in different groups, they can have the same name. It helps you solve the problem in a very organized manner. So let's see an example. Here I have index.php. Let me create another file, class A, and let's create another file, class B. Okay, I want to create a class with the name order. This order will have a public function and with the name of handle, and this handle echoes that done. Okay, the order is done. I have handled it. Class A has the same class order that has a function called handle, and it echoes done. Okay. Now inside my current file in index.php, I want to require both of them. Require once class A, and I want to require class B as well. Okay, now even this part is going to give me an error because, as I said before, require is going to bring all those classes here. It says okay, class order, and then it will copy this content from here and it will bring it here, and it tells, oh, order, we already have order class. I cannot require that. It's impossible. It's going to throw an error. So let's see what happens. php index.php, as you can see, cannot declare class order because the name is already in use. Okay, so what's the solution here? The first solution is I can simply go there and I change it to, okay, movie order, and I don't know, hotel order. Okay, now if I go there and require them because the name of the classes are different, the problem is solved. No problem. This could be a good solution, but you can imagine in a large project with many classes, naming the classes can be a huge problem for us because every class has to be unique. No two classes can have the same name. It would be terrible. What's a better solution? Well, namespace. So let me change the name of the classes back to order. Namespace, as I said, is like putting the classes in a group, and as long as the two classes are in different group, they can have the same name. So let's see. Namespace should be the very first thing that we define in the folder. Here, for example, I can say namespace equals to, I don't know, book, and here class B is namespace with movie. So I am putting these order class in different groups. Here this order is in a movie group and this order is in a book group. Now if I require both of them, although both of them have the same name, I'm not going to get an error. Perfect. Now let's use them. If I want to use them, I can say okay, book order equals to new. If I call order I'm going to get an error because it has no idea. Because right now I do not have any order. I have put them in different classes. Here it says class order not found. It cannot find them because when we put them in different groups, we have to specify the group as well. So I want to get the order that is in namespace of book. So I should call book order. Now if I run this, no problem, I can easily get that object and handle. Run the handle method. So if I run it again, it's going to echo done. I can do the same with movie. I can create, okay, the other one was movie, right? Yeah, movie order equals to new, the namespace of that class, which was movie, and the class name itself, which was order. Now I can use this movie order and say movie order handle. Perfect. Now if I comment this part out, I can easily run this function. If I keep both of them, I still can run both of the function. I should get 2 dones. Let's see, done. Perfect. One important note before we end this section is that namespace should be declared before anything else. This should be the very first thing in your class file. Nothing before it should be echoed or printed, otherwise you will get an error. For example, if I come here and I say echo here, even my IDE says, hey, what are you doing? If I run it, a namespace declaration statement has to be with the very first statement or after any declare call in the script in this file. Yeah, as you can see here, PHP tells me that namespace should be the very first thing you do. Do not echo, do not print something. Just first define your namespace and then do whatever you want. This is the end of this section for namespaces. Let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about static. Till now, whenever we wanted to call a function inside a class, we created a new instance of that class and then called the method. Something like this. We had this class human, and then when we want to create that human, we said, okay, I have human equals to new human. And then when we wanted to use a function say hello, we said human say hello, like that. And if I run the code right now, php I will call this function echo hello world, my name is the name. Okay, but what if we didn't want to create an instance every time we want to call a function of a class? Then we can use static methods and properties. Inside the class, we can define a function as static by just adding the static keyword to it. Public static function. Then when we want to call it, we use this instead of this. So we use 2 colons, and then we don't need to instantiate the class. So now, rather than writing human is new human, human say hello, I can simply call the class and then use 2 colons and then run the method of that class like this. I can comment this part out. I will explain about this part a bit later. So for right now, let's just write human. Now if I run this file, I will get hello world, my name is human from here, because this one is static, this is static. I didn't have to instantiate it, I didn't have to create a new object, and I could run it like this without any problem. So now let's talk about this versus self. Did you notice that here when I had this name, my IDE identified this as an error? Well, inside the static class, if you want to get the value of a property, you cannot use this keyword because we have not created an object. This is for when we use an object, when we create an object and then it refers to the object itself. But here we didn't create a new object. So how can I get access to this property? First of all, when we use static, the property that we want to access should also be static, like private static name human. And then rather than using this, I can use self, And rather than using arrow, I can use 2 columns, and then I will write the variable and the methods inside that class. So right now this self refers to human, and inside the human we are calling an static property, which is this one, name. So now if I run the code again, this will work without any problem. If I change it this, I will run it again, and now it has changed, no problem. So this was our static human. Let's change it to static human, and let's change it here, and let me bring it to the usual form, human, for non-static class and methods. For non-static methods and function, this would be this name in order to compare both of them. So, and let's bring that back here. So we had human, hello world, I am a human, my name is that, and here I am a static human. So let's see both of them. Here, hello world, I am a human, it's coming from this part. My name is Amir, and hello world, I am a static human, it's coming from this part. My name is Amir. These two are 2 ways to work with them. Here we have the object, here we are calling the class directly and using static methods. Now let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about method chaining. I have a class here, it's called human. It has 2 properties, name and age. Then I have 3 public methods. The first one gets the name and update the property. The second one gets the age and update the property. And the last one will return, hello, my name is this and I am this years old. I create a new instance. Then I will set the name to Amir and set the age to 28. Then I say echo Amir introduce, which would say, hello, my name is Amir and I am 28 years old. Now, as you can see, when we want to call set name and set age methods, we should call them from our object. It's okay, but I want to achieve something like this. I want to make it Amir set name, and instead of using the object again, I want to chain the methods and call the next method without any problem. So I want to say set age 28. I want to be able to write something like this, to be able to chain the methods. But at the moment, if I run the code, I will get an error. Set age and null. What? What should we do? The other one works perfectly fine. Let me run that. And as you can see, it says, hello, my name is Amir and I am 28 years old. No problem. So in order to do something like this, what should we do? It's very easy. At the end of the methods that are going to be chained, return the object itself. What do I mean by that? Do you remember? We said this refers to the object itself. So let's return this easily. Return this. And for set name, I can do the same thing. Return this. Let me change return. That's it. Now I can simply chain all my methods. I can say set name, set age, and because both of them are returning the object itself, I can also bring introduce at the end. And in one line, I can achieve the whole thing. Hello, my name is Amir and I am 28 years old without any problem. The first method will change the name, the second method will change the age, and the last one will return this string, and then we echo that. And notice I don't want to chain introduce, that's why I didn't return the object. Instead I returned the message itself. Now the interesting thing is that when you chain the methods like this, the order of the methods that return the object doesn't matter unless your functions depend on each other internally. For example, I could here simply set the age first and then the name, and it would still work, no problem. But if I had some dependent function internally, then it would be a problem. For example, if my I don't know, my age was somehow dependent on the name, so if there was no name I couldn't set the age, then I had to call set name first. But now, because there is no dependency between the methods, I can easily change their order. So set name, set age, or set age, set name, and then I will call introduce. It's super clean and super easy. You could also have them in different lines, so it would be even more readable. It's super easy and very powerful. Now let's go to the next topic. Now we are going to talk about interface. Interface is like a skeleton for the class. It doesn't implement the functions. It just says what functions are needed in this class and what arguments should those functions have. Let me show you an example. I can define it like interface, and then the name of the interface, I can say human, for example, and then human rather than human. Then I just need to specify the name of the functions. For example, I can say, okay, this interface needs to have a public function with the name say name, and then it has to have a function with public function get age, and this get age will have an integer year born as the argument. That's it. I don't need to specify anything else. This is just a skeleton. As you can see, we have not implemented those functions. We are just saying that if you are creating a human, you should have this function with those arguments. But inside a class, we can implement those functions and do everything else. So how can I tell my class that your skeleton should be like this interface that I have defined here? I can use the implement keyword. So let's say I have a class. This class is Amir, and Amir is a human. So the structure should be like human as we have defined above. Right now, even my ID shows that I have an error. So let's see what PHP tells me when I run the code. Here it tells me that class Amir contains two methods, therefore they must be declared, abstract, or implement the remaining methods. What does it mean? It means that here inside my class I have to have two methods. Here my ID PHP Storm is going to help me. PHP Storm is going to add them for me. If you are not using PHP Storm, you can simply define those functions yourself. I need a public function with the name say name, and I also need a public function with the name get age, and this get age should get an integer here. Now I don't get any error. If I run the code, no problem at all. Now the way you implement those functions are completely dependent on you, and you cannot specify how you should implement a function inside the interface, but as long as you have the same structure, it's okay. It's perfect. And here, for example, I can say, okay, say name, echo, my name is Amir. And if I run get age, I can say echo, I am years old. And inside that, I can write, okay, date year minus date year minus this year born. So I'm getting the year. I am going to calculate it. So if I create a new object like Amir is new Amir, and inside this I say Amir, say name, I will get echo, my name is Amir, perfect. And if I run get age and I specify, okay, 1994, this is going to calculate my age. I am 28 years old. Perfect. We can have other methods inside this class. For example, public fly echo I can't fly, public function fly. I cannot fly. Okay. So this Amir can also fly. As you have noticed, this fly function is not in the interface. It doesn't matter. I can have other methods inside my class, but these two are required. If I don't implement them, I will get an error. If I comment them out, I will get an error because it says, hey, your class is structurally correct. Okay, there is nothing wrong here. But since you have said that it implements human interface, you have to specify those functions as well. Now, if I run it again, it's going to work again. So you might ask, why should I write the interface? I will write the class instead and I will write the functions. There is no need to use the interface. Well, in small projects, when you are going to do all the coding yourself, it might not matter. But when your project gets a little bit bigger and other developers start working on it as well, interface is like your savior. It forces your code to keep organized and clean. So anyone that comes and say, okay, I want to implement human, they have to write these functions. And then if you have some code in your function that uses this implementation, they don't need to change anything because the functions are the same. It's like you are defining a standard, a contract for your code. It's very good. It's very important. So keep practicing. Try to define different types of interfaces and use them in your projects. Now, the last thing that we are going to talk about in this section is using multiple interfaces. So let's say I have an interface for human. I also have interface for programmers, developers. This developer interface should have methods for programming language, and that's it. So here I have a contract, I have an interface called developer. So every class that implements this developer must have a function which is public and the name is programming language. So now if I want to use that in my class as well, if I want to implement that as well, I can simply add it with a comma here. Amir implements human and developer. Now I will get an error again. Why? Because the class must be declared abstract or implement method programming language. So let's add that to our class here. Public function programming language. And here it says echo PHP. Perfect. Now our class works fine again. Now I can also say, okay, Amir programming language, and I will get I can't fly and PHP. Perfect. This is how you can use multiple interface with your class. This is the end of this section. Let's go to the next one. Now let's talk about constants. Constants are like variables that can't be changed. Hence the name is constants and it's not a variable. You can define a constant by using the keyword const. And then you don't need the dollar sign to define the name of that constant. With variables, we had to write dollar sign and the name, but with const, I don't need to do that. I can write name. With constant, we can write name, no problem, but normally we use all uppercase. So it would be obvious that, hey, this is a constant and this is not a variable. After we define it, for example, I say name equals to Amir. After we define it, we cannot change it at all. If I write, for example, name equals to, I don't know, H. Now if I run my code, phpindex.php, I will get an error because it didn't expect an equal sign because you cannot change it again. If I create another const with the name, it will also throw an error because it says constant name already is defined. But with variables, we didn't have any issue. It would just simply update that. And when we want to use this constant, again, we just simply write the name. We don't need the dollar sign. So I could write echo name and I would get no error and simply get the value of that constant. This constant now is a global constant. every function, every method in my script can access this. But I could also create constant for specific classes. So for example, I could say class, I don't know, human, like you've already used many times. We say const, and we can say name equals to human. Okay, first of all, this name cannot be changed inside the class, and the next thing is that if I want to access this name, I cannot use like human and then use arrows to do that. Do you remember when we talked about the static properties and methods? We use double colon. We should do the same here. We can call human and then the name. And if I echo this, I can simply get that without creating an object, without anything. I could simply access this human. If I change it inside my class, I would get Amir now. So this is the way to call constants inside the class. It's like static properties. That's everything you need to know about constants. Now let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about abstract class. Well, in order to understand abstract classes, we should know 4 topics. The first topic is the class itself, and the second topic is inheritance, and the third topic is interface, and the last one is access modifiers. We have already talked about all of these subjects. If you want to freshen up your memories, just go back to the part that we talked about those topics and watch them again and come back to see the rest of this section. Well, what is an abstract class? Well, an abstract class is like an interface. So it has methods that are only defined but not implemented. But at the same time, it's like a class, normal class. We can have methods that are implemented. So it's like having best of both worlds. Let me show you an example. First, we will define it by abstract class human. And this abstract class can have properties like private name. This can have public functions like public function say hello, and this would echo hello. As I said before, we could also have methods that are not defined, like an interface. And in order to write such methods, we should use the keyword abstract. Abstract, protected. Then we use the access modifier. We say, okay, I want a protected function that says nationality. And that's it. Without any problem, we can write this. This function does not need to be implemented right now. This will be implemented by the children who extend this class. This function which is implemented, it's available for all the children, and we also have a property here. I could even make it public so everyone can access it. The abstract functions cannot be private because they should be implemented. So if I write private, my IDE is going to give me an error. It's going to show me that this is an error. This should be public or protected. So it would be implemented by the child. And if I go here, I can create a class like Amir. This class should extend. For interface, we use implement, but for abstract class, we use extends human. Now I will get this red underline. Let me run my code to see what's the error. As you can see, it says class Amir contains one abstract method and must therefore be declared or implement the remaining method. So now I should definitely implement this function. As soon as I declare it in my class, the error is gone. No problem. Now, because Amir extends human, I have a public property called name. I have a function say hello, and I have a method nationality that should be implemented. For example, I could say echo my nationality is, and then the nationality of that object. Here I said that the abstract method can be public or protected. But here, when I extend human, I don't need the access modifier to be exactly the same. Here I could write public no problem, and it would still work. But I cannot change it to private because this is abstract. This should be public or protected. But if I change it to public, this should also be public. It cannot be protected. The implemented method should have the same level or a little bit higher. So if it's protected, this can be protected or public. But if it's public, it has to be public. It has to have the same level or a more inclusive access modifier. If we wanted to compare abstract class with interface, other than being able to implement a method, there are some other differences. The first difference is that abstract class can have properties, but with an interface I cannot have a property. But if I define an interface here, for example interface test, if I write private or public, even if I have a public name, it will give me an error. Like, what are you doing? Interface cannot have properties. Yeah, interfaces may not include member variable, and as you can see there is a red underline by my ID under property. The other thing that is different between interfaces and abstract classes is that in an abstract class we can have protected methods, but in an interface all the methods should be public. So here I cannot write private function test. I will get an error like, you cannot have private methods, you cannot have protected methods. Protected, still I cannot have that. All the methods should be public. Now I don't see an error. And the next difference is that if you want a class to implement a method, you should use implements, and for abstract class we use extend. When we use extend, obviously we cannot extend multiple abstract classes, but with implements we can implement multiple interfaces. That's the end of abstract class. Now let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about traits. Do you remember when we talked about inheritance? A class can extend only one class. But what if you wanted to inherit multiple classes and have their functionalities in your class? Well, the answer is trait. We use traits to be able to solve the problem I mentioned. We define traits like this: trait and the name of the trait. For example, and then inside the trait we can do everything that we do in a class. We can have properties, we can have methods, and then when we go to our class, for example class human, here rather than using extends I can write use example. That's it. Now I have all the functionalities and methods of this trait inside this human. So for example, let's say I have a trait speak, and this has a public method called speaking, and it echoes hello, I'm speaking. Now if I use this trait in my class, I can say Amir is a new human. This human, which is Amir, can speak. Now if I run the code, hello, I'm speaking. I haven't written one line of code in my human. I just used all the methods inside this speak. So what's the difference? The difference is that if I create a lot of traits, I can use all of them inside different classes and it's much cleaner. If I change it to class, then I have to extend it. I will get the same functionality, obviously, no problem, but I would be limited to only one, extend one parent. But here if I use the trait itself again, I can easily have multiple traits and my class could use all of them. I could just list them here. For example, if I say there is another trait like eat, hello, I'm eating, then I can easily use it here, and then I can say eating. This eating method is coming from eat trait and the speaking method is coming from speak trait. Now I can run the code. Hello, I'm speaking. Hello, I'm eating. Both of them works perfectly fine. But if I used class, I couldn't extend speak and eat. This helps me structure my code in a very clean and organized manner. It would also help me avoid writing duplicated code. What's the difference between trait and interface? Well, interface, as we have already talked about, does not implement anything. It's just a skeleton. But trait is more like a class. It can implement all the function that it talks about. But interface is just a skeleton. And we have also talked about multiple traits like this with comma. You can list all of them at once, or you can say use speak and then use it. But I personally prefer the first way. You could just use comma and put them as a list, and both of them still works, no problem. That's the end of this section. Let's go to the next one. Now let's talk about regular expressions. A regular expression is a sequence of characters that specifies a search pattern. Usually such patterns are used by string searching algorithms to find and replace operations on a string, or for input validation. The patterns are general and are not specific to PHP. You can learn and practice regular expressions, or regex for short, at regex 101. Now let's talk about regular expressions in PHP. In PHP, your regular expression should go between this. Any pattern you have would be something like this. Now the first thing we want to do, we want to check a string against a pattern to see if it matches that pattern or not. Let's see how we can do that in PHP. There are many functions, but we are going to talk about two functions that are so useful and super powerful. The first one is pregmatch. Pregmatch needs three arguments. The first argument is the pattern, the second argument is the string, and the third argument is a variable name. Here we call matches. Now what does this function do? This function goes through the string and checks for this pattern, and if there are any matches, it would save those matches in this variable. If there are any matches, at the end it would return 1, otherwise it would return 0. So let's see an example. Here I have a string that says hello world and hello YouTube. Okay, and my pattern is, as I said, it should go in between those. So my pattern is that I'm looking for the word word. Okay, so now I want to check if this word exists in my string. As you can see, I haven't specified matches. This matches is going to be filled with this function. Afterwards, if there are any matches, I can access them with this variable. So let's see what it returns. Now to check if our pattern exists, we can always put this function in a conditional. I could say if pregmatch, so it would check. If pregmatch returns 1, we go inside this section, otherwise it would return 0 and we go here. So here I can say, here now that I know that there were some matches, I can echo them. Let's say print are those matches. Otherwise I can say echo there weren't any match. Okay, let's see what it returns. Let me comment this part out. PHP index.php, and I'll get word. Now if I change it to YouTube, it would still tell me that there was a match, but if I change it to something else and run my code, I will get here because it would return 0, and I would come here and I say, okay, there weren't any match. Now I want to tell you about the second function that I said is so useful and super powerful. The first one was pregmatch. The second one is pregreplace. Pregreplace needs three arguments. The first argument is the pattern. The second argument is replacement. This can be an array of strings or one string. This replacement will be replaced in this string. This string again can be a string or an array. Our function pregreplace goes through this string or array of string and checks for this pattern, and if it finds that pattern, it will replace it with these replacements, and at the end it will return the changed string. So I'm going to store that in a variable, new string equals to preg replace. My pattern, let me copy that from here and then comment this part out. Okay, I have a string hello world, hello YouTube. I want to change hello to, let's say I want to replace it with hi. So now this preg replace would go through this string and checks for the pattern with the word hello, and if it exists it would replace it with hi. Let's see the new string, echo new string. Let's see what we'll get. Hi world, hi YouTube. As you can see, it has replaced both of the hellos. Now if I had some pattern that was not found in the strings like this, it would return the original string, hello world, hello YouTube. Now let's go back to hello again. As you have seen that it has changed both of the hellos to highs. But what if I wanted to limit it? I want to only replace the first one it found. Then there is another optional argument that we can add, and that's the limit. By default it will replace all the matches, but if I set the limit to 1, it would replace only the first one. Hi board, hello YouTube. It has changed this one and the limit is 1, so it didn't change the second one. As I said, it's super powerful and it's super useful, especially if you're dealing with a lot of strings. This preg replace and preg match are your friends. Now we have reached the end of regular expression. Let's go to the next topic. Welcome to our next project. Now we are going to build a router. What is the problem that we are going to solve? Let me show you. Let's go to our browser. In our browser, at the moment when we want to go to another page, we write, for example, index.php, contact.php, home, pricing, everything has this .php at the end. Today we want to remove that. We want to make our URL a bit more beautiful. So right now at the moment, if I go to index.php, it works. There is no error. But if I go to index, it doesn't know what to do, and server says that I do not recognize this file, I do not have such file, and I don't know what to do. Today we are going to build a router and tell the server what to do. The very first thing that we need to do is to redirect everything to one file. In our case, index.php file. This is not part of the problem that we are going to solve. The very first thing we need to do is to create a .htaccess file and copy this inside that. Let's create htaccess file, and inside this .htaccess file, I copy everything here. Now our server knows that, okay, rewrite engine on and rewrite base is this. Rewrite everything to index.php. Now everything that we pass the URL, our server is going to redirect to index.php, and index.php is going to handle that. In this htaccess file, we are redirecting everything to our index.php. If it was on the server, it would be okay. But since we are using a local web server and you might have a folder like me, like PHP course, I have PHP course, so I cannot send it to the main path. Like at the moment in this file, it sends local host, and everything after this would go back to localhost index.php file and expect index.php file to handle this. But in our case, I want to handle everything that comes after PHP course. to index.php file in this main directory. So my main directory would be PHP course, not the path up there. So in your case, I do not know what the name of your folder structure and your directory is. That's why I left it empty. So please make sure to add this at the end of your rewrite base and the path. For example, right now, if your directory name was something like my site, then you should pass my site here, and then everything that goes after this will go to index.php, and index.php will handle that. In my case, as I said, my directory name is PHP course, so I'm going to specify that here. So now my local web server is going to send everything that comes after this PHP course to index.php file inside this folder, index.php. Otherwise, if it was something else like API or my site, it would go to that directory and try to handle it that way. So be careful with that, and let's go to the solution. So make sure to change it in your project, and this htaccess file should be in the main directory. Okay, this was not part of the problem. This is something I gave you to just get started. Our solution should be a class, a router class. This router class would have a function that would get the method and the path and the file that needs to be returned. So here we would be writing something like router, and I don't know, handle. The method, for example, it would be get, and if we are in index.php, in index, then record the file index.php. Okay, something like this. This or something like this should be the end result. So pause the video, try to find the solution yourself, and come back to see what would be my solution. Okay, are you ready? Let's get started. At the moment, as I said, everything is redirected to index.php. So if I use my server super global and get the requested URI, I can echo that to see what we'll get and to see if we are here. I do not have any other file, as you see, it's just one index.php file. So let's go to my browser, search for anything up here like contact. It would bring me to index.php. It's not going to give me an error saying that I didn't find this file. If I go to anything here, it's going to be redirected to index.php, and our index.php is going to handle this file. So now let's build our router. So our index.php would send the user to the corresponding page. Let's go to index.php and comment this out. The very first thing I want to do is to create the class. So I'm going to create the class router, new PHP class router. Okay, and this router is going to have a public function called handle. Inside this function, I'm going to do everything. The very first argument that this function gets is the method. Is it, for example, get or post? And by default, I want it to be get. Then after that, I'm going to get the path. So I'm going to get the path that I'm going to match. And by default, it would be this as the root directory. And the last one is file name. There is no default for this. So now I expect my index.php or any other file that is using this class to run this handle function, pass 3 arguments. The first argument is the method, the second argument is the path, the last argument is the file name that we need to require in if the path was correct. But at the moment, if I go to index.php and I want to use this class, I have to create an object like router equals to new router, and then use it like router handle. But I do not want that. I want to be able to write something like this directly without creating an object and then run handle. In order to do that, we have to make it static. So it's a public static function. And if I write it again, I do not get any errors because this is a static and it's completely fine to call the method like this. And because I have already set some default values for my arguments, this is not going to give me an error. This is going to go here, and let me see if we are here, echo we are in the handle method. Everything should be redirected to index.php, and index.php is going to call this, and here we are going to echo this. So let's go to our browser, refresh the page. It's giving me an error, class router not found. That's because we have not required the file in our index.php. Let's require it once, require once router.php, and let's go back to the browser. And we are in the handle method. Perfect, everything works fine now. Let's go back to index.php. Now I want to handle get, and then I want to check if it's contact, and then if it is contact, I want to open contact.php. So first let's create contact.php, new PHP file contact, and inside this let's say echo I am in contact.php file to make sure that everything works. At the moment we haven't done anything, but we are going to start writing the code, and later we could add other methods. For example, if it was post and it was to contact, it's probably the form is going to be handled, so I'm going to include handle.php or something like that. If it was pricing, I'm going to do something else, but for now let's start with get contact, and then we will add more routes to our index.php. Now let's go to handle and see what we can do. Okay, at the moment I want to get the current method and current URI of what user has requested, so I would be able to check if this is the same method and if it's the same path. So I could include the file, and I can get the current request method and URI from this super global variable server. So let's print that out to see what I'm going to get. Print r, because it's an array, so I'm going to use print r, and let's go to browser to see what we'll get. Let me open this view page source because it would show it cleaner. What I want is request URI and method. Request method is this one, which is get here, and request URI is this one, PHP course, and this path, exactly this path. So let's store them in two variables and check if we are in the correct path. Let's comment that out, and let's say current method equals to server request method, and the current URI is server request URI. Okay, perfect. Now the very first thing is to check if current method is not equal to the method that is specified up there. Return false. We do not want to continue running the code. Okay. If we get here, it means that the method is correct, and we are now going to check the path. We want to check the path with preg match, so I'm going to use preg match. If our pattern is the same as current method, current URI, then we are going to require once the file name. Otherwise we want to return false and do nothing. But here let me put that in if condition. Okay, if preg match, and one more. Okay, if this preg match doesn't find any match from this URI against this pattern, we are going to come here and return false. Otherwise we are going to require the file. So what is my pattern? Well, we are going to create a regex pattern that checks for exact match of that path. At the moment, the path is something like contact. Like as you can see in index.php, we have passed contact. Here, we check if it's contact. And how can we write the regex? Nobody can really memorize regex. So let's go to regex 101 and build our pattern there. Let's go to regex101.com. Here I'm passing something like contact and I want it to be exact match. I want it to start with the word and end there. I want to check for contact. At the moment we have these slashes. We can escape the slash, or we can change the delimiter completely so we wouldn't have to escape the slashes. So right now slash would be considered as part of the pattern. No problem, that's great. But right now if I pass something like contact, it's not going to match, and if it's multi-line it's going to be match again. I do not want that, so let's take care of it. I don't want it to be global. I want it to return after the first match. If it is a match, then just return. I don't want it to be multi-line. I want it to be a single line. I want it to be insensitive to case. Perfect. And I wanted to check for $sign only for end of the pattern. Perfect. So it would add something like SID. At the moment, if I have contact, it's going to be still match because we checked for exact match. This is not going to be matched. And contact, okay, perfect. If I have multi-line, it's not going to match that. Perfect. So let's copy this and go back to our code. So my pattern would be something like this, but instead of this contact I'm going to pass this path. Because we use this for delimiters, we do not need to escape the slashes, but if you wanted to use slashes, then you have to use a function like add slashes to escape all those slashes in your path to make sure that wouldn't affect the pattern itself. So let's change it back to this. Right now, this pattern is going to check if contact is the same as PHP course contact. And of course it's going to return false. It's not going to find any match because I said exact match. I used start and end. So this is not going to be match and we are going to come here. So what should we do? Because if it was in the root directory of the server, no problem. It wouldn't cause any issues. It's going to match contact against contact. So it would definitely be a match and we would come here. But because our root directory is different, which is PHP course, let's add that root directory to our pattern. So root would be this. And we want to add this root to this path. Now we are checking for PHP course contact, but because the root directory is exactly the same, we are not going to include it here, so I wouldn't have to write PHP course every time. If your directory is different, then choose a different directory. If I wanted to make this method more general, so I could use it in all of my projects, I wouldn't hardcode PHP course here. I would add some directory here to check for the root directory and then pass it like that. So I wouldn't have to come here and change my method every time. But for the sake of this tutorial, let's hardcode this root directory here. Now, at the moment, there is one more issue. If I have something like echo, I'm in the contact.php file. Let's echo something here, echo in index.php file, and let's build another path like pricing. And let's say if it was in pricing, I want to check pricing.php. And let's say in my router, I want to echo the path that has been passed because I want to show you something. Right now, if we run the code, it's going to require this file, but let's see if we get all these echoes as well. Let's go to the browser. Let's go to localhost and run the code again. At the moment, it says, okay, this is the path contact, and then this is the path pricing, and then it echoes that we are in index.php file. So it has gone through this file, it came here, it went there and echoed this and didn't find anything. It didn't require the file. It went back here, it went through this, it ran this again, pricing, and didn't find a match again. It went back here and echoed this. But what if we had a match? Now let's go back to the browser and let's go to contact. It's going to echo that. It's going to echo that I'm in contact.php file, but it is still is going to continue running the code. I'm in pricing, index.php file, everything. So how can we stop that? If there is a match, I don't want it to go through the other paths and other files. So let's go back to the code and find a solution. Okay, right now here, if we find a match, we just require the file and then we continue running the code. What can we do here? We can add this function exit. Exit is a PHP function that causes the whole running the script to end. If we run exit, it's not going to continue and it's going to come here, check for this contact. If there is a match, it comes here, includes the file, and then exit running the code, and it's not going to run this part, it's not going to run this part. So let's see if it works. Let's go back to our browser and run some other code. It's not going to exit the script because contact, pricing, and index.php file. But if I run contact again, it's going to run this contact and sees that, hey, there is a match, and then runs the file, requires the file, and exit the code. So now we do not have pricing, we do not have index.php file. So perfect, this is perfect. Let's go back to our code and remove all these echoes. Okay, now this path is cleaner. We can add another path to see if it works. Pricing, let me create another file, new PHP file, pricing. And now inside this pricing, I'm gonna echo I am in the pricing.php file. Let's see if it works. Let's go to index.php. Let's handle get contact and handle get pricing. The moment of truth. Let's go to the file. Let's go to contact. We are in contact page. And if we run pricing, we are in pricing page. And if we run something else, we would be in index.php. We can throw some 404 errors or something that I couldn't find it, or we can specify a default file, default function that handles all these files that are not known. So our router for now is finished. Perfect. So we built a very simple router. We can use that in our files, and now we would be having beautiful URL. So instead of having a file like example.com contact us.php, we would have just contact us. We would have just pricing instead of pricing.php. Isn't that amazing? With just less than 10-20 line of code, we could do that with PHP easily. This is the end of the project. Let's continue with our course. Now let's talk about validation and sanitizing the data. In a lot of projects, you need to validate the data given by the user. In this section, we will talk about validating emails specifically, but you can expand this knowledge and do it for other type of data as well. Right now, for example, we want to validate the email of the users. So we should be able to make sure that user is not giving us something like this, because this is not the correct format for emails. There are two ways to validate the emails in PHP. The first one is using regular expression. As we have seen already, we can check, okay, preg match, if it matches the pattern for emails and the email given. If it matches, it would return 1 and we say, okay, user has passed the correct format. Or if it returns 0, we can say, okay, user has not passed the correct format. About the pattern, you can find different patterns on the internet based on your needs. Sometimes we need to check for general email format, but sometimes you need to check for a specific type of formatting. And in some cases, in some languages, the special characters are also needed to be checked. And the second option is filters. There are some filters in PHP that can help us validate and sanitize the data. Since now we are going to talk about validation and we have been talking about validating emails, let's see the filter for validating an email. Whenever we want to use filters in PHP, we should use the function filter var. The first argument is the variable that we want to validate or sanitize. And the second argument is the filter. For example, in PHP, we have a filter for email, which is called filter validates email. This filter var function would go through this variable and apply this filter validate email, and if it doesn't match, it would return false. So here we should be able to check if this function return false or not. I can write a conditional. If this filter var is not true, so it would be false, we come here, we say echo email is not valid. But if it's true, else echo email is valid, thank you. Okay, perfect. Now here let's have our variable, which is, the email is test.com. Let me run the code, phpindex.php. Email is not valid. But if I say test@example.com, now it's a valid email, and I will get email is valid, thank you. You see, we didn't need to know any regular expression pattern, and it's super readable. I know that it's checking to validate an email. It's very readable, it's very quick and easy. That's the power of PHP, and this filter var function is very useful and it can help us validate and sanitize. We will talk about sanitizing data in a bit. For now, let's see another useful filter for validation, which is URL. A lot of times you might get some website from the user. For example, if you want to register some developers, you want to get their portfolio website or their GitHub account address. So you need to make sure that given address is a correct URL. In order to do that, we can change it here. For example, here is an email. The filter for checking validation on URLs is filter validate URL. And here we say URL is valid, otherwise URL is not valid, otherwise URL is valid. So now I expect it to return URL is not valid because it's an email, it's not a URL. So php index.php URL is not valid. But if I change it to a valid URL, for example, https example.com, and I run the code again, URL is valid, thank you, perfect. As you can see, with just changing the filter, we could validate URLs as well. It's very powerful, as I said, and it's very useful. Now let's talk about sanitizing. Sanitizing data is very important, especially when you are dealing with user data. Well, what does it mean to sanitize the data? It means to clean up your data by using techniques like deleting, replacing, encoding, and escaping. And we can easily do that in PHP with the power of filter var function. We pass a variable like before, but as a second argument for the filter flags, instead of adding a validation flag, we use a sanitizing flag. And the thing we should note is that when we use validation flags, we expect this function to return false if it couldn't validate. So here we had checked for that. But here it would go through this variable, it would apply this filter, and it would return a new variable. So I have to store it, and I'm going to store it in sanitized data. So what's the flag here, and what would be my variable? Let's say my variable is an HTML paragraph. So for example, P, and let's close it. Hello world. I don't want to have those HTML tags in my data when I store them. So now I can go through this sanitizing process and remove them. How can I do that? There is a flag for it, and that is filter. As I said, we should use sanitize rather than validate. So filter sanitize string. What would it do? It would go through this string and it would remove the flags for me. I could pass it as a variable here. So my flag would be this. Because I'm going to show you other flags, it would be easier. I would be running the same function and then I would echo the sanitized data. Let's see. PHP index.php hello world. As you can see, it has removed the HTML tags. Sanitizing is super important, so I'm going to go through a list of some of the useful flags here so you could see how it works. The first flag was filter sanitize string. As you can see, it strips tags and HTML encode the double and single quotes. For example, if I had hello world here encodes that and escapes that. It's very good. Now the second flag is for sanitizing email. So if we want to sanitizing email, we should say filter sanitize email. So what it would do, it would keep all the letters, all the digits, and all these characters, because these can be in an email, but any other character, it would be removed from the string. For example, an HTML tag cannot be part of a string. For example, if we had here email at example.com, I would expect it to remove these because these are not valid characters. So let's see what it does. As you can see, it has removed those characters for me. It kept the P's for me because it would remove this, this, and this because those are not valid characters. The next sanitizing filter that we are going to talk about is the filter for URL. So the URL would keep letters and digits like email, and it would include more characters for URLs. Let me remove the second L. So let's say email example.com, and I have some characters like euro sign. If I sanitize the data, I expect to remove this euro for me because it's not included in these valid characters. It would sanitize the data. Here, as you can see, if I check this for validation, it might return false, but for sanitizing, it says, okay, those characters, it would go through each character and says, okay, this is a valid character, this is a valid character, this is a valid character, and it would keep all of them. But in case of euro sign, it was not a valid character, so it has removed it. We can sanitize the number and make it an integer. For example, filter sanitize number int. This would get the number here. For example, if I have 61.35, it would turn this variable to an integer, but you should be careful. It wouldn't do what you expect. It wouldn't remove this part as a whole. It would say, okay, inside an integer, I don't expect this character, and it would remove this. Even if this wasn't a string and it wasn't double, it would still do the same. It would remove these dots. It would remove the decimal point. So you should be very careful with that. And if it wasn't a string, it wouldn't just remove that point, it would remove all the other characters that are not numbers. So here if I run the code again, it would give me the same result because it has removed these two characters as well. There are a lot of other flags. You can check all of them in PHP's official website. For example, you can sanitize magic codes, full special characters, number floats, and so on. Now to summarize what we have learned so far, filter var is a very useful function in PHP. You can use regular expression to validate the data and it's very powerful. You can use break match, but filter var is easier and it works in most of the cases. So we can use filter var for validation by adding validation filters in the second argument. Again, with sanitization, we could use regular expression and use preg replace. But as I said, in most of the cases, not always, but in most of the cases, a filter var would work just fine. And you could use sanitize flags and clean up your data. That's the end of this section. Now let's go to the next topic. Let's talk about databases and learn how to work with databases from our PHP program. I'm going to tell you about MySQL database because MySQL is one of the most popular databases with PHP. There are two ways to get connected to MySQL. One is with MySQLi and the other is with PDO. You can choose whatever you like. They are very similar, but for this tutorial I will work with PDO because PDO can work with more than 12 databases, but MySQLi can only work with MySQL. So if you work with PDO and later you decide to change your database to something other than MySQL, it's very simple, no problem. We have already talked about object-oriented programming, and PDO is a class. We should create an object from this class and then work with these functionalities. The very first step is to get connected to the database, and as I said, we are going to use PDO. So let's create a new object of this PDO class. PDO equals to new PDO. The first argument is DSN. DSN is in a very special format. We specify the database. Here in our case it's MySQL. Then we specify the host, which is localhost in our case. And then we can specify DB name later, but in our case I want to specify it here, DB name, because our database already exists and we just want to get connected to it. But if you want, you can even create databases from here and you don't need to specify the DB name here. So DB name should be, for example, PHP course, because in our case the database will be PHP course. And then after this DSN, we pass the username of our database, which in our case, because it's in our local computer, it's root, and the password is empty in our case. Now let's go to our database and create a database named PHP course. If you have installed XAMPP, when you go to localhost dashboard, it will show you phpMyAdmin. If we go to phpMyAdmin, it helps us manage our databases, browse the data, and a lot of other powerful things. If you get a hosting, you will probably see something like this, phpMyAdmin, in your cPanel. So it's very good to get used to it in your local computer. That's why XAMPP has included phpMyAdmin in the local development environment. Here, in order to create a database, let's go to databases. Here I can specify the name PHP course, and I can specify the unique code. Let's keep the characters like this and let's create. Okay, now I have a database called PHP course. It has no table. We can create a sample table here, or we can create a table from our code. Let's create a table here. Let's name it example with 2 columns. The first is the ID and the second is the name, and here it would be a varchar with a length of 190, and the default cannot be null. It wouldn't be a null. The ID can also be auto increment. It has also gotten the primary index because it's the key. Let's save it, and great, now we have this table. The name of the table is example and it has two columns, ID and name. Okay, now let's go back to our code and interact with this database from our code. The very first thing that we want to do after getting connected to our database is to insert some data to it. So let's do it. I want to run the function PDO. When we use this object, it has a function called exec. This exec can get our SQL statement and it would run this SQL statement and then add the data, update the data and things like that. For now we want to insert into our database. So we want to insert into the name of the database was example. Then we specify the keys. The ID will be automatically generated, so I will only specify the name, and then we have the values. Let's say the value would be Amir, and this function, this exec function, will return the count of the changed rows. So I'm going to store that in a variable called count. So if this exec runs correctly and inserts the name Amir in my table, this should be 1 because a new row has been added to the database and PDO will return 1. So I'm going to echo count rows were affected. Okay, perfect. Now if I run the code, I expect Amir to be added to the database. So let's run the code, php index.php. We get connected to database and we run insert, and as you can see we get 1 rows were affected. Now let's go back to our phpMyAdmin and see if it's true. Let's go to browse section, and as you can see a name Amir has been added. Perfect. Here as you can see it has created the ID. Sometimes you might need to get the ID of the last item that was added to the database. Let's add some other value, PHP, and this time I want to get the ID of the last inserted item. In order to do that, I could get the last ID by getting that value from my PDO object, which is last inserted ID. And now I can add that to my echo count rows were affected and the last inserted ID is this. Now let's run the code again to see what we get. The last inserted ID should be 2 exactly. 1 rows were affected and the last inserted ID is 2. Let's go back to our phpMyAdmin, and as you can see, let me refresh the page. As you can see, it has added PHP with the ID of 2. Perfect. If we want to insert multiple rows at once, you can use transaction. You need to start the transaction to do the things you want to do and then commit it. In order to use the power of transactions in our code as well, we should use that PDO begin transaction, and then we can run any statement that we want here, and at the end we should run the code PDO commit, and then it would commit all the transaction. And as you probably know from working with MySQL, if any of those statements failed, the transaction is going to roll back and none of the statements will be committed. But if everything is going smoothly and there is no error, then all the statements will run and you add or update the data in the database. So now let's insert lines like this. For example, I want to add PHP, second PHP, I want to add YouTube, I want to add Twitter, I want to add John, and let me comment this part out. And now all these statements will be run as a transaction. So let's run our code and see if we get any error. Perfectly fine, it has run. Now if we go to our PHP My Admin and browse, as you can see 4 new rows have been added: second, PHP, YouTube, Twitter, and John. The thing with exec is that if you don't want to have any variable or user input inside your SQL statement, you can use exec. But if you want to use user input, then do not use exec at all, because it does not protect you from SQL injection, which is one of the most common way a website gets hacked. First of all, validate your input and check everything with data validation and sanitizing the data that we have learned about. Then instead of using exec, use prepare. I'm going to show you how to use prepare. Here, let me comment these parts out. For example, let's say I have a name here. The name is another example. And my statement, first we need to create and prepare a statement. How we can do that? We can use PDO prepare. This prepare gets a query as the first argument, which in our case was insert into this example table the name, and here the name would be this name. Now instead of writing the name here, I will add a question mark here. This will give me a statement. This is preparing the statement for me. Let's call this STM for short for a statement. Then we can now bind values to this value. How can we do that? We can call statement bind values, and this we are telling the PDO object that I want for my first question mark to be the name. Now PDO is going to come and change this name and make it secure and convert it to a string and then add it here. So if I had any kind of SQL injection or something, still it's not going to work because it's going to be turned to a string. And then after this, we have to execute the statement. Now we can call statement and execute. Now the prepared statement will be executed and added to the database. Let's run the code and see if another example will be added to our table. Run the code. It has prepared the statement, it has binded the value and executed the statement. Now if I go to my PHP My Admin and refresh the page, I can see that another example has been added perfectly fine. This is the safe and better way to insert data into database. Now let's talk about updating and deleting the data. In order to update, we can use exec function. We can use update example set name equals to Amir updated, where id equals to 1. We can do that. We can store the count again and run the code, but let's get used to doing it the safe way. So instead of writing this, I'm going to do this again. Update example, let's bring it here. We would say okay, update the set name. Let's create a new variable, name equals to Amir updated. Let's comment this out and let's comment this part out as well, and the ID would be 1. Now here, because we are passing 2 items, we can add 1 question mark here and 1 question mark here. Now I can bind values. The first value is the name and the second value is the ID. I can pass it here. Now PDO is going to prepare this statement, bind these values of ID and name to this statement, and then execute it. I expect my first row with the ID 1 to be updated to Amir updated. Let's run the code and see if it works. PHP index.php. Let's go to our PHP my admin and browse the data. And as you can see, Amir has updated to Amir updated. Perfect. Now let's talk about deleting the data. Again, with deleting the data, we could use exec and write delete from example where id equals to 1 and then run our code. But again, let's get used to using this structure of prepared statements. It's much safer. So instead of that, I'm going to write delete everything from example table where id equals to question mark and id would be passed from here. The first item would be id and we do not have a second value. So if I run this statement, I expect my row with the id of 1 to be deleted. Let's run the code and see the results, and let's go to PHP my admin. And as you can see, the first row was deleted. Perfect. Now let's talk about selecting the data and reading from database. Let's comment this part out. In order to select the data from database, we need to use query rather than exec. So our function would be pdo query. And then we write the statement here like select everything from example. Select everything from example. This would return a statement equals to this. Now in order to get all the data, we need to run fetch all function on this statement fetch all. This fetch all function gets an argument. This argument is the mode. We are telling PDO that how I want to receive the data. If we write, for example, PDO fetch associative, then it will return the data as an associative array. If I pass fetch num, then it will return the data as an indexed array. And if I run fetch both, it's going to return a combination of both index and associative array. I personally prefer fetch associative, so I'm going to use it here as well. Now this fetch all with the mode fetch associative is going to return all the rows. So I'm going to store all the rows in a variable. And since this is an associative array, I can write a loop and then use the data. Here I'm going to use a for each loop, and for each rows as row, I'm going to echo row name and plus PHP end of line. And let's run the code to see what we'll get. I expect PHP to go through this code, get the data from database and echo the name in each row. So let's run it. And as you can see, it has echoed PHP, second PHP, YouTube, Twitter, John, and another example. Since it's an associative array, the key is ID, and I can also echo that. Let's see the ID and the value here. The ID of PHP is 2, the ID of second PHP is 3, the ID of YouTube is 4, and so on. This is again a very good way to select data from database, but it's like exec. As you can see, it's not safe. For example, if I wanted to write something like select everything from example var name like something, then I have to add a variable. It's never safe to use it like this, so it's good to use prepared statement. For select, we also have prepared statement. We can do it like this. We run pdo prepare, and then we write this select everything from example where name equals to question mark, and then we pass the name like YouTube, and then we bind the value statement equals to this, and then statement bind value. The first question mark is going to be the name, and then stm, and then stm execute. And now this execute is going to act like this statement, PDO query, but with a prepared statement and much safer. Now I need to fetch everything from this statement. I can use the exact same functionality from above, but instead of a statement I'm going to use stm here because this one is the prepared statement, and then I can write the same exact loop here and go through the data. Let's run the code again, because we have specified that I want only the one that has the name YouTube. It has returned only one row, and the name is YouTube, the ID is 4. This is the end of this section and working with databases. Now let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about running system commands. Did you know we can run system commands through PHP? Well, not only is possible, but it's also very easy. You can easily run your commands with exec function. Exec. The three arguments for these functions are the command, an output, and result code. Let's see what they are. The command is the command you want to run, like make dir test, to make a directory called test. Now if there is any output for the command you run, it will be saved on this variable, output. And the last argument, the result code, is the code that will be returned from running your command. So let's see a couple of examples. Result code. Okay. Right now, this output and this result code are null. They don't have any value. But if I run this code, this function is going to run this command, and if this returns something, it would put the return value here, and this is the code we get after running the command. So let's see what they are. At the moment, as you can see, I do not have any directories here. So let's see if it works. php index.php. Here I had a typo, make dir, and let me fix that and run the code again. Perfect. So let's see if we have the directory. Perfect. It has created a directory for us. I could run the system command from my PHP script. Let me remove that and see what it would return as output. Echo or var dump output, and again var dump the result code. Let's see what they are. Clear and php index.php. It has run the code. There was no output, so it is an empty, and the result code is an integer, which is 0. Now let's run another command. The other command I want to run is who am I, to get the user of the system. So if I run who am I, this command would return the user that is logged in your system. So after running this command, because it's going to return the user that is logged in, the output should not be empty again. So let's run the code and see what the output would be. php index.php. As you can see, the output is a string Amir Kamizik home Amir. This is my user, and again the result code is 0. Do you see how powerful this is? Like literally the possibilities are endless. You can control the whole system with your PHP. That's amazing. Now let's go to the next section. Both PHP and Python are very powerful languages. Sometimes you might want to run a Python program from your PHP code. It might be a ML algorithm or a crawler or anything else. And it's very easy to do. Do you remember when we talked about exec function? We can run system commands. So we can run a command that runs the Python program, and then the Python program would return something, and we catch the return, and then we do something with the return value in PHP. So let's do it. So first let's go here and create a new file called like say hello.py. Now this Python file is going to say hello PHP. Now I can use the exec function here in my index.php exec and run Python. What's the name of the file? Okay, Python say hello.py. This would return something. I want to get the output that Python gave me, so I'm going to save it in this variable, and I want to get the result code as well in case we need it. Now I expect PHP to run this command, then Python would print this, and then in my file I'm going to store it in this output. So I'm going to var dump the output, and now the moment of truth. Let's run the code php.index.php, and amazing, it runs the Python code and then gets the output hello PHP, and we can do anything we want with it here. Isn't it amazing? It's so powerful. Now let's talk about the security of doing this. It's always a good idea to escape all the shell commands. We can use escape shell cmd function. What's that? Let's see. Escape shell cmd. This is a function that takes the comment as argument and would escape any character in a string that might be used to trick a shell command into executing arbitrary commands. Yeah, it's very important for security. If I wanted to run this command again, but with security in mind, I would do something like this. My command would be escape shell cmd, the command I want to run. Then it would return a safe command, and then I would put that command there in order to run it, and I will get exactly the same result, but in a safer manner. Now what about argument? What if we wanted to pass some arguments to our Python code? That's super easy. That's just another system command. So let's change our Python code so it would get some arguments from our PHP. This is not a Python course, so I'm going to write this part and increase the speed of recording. Now in Python, this code is getting the argument from the system, and if there is no argument, it would say hello my friend. If there is an argument, it gets the first argument and consider it as the name of the person and says hello, the name in capitalized and then exclamation mark. Let's see if we run it from the system how it would work. It would say Python say hello.py. Okay, in this part I should remove this. Now let's run the code again. It says hello my friend, but if I pass some argument like Amir, it would say hello Amir. Perfect. Now let's run this command from our PHP code. Now here in my command, if I pass Amir, I expect this to output hello Amir. Let's see, and as you can see, it has outputted hello Amir. But if I don't pass the name here, I will get php index.php hello my friend. That's amazing. As I said, both PHP and Python are super powerful, and now that you know how they can interact with each other, the possibilities are like endless. That's the end of this section. Let's go to the next one. Now let's talk about curl. Sometimes we need to send requests to another URL to get data, maybe another API. So how can we do that in PHP? There are many ways, but now we are going to talk about curl. Well, in order to work with curl in PHP, you need to know these 4 functions. The first one is curl init. The next one is curl set opt array. Then the next one is curl exec, and the last one is curl close. Curl init will initialize the curl request and returns an object. So we need to store it in a variable curl, and we need to pass this object to our other request. All of them needs this object, both curl set opt array and exec and close. So let's pass them here before we forget. Then for curl set opt array, we need a second argument, which are our options. These options are the things we need to add to this curl request, so it would know what to do, where to send it, what would be the headers, what would be the post fields, and what would be the timeout. So let's see some of the most common options. The first one is the URL, curl URL, and we will pass the URL that we want to send it to, for example, https example.com. The next one would be the timeout, curl timeout. Okay, curl up timeout. The default is 30 seconds. The number we pass here is the number of seconds we are willing to wait for the URL for that server to return a response to us. Otherwise, we will close the connection. For now, let's keep it as default. Another option would be custom request. What is our request type? For example, is it get, is it post, is it update, is it patch, is it delete? We can pass it here. Custom request, curl up custom request. This can be a string or the number code for this, but for now we can pass simply get. The last one is the header. We can pass curl opt header. Okay, for this we can pass an array of the headers that we want to add. Let's keep it as an empty array. Okay, then curl exec will get this curl object with all the options that we have added, and would try to process this request and would send this type of request to this URL with these headers. For now, these headers are empty, and it would return the response we get from this request. So I need to store it in a variable response equals to curl exec curl, and then I need to close the connection. The only thing I need to pass is the curl object itself. Now let's echo the result to see what we'll get from example.com if we send a simple get request. Echo response, CLS here, and php index.php. As you can see, we have got the HTML of the website is returned. As you can see, it has all the styles, everything. If I store it in a file index.html, it would be exactly a replica of the same website. Perfect. That's how easy it is to send a request to an API endpoint or a website to get their content. There are other options that I can add. For example, I could add the post field, curl post fields, and so many more options. Curl is a very simple but very powerful tool to have in our toolbox. This is the end of this section. Now let's go to the next one. Welcome to our next project, which is a crawler. A lot of times we might need to crawl the web for specific information and data gathering. We can do it with PHP easily. We don't even need any extra package. We can do it in 2 steps. The very first step is to send a request and get the response. And then the second step is to parse the response and get the data we need. And for our project, we are going to get the data from IMDb's box office and show the data to our user. If we go to imdb/chart/box office, you can see that here is a list of top 10 movies, and we have a title, we have the number of weeks and weekend and gross. All we need to do for now is to get this date, so we would know which date which movies were on top, and then get the title. If you want in your solution, you can get other data as well. But for our project, we want to get this dates and this list of movies. So like all the other projects in this course, pause the video, try to do it yourself, and then come back and see my solution. Okay, now let's start writing the code for our project. The very first step to send the request and get the data. How can we do that? We can do it with curl. We want to send a curl request to IMTV's box office page. So let's start by running curl init. Perfect. And then we want to make sure that we are sending a get request, because in our browser we sent a get request to the URL of IMDb and we got the response. So request type is get. Then we want to store the URL, so we could pass it to our curl. Let me find it from here. It was imdb.com chart box office. So let's go back to our code and paste it here. This is the URL we want to get. Now let's set the options for our curl. Curl set option array. Perfect. The very first item is the curl object and the second item is the array of options. Let me add a semicolon here before I forget. Well, the very first option is the URL, curl URL, okay, and the URL was our URL. Then we want to set request type, curl request, curl custom request, yes, equals to request type. Perfect. Then we want to set a timeout, so if there was some issues in IMDb server and they couldn't send back a response in like 30 seconds, we would close the connection. Curl timeout would be 30 seconds. Okay, and we don't need to pass any headers, we don't need to pass any post fields, and the HTTP version by default is 101. These options are enough. I don't need to pass any other information. The default would work for me. So now let's execute this curl and get the response and store it in a variable response. Curl execute, the object would be curl, and then close the connection. Curl close, curl object, and perfect. Now we can work with our response, because our response is going to be a HTML. Let's first echo it to see if we got it or not. Response, and let's run the code. php index.php. Perfect, we got the whole HTML page. Amazing. Now let me clean this, is a lot of data. Now we can parse the data. We got the response, now we want to parse the data. Do you remember when we talked about XML and we parsed the data with DOM document? DOM document is also able to help us parse HTML data. So let's build a DOM document. DOM equals to new DOM document. Yes, okay. And then let's load the HTML to this. With XML we load XML, but with HTML we load HTML. Load HTML. Okay, perfect. And we pass the response that we received. Perfect. Now it's going to parse it. Now we want to get a specific data. Let's go back to IMDb's page. Now how can I get this title and everything? If I inspect it, for example, I get this title column. Each row has a title column. I want to get that. If I go to copy, I can get XPath. What is XPath? XPath is something like this. First it's going to find the thing that has box office, then it's going to find table, then it's going to find body of that table, the first row and the second column. Great. We want to be able to use that in our DOM document and parse the data with XPath, because it's very powerful. So let's create that XPath in our code. PHP also has a DOM XPath. DOM XPath. We need to have that in order to be able to get the data with XPath. So we are going to pass the DOM we had. And since this is a class, we need to create one, and XPath equals to this. We are almost done with this part. Now if I run my code, I'm going to get a lot of warnings from PHP. There are warning, not errors, and it's not very important for us. So we can tell PHP to not show us the warnings. How can we do that? All I have to do is to run this function libxml use internal errors to true before loading the DOM. Now PHP is going to know that, hey, I'm not interested in the warnings right now. Do not show them to me. So now let's continue with our project. The next thing that we need to do is to use this XPath and find the things that we need with this XPath and show them in our code. So how can I do that? Let's go to our Chrome. The very first thing I want to get is the title. So I want to find this here with inspect element. I can do it easily. Then I'm going to copy the XPath. Perfect. And let's go back to the code. The XPath was something like this. Great. It's going to find the ID and then the H4. Okay. How can we do that? We can do it by XPath query. Let's run XPath query, and then inside this query we can pass the path that we have copied from there, and let me add that here. Okay, perfect. Now it's going to query the document and get this path and show me the result. How can I get that? Let's first store it in a variable. We can title node equals to this. And now this query will return a list of objects. I can loop through it with for each, or I could get a specific item with the function item and then pass the item I want. So in order to get the first item, I can say, okay, first item would be weekend title node item 0. The index 0 is the first item. Perfect. Now the first item from this list, I have it stored here. How can I get its value? I can do it with first item node value. This I expect to be the same as this. So let's see if we could get it and parse the data properly. Let's go back to our code. Perfect. I want to echo that. Echo this, and let's run the code php index.php. Okay, now it's telling me that property node value of non-object in line 84. Line 84 is this, which means it could not get this and could not query this. So let's see what's the problem. When I ran the code, I noticed that it's showing me the response I received from IMDb, but as you can see, I have not echoed it here. It took me a while to find why it's happening, so I'm going to share that with you as well. In curl request, there is this option curl opt return transfer, which by default is, I think, false, but we have to specify to true. So right now it should solve my problem and not echo everything here. And if it's not going to echo everything here, it's going to store everything, and when it stores everything here, we can parse the data perfectly fine. So let's see if I run it. As you can see, it did not echo the whole stream of data, and it stored them in this response, and then I could pass the value and get this response and get the first item node value, which was our title, weekend of May, and it worked perfectly fine. So the problem was just this option. We could specify it through the curl set option array. I thought the default was true, but it wasn't, so we had to do it manually and specify it here. Perfect. Now that we got the title of the table, let's store it in a variable. Title equals to this, and later we are going to echo that. Now let's go back to get the data from this table, each title of the movie. How can we do that? We can use query again, but what should be the XPath? The X path should be, let me get one of these. Okay, if I copy the X path for this column, it's giving me this. It's going through this ID, box office, table, T-body, and the second column of the second row. I could write a for loop and get the data from this. So for example, I would be doing something like this. This is one solution that I could write XPath query, and this would be my query, and I would go through for I equals to 1 because I want to start from 1 rather than 0, and I is less than equal to 10, and I plus plus, and inside this X path I want to query that. I want to pass I here. I want to pass I value here. So it would be tr1, tr2, tr3, tr4, and then I could get the item from there with first item like this here. First item would be this, but it's not weekend title, it would be the movie title. Movie title node equal to this, and I'm going to get the first item, and then I'm going to echo this first item. Echo, I'm going to echo first item node value, and let's see if this would work. php index.php file, it has worked perfectly fine. Doctor Strange, Downton Abbey, the bad guy. This was one solution. I could add them in an array of movies. Movie titles equals to this, and then I would add it to the movie titles. I would also prefer to trim this white spaces, so I'm going to run this through this trim, and then at the end I can print the movie list. Let's see if it's working. Perfect, everything has worked. It has also removed these white spaces that I had. This is one solution to do it with this path, but there is another solution. With this, I am querying the DOM like 10 times. There would be another solution to query it once, and that would be if we go to our browser, and if I inspect the element like this, I can see that each column has this title column. So I can change my query to get these columns that have title column and then get the value from there. So let's see if we can do that as well. Let's go back and let's go to this file. This was one solution. Let's go through the next solution. The next solution would be XPath query, but I want to change my query to get those, and in order to get that we can copy this part, and instead of ID I want the ones with the class of, what was the class? The class I think was title column. Let me check that again. Yes, title column. Let me copy that so I wouldn't have any typos. Let's go back to the code, and let's have it in our query. Now it's going to return a list of data, and I can go through every one of them with for each. Let's first store it in a variable. Movies nodes equals to this for each movies nodes. Movie nodes would be better name. Movie nodes as movie node. Now it's going to go through each node, so we don't need to call this function item. We can specify the node value, so I can get echo, and I want to trim it because I'm sure there are so many spaces. Trim the movie node value. So let's see if this works as well. Let's see. It has worked perfectly fine. I got all the data perfect. I can again store them in a array. Movie title would be this, and then at the end I can print movie titles. Let's run the code again. Perfect. I can also echo the title, echo title plus PHP end of line, and let's see. Now I can see that Weekend of May 20, Doctor Strange, Downtown Abbey, The Bad Guy, Sonic, and The Northman. Perfect. We got the title, we got the data we needed. Super easy. With less than 10 lines of code, we could easily crawl the data from IMDb's box office. This is very powerful, and the sky is the limit really. We can crawl any website and get their data. And in our course we have tried both of them. We have tried querying like a loop every time, like 10 times querying the data, or query it once and then go through the data. Both of them were perfectly fine as long as we get the last item. If we had a lot of data, for example if we had like a million rows, then we had to choose which one would be faster, but for now both of them are working. This is the end of this project. Let's continue learning PHP and go to the next topic. In any programming language that you use in your project, you might use packages. What are packages? Packages that are codes that other people wrote and you want to use in your project. So your code depends on that package. You need a way to manage all these dependencies. How can we do that in PHP? Well, in PHP we have Composer. You can download it from composer.org. Here I have Composer on my computer. So if I write Composer version, I will get version 2.1. So now I know that my Composer is installed and it's working properly. So now let's start using it. How to use Composer? All you need to do is to have a composer.json in your project. For example, here, this is my project. I should have a composer.json file, and Composer will take care of all the package management for me inside that file. So let's create one. Here I will create a new file, composer.json. That's it. Inside this file, I will write my data in a JSON format. For example, this is helping me require this package and this package. We use the keyword require, and inside it we use a JSON object, and then we have the first package. In the packages are normally formatted as vendor slash package name. So for example, it would be Amir Kamizi as the vendor, and the package would be like package name. And then we would have the version 1.0. So now there are two questions that we need to ask ourselves. First, where do I find these packages and their names? And the second question that you might ask is that how do I format these versions that I wouldn't have any problem, I would get the latest packages. So first, let's start by the first question. Where can I find these packages? If you go to packagist.org, you can see all the packages that are there for PHP. You can find the packages you need in Packagist. You search for whatever you want. For example, let's say random number. I want to generate some random number, and it shows me the vendor slash package name. This is the full package name, vendor slash package name, and this is the description. You can literally copy that manually and add it to your composer.json file like this. Composer.json file, copy it here, and then specify the version. For example, I wanted version 1.2. Now that I have written that in my composer.json, how does Composer know to include this package in my project? Well, all I need to do is to write composer update, and it would go through this file and see which files are necessary for Composer to add to my project, and then it will download them and add them to my project. As you can see, I have no other folders here. So let's see what happens. Composer update. It will get all the data, and here if I refresh this, as you can see, it has created a folder vendor. Inside the vendor, I see that folder IRC Maxwell. This is the vendor name, and then inside it we have random lib package, and inside it there are the codes necessary for that package to run correctly. That's amazing. I didn't need to do anything, and now in my code I can use the power of this package and generate random numbers without writing any code myself. I could require this project in my project and then generate random numbers with this rather than creating the functions and algorithms myself. So it's very powerful. Here we have added our package and vendor and version, everything manually, and then used composer update. There is another way which I personally recommend. So now let's delete this whole folder completely and delete this composer.log that has been created. Great. And let's clear the terminal. Let's remove it. The second way to require this package in my project is to use Composer, and Composer will bring all the data necessary and the versioning, and it would add it to this composer.json file by itself. Now let's see how would we do that. First we write Composer, and instead of writing update, we would write require. Now Composer is going to require the package that we write here and add it to my composer.json, and then download it and add it to my project. So here the name of the project was IRC Maxwell random lib. Even for this command I could write it myself here, IRC Maxwell / random lib. Or I could go to packages, and when you go to the package page itself, you can see the command here, composer require IRC Maxwell random lib. I could copy this and paste it in my terminal and run this. As you can see, it has updated the file itself. I didn't do anything, and then required the package here for me. Inside the vendor, I can now see IRC Maxwell folder and randomly package, and I can use this package in my project easily and perfectly fine. Now that we have talked about packages and we have seen where we can download them, where we can get access to these packages, and how we can add them to our project, let's talk about the versions. How can we use different versions? How can we specify a version when we require the project, when we require the package? For example, here, as you can see, when I was requiring the package manually and I wrote the name in my file, I said 1.2, but when Composer required the package for me, it has added this. What does that mean? So let's see. There are different ways to write the version of your package. For example, let's say I have Amir Kamizip. Let's say I have a package and it's called first package, and I want to specify the version that I want to require. There are different ways to do that. For example, I could specify an exact version like 1.3.2, or I could specify a range. For example, I could say I want any version that is greater or equal to 1.3.2. So it would require any version that is above that or equal to 1.2. Or I could do the opposite. I could say, okay, I want the versions that are less than this version. I don't want this version. So Composer would take care of that for me. The other way is to use wildcards. For example, I could say I want 1 point anything. I want 1 point star. It would bring me 1.1 to 1.9. I could say, okay, I want 1.3 point star. or I could use this one. This one is actually very interesting because it means that do not allow breaking changes. For example, do not bring major version changes, just minor changes. For example, if I write this and 1.1.3.2, it would give me the versions that are greater or equal to 1.3.2 until the version that is 2.0, but not the 2.0 itself, because that would be a major change in the version number, and Composer will take care of that for me. It would not bring that version, but any version below that would be fine. After that, we could use Composer update, and Composer will update the version and require this package for us by itself. You could specify the version when you require the package with Composer require as well. For example, here I could say I want Composer require IRC Maxwell random lib, but this version 1.1, and I could write it here, and if I run this project it would bring me the version for 1.1. As you can see, it has added here. All I needed to do is to add the version after the package name here in my command. Now that we have added these packages to our project, what should we do? How can we use them? Let me delete that and bring the latest version to my project. Let's delete this folder and delete this composer.log, and then clean the terminal and run this command again. Now I have the latest version in my project. Now as you can see, inside my project there is a folder vendor IRC Maxwell, and inside that I can see the package and the latest codes. But now how can I use that in my project? All the packages will be inside this vendor folder, and inside this vendor folder there is an autoload.php file. What is that and how can we use this? And this is just require once the package real, and it will take care of all these packages for me. Do you remember when we talked about include and require? As you can see, all those packages are all in different folders, so if I want to use them I would be writing like require vendor and then IRC Maxwell and then the file itself that I want to use. But Composer takes care of all of that for me. The only file that I need to require is this autoload.php. It doesn't matter if I have required one package or hundreds of packages. PHP Composer will take care of all of it inside that autoload.php file for me, and the only file that I need to require is the autoload.php file. Now I can easily use that code inside my project. So let's see in the documentation that how the code should be used. Now if I go to the same page, I can see that there is a readme. Let me read the documentation. As you can see here, we have to first create a factory and a generator, and from that generator we can generate random numbers. So let's use that. Let's copy this code to our project. And then use this generator to generate some random number. Okay, now let's see if we have done everything correctly. Var dump this random integer and php index.php, and as you can see it has generated 15 for me because I have stated that I want 5 between 5 and 15. If I change it to 100,000 and I run the code again, I would get 87,587. This works fine. I didn't need to write any code. If I could go to this project, I can see that they have written so many functions and codes for this project, for this package, but I don't need to write any code. I could just use this package with like 3 lines of code and run and generate some random numbers perfectly fine. That's the power of packages, and honestly between all the package managers out there for Python and JavaScript. I think Composer is one of the best. Composer is doing an amazing job managing packages for PHP, and I love it, and it's very powerful. Go through this packages website and find the packages you like, try to use them in your project, and you can see that how easy it is and how clean it is to work with all these packages inside your project. This is the end of this part. Now let's go to the next section. Now we are going to create a package for PHP. Do you remember the router we built? We are going to add more functionality to it and prepare it for a package and then publish it. The steps to create a package are very simple. First we have an idea, then we write the code, then we prepare the package, and then we publish it. Pause the video, try to do it yourself, and then come back and see how I would do it. Okay, let's start with the very first step, which is idea. In our case, we are going to build a router package. We want it to work something like this. Router, handle, and then method type, and the path, and then finally the file name. So I want it to work something like this. I also want it to work like this. So instead of writing the method type, I want to have a function for that method type specifically. So I could say router get the path and the file name. I could use the main methods like this for get, post, delete, put, patch, and head. I also want it to work without a file. So if I pass the callback, I would expect it to work something like this. Get, and then the function, anonymous function, and then have anything I want here instead of having a specific file for it. For example, I could say hello world and it would work. These are the ideas I had. So now let's start working on the code and see how we can implement them. Well, since we have already written the basic router before, we can use that code to start and then continue adding more functionalities to it. So let me bring the code here. We had a class called router. So let me create the file here, new PHP class, and it would be called router. Here I had this code. This code would get a method type and then the path and then the file name. It would check the current method and current URI. If the current method is not the same as the method here, it would return false. Otherwise, it would go and check the path. Then, because in that project we had PHP course as the root folder, we had added here, but in this section, because we do not have that root, we can remove it. Then we check the path with the pattern and preg match, and if it matched, we required the file name and then exited the code. Otherwise we return false. So other routes would test this path and method type to check if they can require the file name that is specified. We also needed the htaccess file, so let me create that as well. New file .htaccess, and inside that htaccess we had that rewrite engine on code. If the root folder was different, we would add it here, but right now because the root folder is the folder that our codes are in, we don't need to add anything here. First of all, we need to require that file, so let's require it here. Require once router.php, and then we would say something like router handle if it's a get request to test, then open the file test.php. Then we would also need a test.php file. Inside that test.php we can say echo I'm here, it works. Now we come here and let's test our code. Instead of using XAMPP, I would like to use the PHP server. In order to use that, we need to write PHP capital S localhost, and then the port. In my case, I would like to use port 8000. So let's run it. Let me go to my browser and go to localhost 8000. Now it's in index file. Let's go to test to see if it works. Perfect. It says I'm here. It works. Now we are going to continue adding more functionalities. Let's go back to my code. Here we said that the very first thing that we said we want to add was I wanted to have the function like get, post, put, other main method types. I could copy the code and change it to get and then say okay, the method would be get, and here I would hardcode that to get and it would work, no problem. But because we want to add like 5 or 6 methods, and if I want to change something then I have to change it everywhere, it would be very hard to maintain. So instead of that, I would like to remove all of it. I would get path and file name, and then here I would call this main handle function. So later if I wanted to change anything, if I change it here, it would affect everywhere. So instead of returning false, I would return self, because we are doing an static instead of object. So instead of using this, we are going to use self. So we are going to say self handle. The method would be get, and then the path would be the same path, and the file name would be the same file name. Okay, now let's see if it works. If I go to my index and change handle to, let me comment that out, change my handle to get and remove the method type. Now I would expect it to work, so let me go to my browser to see if it works. Perfect, it works. We refresh the page and it brought the code here. Perfect. So this part is over. Now let's go back to code. Let me add the other methods as well. We had get, we have post, we would have put, patch, delete. Let me update them. Get post, post, we would have put, and put here we would have patch, and patch here we would have delete, and delete here. I could also add head, but it's not very useful, it's not very popular. Let me double check everything. Delete, delete, patch, patch, put, put, post, post, and get, get. Perfect. Now my last idea was that instead of having a file, I would like it to work with anonymous functions as well. So here I would be writing something like this: get function, and inside this I would write echo I'm in the function. So let me comment that part out and let's go to our browser. At the moment I don't expect it to work, so let's try it. As you can see, it says object of class closure could not be converted to a string, because at the moment when we pass anonymous function, it's type of closure, so it cannot convert it to file and require it, because it want to convert it to string and require it wouldn't be possible for it. That's why we receive this error. So let's go back to our code and see what we can do. The part that gives me an error is exactly here. We preg match, the pattern matches. Now here we want to require the file, but let's change it. It said that the class was closure and it could not be converted to a string. So let's check if the class is, if the type is closure, we wouldn't need to require it. We would just run it. So let's say if file name is instance of closure, then just call it like a function. File name, now I realize is not a good name for the variable, but let's just deal with it. File name is not a good name for this variable right now because we're calling it like a function. For now it's okay, later we can change the variable names. Otherwise it's a file, it's not a closure, and we can require it. So let's run the code again to see if it works. Let's go back to browser, refresh the page. Perfect, it works, but I'm not sure if it works with named function. Let me try that, because a lot of times we don't want to pass just anonymous function. Maybe we define a function somewhere else and we want to pass that. So let me see if instead of anonymous function we pass something like route. Here it would be function test me, and then we would have echo. This works as well. So instead of passing file name, we would pass the named function. So let me run the code to see if it works. Let me go back to my browser, refresh the page. It tells me that failed to open stream. Because it's a string, it's not a closure like anonymous function. It thinks that it's a file and it wants to require it like a file. That's why it says I cannot open a stream, because there is no file or directory called test me. So let's see how we can fix that as well. Let me go back to my code. Here we will check if the instance is closure. There is another built-in function called isCallable. I think if we use that, our problem would be solved. If is callable, the file name, just call it, no matter it's anonymous function or if it's a named function, predefined function. So if it's callable, just call it like a function. Otherwise it's probably file name and then require it. So let's see if this would solve our problem. Let's go back to our browser, refresh the page. Perfect, it works. Now let's test the other ones to see if they work as well or not. Let me go back to the code in the index file. Let me comment this part out and bring this back. Let me go back to the browser again, refresh the page. Perfect, this one works. Go to the code, and if we pass the file itself, go back to the browser, refresh the page, it works as well. Perfect, all of them are working. Now the code is ready. If you want to create a package and publish it so other developers are going to use it, it's a great idea to test it as well, but right now we are not going to write the test. We are going to prepare this code and publish it. When you want to create a package, it's a good idea to put your files in this kind of folder structure. Your main file would be in source. You would have a tests folder. You would have your composer.json file. You would have a readme, and you would have a license. So let me prepare all of them. The very first thing is Composer JSON. There are a lot of PHP package templates out there, and the most famous one is the one by Spatty. We can use that, or we can write it ourselves. It's very easy for our package. It's very simple. For the composer.json file, we can just start Composer init and go through the steps together. So let's do it. Let me create a new terminal and run Composer init. It asks what you like to call this package. The structure is normally the vendor name and then the package. So I would like to call it Amir Kamizi and then PHP router. Okay. Description. This is a simple router built during the PHP course. And later I would add a link to the course in the description. Author is Amir Kamizi. Minimum stability dev, and prefer stable. We would later add it to package type. Just skip it. License would be MIT. Would you like to define your dependency require interactively? Yes, why not? I would require PHP, and at least it should be 7.3. I don't need any more packages. Would you like to define your dev dependency? No, right now. Add PSR autoload mapping. Yes, it's a good idea. And this is the file that it has created. Authors is Amir Kamizi, minimum stability dev. Do you confirm generation? Yes, please. Would you like to install dependencies now? No. Use namespace Amir Kamizi PHP router in source folder. Okay, it has created a source folder for me. I would put my router code in the source folder, and as it says here, I should add the namespace Amir Kamizi PHP router. Okay, perfect. And include the composer autoloader with require vendor autoload.php. So we can later, when we want to use this, we should do it like this in the index file. But right now, obviously, I'm not going to publish this index file. I have prepared some README and the file for license. So let me put them here as well. By accident invent to source. Okay, so we have this source folder. I messed up the files. Router should be in the source folder. Okay, now inside the source folder we have router. I have the changelog file. Changelogs will be added here. I have the readme. Readme is something very simple. This package was developed during this course, and it has sections for supporting us, install, usage. You have to have a htaccess file, and then inside that we can have handle or get, or you can pass anonymous functions instead of files. I've also added some examples here, and at the moment I don't have the test, but later we can have the test. So later we will clean this part out and add how we can actually run the tests. Changelog, we can have the changelog here, or we can have another changelog file, and inside that we would add everything in the readme. We just added a reference, and the link I think is wrong, so it's not in the source folder. And then contribution, security, vulnerabilities, and credits. And finally the license, which is MIT. If you don't want to have an MIT function, remove this part, add your own license. I will add the license file as well later, and I will put it here. Let me remove the files that are not necessary. So I would remove test. I would remove index.php, delete anyway. I would use htaccess, changelog, composer, readme, and test. I can remove htaccess as well, but because we have already written in the readme file that you need to add it based on your project. For test, why it's not being deleted? Okay, I have created a repository on GitHub, so now I'm going to push my code to this repository so we can later publish it on Packagist. Okay, now as you can see, my readme file is here, my composer.json is here, my changelog and my gitignore and my source folder, which also have the router, is here. Okay, perfect. Let me now go to Packagist and see if I can publish this package there. We need to go to packages.org, packages.org. Here it writes everything about publishing a package. We already have name, description, and require, as we have already seen. This is a strict minimal information. Validate the package, write composer validate to check that your file has no syntax error, because composer has created a file for us. We are sure that there is no syntax error. We have committed the file and now we are going to publish it. Now let me go on and log into Packages. Now let's go to here, submit. We paste the repository URL here. We say check. Now it says, okay, one or more similarly named packages have already been submitted to Packages. If this is a fork, read this. The package name found for your repository is Amir Kamizi. Press submit to confirm. There are other PHP routers, but none of them is Amir Kamizi, so it is unique, so it can be published. If you want to publish it, press here. So let me publish it. Now Amir Kamizi PHP router is available. All you need to do is composer require this. This package is not auto updated. Please set up GitHub hook for packages. Okay, that's not relevant at the moment. This is the readme file that we have prepared. This is the file, so let me require it in a new file, new folder, and see if we can use the package we have already built. So let's go back to our code. Let me close that and create a new folder for a second, and I'll be back. Now I have created new project and I want to see if we can use it. So let me open my terminal and let me copy the code from packages and paste it here. Composer require Amir Kamizi PHP router. Composer JSON directory. Do you want to use the one at this? No. Because we set minimum stability to dev, and at the moment if we say composer require, as you have seen, it gave us error for because it wasn't stable. We have to add this dev master at dev in order to tell composer that it's okay, I want to require the dev version. Now if I refresh the folder, as you can see here, I have a vendor, and in my index.php I'm going to use our package. So let's see if we can make it work. PHP, first of all we need to require the autoload, require once, vendor autoload.php. Now we can use the router. We can say router Amir Kamizi router. Perfect. I want to handle if it's a GET request to test, then I want to have an anonymous function, so I want to say okay, function, and then echo hello world from the new package. the moment of truth. Let's see if it works. First of all, let me have my htaccess here because we have to have it in order for it to work. So let's create a new file .htaccess, and let me copy that from the other file. Okay, now we have that, we have this, we have required the auto load. So the moment of truth, let me go to my browser and see if it works. Oh, first of all, let's run the PHP server. I forgot that. I was so excited, I forgot that. PHP s localhost 8000. Okay, now go to our browser, localhost, test, refresh the page. Hello world from the new package. Perfect. Our package is ready. It's published on Packagist. We have created the repository on GitHub as well. Go build your own packages and publish it on Packagist. There are so many great packages. You can learn from them and you can build your own package. Really, the sky is limit. You can add to the community. This is the end of this video. Let's continue with our course. Now let's talk about sending emails with PHP. Sending email is a very useful feature. We can send emails for contact us form, newsletter, thank you for your purchase, status update, or many other scenarios. Sending emails with PHP is very easy. We can use the built-in mail function, or we can use a package. The built-in mail function is very good, but it does not provide any assistance for making use of popular features such as encryption, authentication, HTML messages, and attachments. And that's why I recommend using a package if you want to send email. And now I'm going to show you how to send an email with a package. The package that we are going to use is PHP Mailer. If I go to Packagist and search for PHP Mailer, I will get PHP Mailer, and I can require it in my project. I go to my project and run the same command I have copied from there. Composer require PHP Mailer. At the moment I do not have any composer JSON file. It's going to require this, create those files for me, create a vendor file. So let's do it. Perfect, it's already done. As you can see, it has created a vendor folder. It has created composer.log and composer.json file for me, and if I go to my vendor, it has created folder PHP Mailer, which contains all the code for this amazing package. Now let's send our email with PHP with the help of this beautiful package. I'm in the index.php file. I need to use this package, so I would say use PHP Mailer, and I want a PHP Mailer. I also want the SMTP because I'm going to send an SMTP message. So use PHP Mailer. It also has yes SMTP. Perfect. Now that I have used both of them, I can start writing the code for sending email. The very first thing that we need to do is to create an instance of this. So I can say mailer equals to new PHP Mailer. And then we need to add the configs for it. For example, I want to send a SMTP email. So I would say mailer is SMTP. Okay, perfect. Now let's add our SMTP setting. This setting can be Gmail, Yandex, etc., or our own server. The thing that we need to add is mailer host equals to the host of the website, for example smtp.example.com. The next thing is to enable the authentication because we are going to pass user and password. So we would say mailer smtp auth equals to true. By default it's false. We change it to true so we can pass username and password. Then we pass mailer username equals to, for example, test@example.com, and then the password we can change it to password password. Okay, now the next thing we need to add is the SMTP secure value. This can be PHP mailer, which they have already created some constant for us. I want to use encryption SMTPS. I could also use PHP mailer encryption start TLS. I could also use that, but for now I want to use SMTPS, and I would set the port to mailer port to 465. If you set the SMTP secure to encryption start TLS, you should set the port to 587, but because I have used encryption SMTPS, I would set the port to 461. And now let's specify who is sending the email and who would receive it. I would specify the sender with set from, and here I can set the name and the address like test@example.com, and the name is Amir. I can also specify the reply to function, so if this email is sent to someone and they click on reply to, who would that go to? I can do that with add reply to. It also gets the address as the first argument, as the name as the second argument. Then I can add the recipients. The recipients can be one or many. All I have to do is to add mailer, add address, and this address is the recipient, so this recipient can be another email at test.com, and the name would be Jack. If there is only one recipient, I can end it here. If there are multiple recipients, I can add multiple lines of add address, for example, another email B, another email C, and another email D, Jack, John, Sarah, and Mary. We can also add CC and BCC, like mailer CC would be add CC, and here again we get email address and the name. For example, I can CC the CEO at example.com, and the name would be CEO. And in order to add BCC, I want to add the finance to receive this email, finance at example.com, and the name would be finance. Now let's start the content of our email. We can write HTML content or just text content, or even better, we can specify both HTML and text content. And if the recipient didn't accept HTML emails, our text email would be sent to them. Otherwise, they would receive the HTML email. First, let's add the subject to our email. Mailer subject equals to, this is a test email, and mailer. Now we are going to write an HTML, so we should set as is HTML to true. And now let's write the content in HTML. I can do that by writing mailer body equals to, let's write some HTML here. My HTML would be something like, I'm sending you this email from PHP. Now let's add some BR, and also we are using PHP mailer. BR is an HTML tag in order to add an alternative text. So if they didn't accept HTML, we would be sending them a text. It would be alt body. The alt body is pure text, so let me remove this part, and it would be all just a text. If we wanted to attach here, I do not want to attach a file, but if you want to attach a file, you can easily do that by mail add attachment. And then with that add attachment, you can write path to the file as the first argument, and as the second argument is the name of the file, for example image.jpg. Here I do not want to attach any file. And the last thing that we need to do in order to send our email is to simply call the send function. Here I would say mailer send. Perfect. That's all I need to do with a couple of lines. PHP mailer will take care of everything for me and sends an email. Here I have used everything like test example, another email test example, all of them are tests, so I cannot run this function. So let me change this to my own credential so I could show you that it works. So I'm going to comment out this add addresses. I want to comment out BCC and CC. I want to keep the subject, no problem. I want to change the from to my real credential, and this host and SMTP host to my real credential as well, but I have to obviously blur this part, and let me change them to my real credential, and then we will test it. Now I have changed everything to my own credentials, so let's send an email to info@amirkemizi.com, and the name would be Amir. Let's run the code and see if we get any errors. CLS and php index.php, and now it's telling me that PHP class is not found. That's because I haven't included the autoload file. I will require vendor autoload file. Now if I run the code again, it has run the code without any errors. For this tutorial I have set up my email in Mozilla's Thunderbird as well, and here I'm going to show you if I have received that email in my emails or not. As you can see, I have this message. This is a test email, and if I open it, it tells me that I'm sending you this email from PHP. We are using PHP mailer. It's not the HTML one because I have closed the HTML version of my emails on this application. So this is how you can send emails with PHP mailer. If you could not receive the email, there is probably an error that you have faced, but if there is an error, PHP mailer is not going to show it unless you specify it. So in order to specify any errors, you can write mailer smtp debug to smtp debug server. Now, if there are any server errors that, for example, maybe your machine refuses the connection or something like that, this will show you the message. You could also put everything in a try and catch. So if there was a message from here, you could log it or store it somewhere in order to debug your application. That's everything you needed to know in order to be able to send emails with PHP mailer package in PHP. This is the end of this part. Now let's go to the next topic. Now let's talk about testing your application. Testing is a very important step in developing an application. There are two packages in PHP that can help us writing tests. Well, do you remember when we talked about dependency management and talked about Composer and how to use a package? Now we are going to use these two packages. One of them is PHP unit and the other is pest. Now let's first start with PHP unit. If I go to packages.org and write PHP unit, it brings me the package name, and if I click on it, I can require it with running this command, composer require PHP unit, and let's bring it in our application. I do not have any composer.json file, but let's see if we can paste it here, and composer require PHP unit. Now it's doing the magic and creating all the necessary file and requiring the package itself. It might take a while, so let's wait. Perfect. Now everything is installed, and inside my project I can see that these two files have been added. If I open my composite.json, as you can see is PHP unit vendor, and the package name is also PHP unit, and the version is 9.5. and inside the vendor I can see that a lot of folders have been created. The main package is this PHP unit, but PHP unit itself has required other packages, so that's why there are so many packages inside my project. And in order to see if it has worked, let's run this command. If I run vendor bin and PHP unit, this is this file vendor bin PHP unit. It's going to run this file and see if it works. As you can see, it has given me a list of commands I can use with PHP unit. Well, for the usage, it says PHP unit, the options, and the file, or PHP unit options and a directory. So I want to use the second one, directory, so I can organize my test in a different directory. Let's create a directory called tests. Inside this test, I want to create a file called example test.php. Okay, this is a PHP file. In order to be able to use all the functionalities from PHP unit, we have to create a class that extends test case class from PHP unit. So our class would have a name like example test extends. Do you remember when we talked about inheritance? So now our class is going to inherit all the functionalities from this test case, which comes from PHP unit. Copy all of it and use the class up here and write it here so it will be cleaner. My class example test extends test case. So now we have all the functionalities from this test case. So let's see what we can do. Now the tests that we want to write should be inside this class. Each test should follow a specific structure. For example, we should write a function, public function. The name of the function should start with test. The rest depends on us. We can use snake case like test, it works, or we can write like it works. This part depends on us, but the first word should be test. And then we write the function itself to see if it works or not. Here I just want to create a simple test that checks if a value is true. How can I check for values? Let's say I have a value like is working equals to true. This is a boolean value, and I want to check if this is working is true. How can I check that? Well, we need to use assert functions, and they are the functions that we get access because of extending this test case. We are using the functionalities that are provided for us from this test case. So we should be able to use this, and then as I said, we should use the assert functions. Assert, for example, I want to check if this value is true, so I can say assert true. This function assert true will check if the value that I'm passing to it is true or not. So now let's run this test and see what it returns to us. Now in order to run the test, I can use the same command and pass the directory I want to check for test. So the name of the directory we have created is test. So now PHP unit is going to go through this test directory and check for all the files and classes and see the test there and start running them and show me the result. Now let's see. If I run this, it has gone through the test. It's telling me that there was one test, and there inside the test there was one assertion, and that assertion was okay, it has passed. But if I change it to false, it will tell me that the test did not pass. Let's see. It tells me that there is one test and there was one assertion, and the assertion failed because our value is false, and it's checking to see if this is true. If it's not true, then it's going to fail. Let's turn it back to true. And as you can see, it tells me that example test is working, failed asserting that false is true. Okay, as I told you, the first part of the function needs to be test. If I remove that, it's not going to work. No test found in class example test. But if I bring the test back and I can write the name of the function, the rest of the function, like any way I want, I can say it works and it would still work. And as you can see, it has passed. This was PHP unit. There are so many annotations and I can use all of them inside my test. It's very powerful and helps us write a lot of important and necessary tests for our applications. So now let's see the next one, which was pest. Now, if I go back to packages and search for pest, I can see pest PHP pest, and I can run this command, composer require pest PHP pest. So let's run it. I can add this package to my project as well. Great, it's done. Now if I go to my composer JSON, I can see that pest PHP version 1.21 is also added to my project. Perfect. And if I go to vendor, I think there is a file. Yes, there is pest PHP and pest and all its plugins. Amazing. Now let's use it. Now as you can see inside the bin, I also have pest. So we are going to use that command that we had. Like, do you remember when we had a command bin PHP unit? Now we are going to access pest. Now in order to initialize our project with pest, all I need to do is to run this command init. This will prepare the project for me. It tells that okay, file test example test is already exists, so it's not going to create that for me, but other steps like php unit.xml file and test pest.php file and pest initialized. Perfect, everything is correct. Now I want to show you something cool. We haven't done anything with pest php and all we have is a test that we have written with php unit. Now if I run pest, it will also include all the tests that we have written with PHP unit. So I don't need to change any format, but I can use the powerful tools that pest has added. If I run something like vendor bin pest and let's go through the folder, the usage is almost the same. I can run the pest command and then specify the directory. Here my directory is tests. So if I run it, it will go through the directory and it will tell me that there was one test. The test name was it works and it has passed. It took 0.1 seconds. That's much cleaner and I can even change it. I can keep writing tests in PHP unit format and it would work. For example, if I turn it back to false and run the command again, it's going to tell me that it failed. And it was at this line that it failed. It is showing me a lot more information, so it's very good to use this pest PHP. Even if your tests are in the structure defined by PHP unit, you can also use this pest PHP and get a lot more information. And as you can see, the comments that it's giving me is a lot cleaner and a lot more beautiful. It has colors, it has everything. It's telling me that it works. Test has failed. Why? Because this line was not correct. Perfect. So now I know there is something wrong here. I can change it back to true, and if I run the test again, it passes. But what if I want to write the codes in pest structure rather than PHP unit structure? This is how a test in PHP unit format works. Yeah. Now let's create another test in pest structure format. So inside our test, I'm going to create a new file, and this file is called example pest test.php. With pest, the tests are more readable and a lot more simpler. We can write our test with the help of two functions. The first one is test and the second one is it. Both of them works exactly the same. The first argument is description of the test. For example, I say test it works, and if I want to use, I can use it works. It's just more readable. Test it works or it works. And as a second argument is a test itself. which is an anonymous function. I can write function, and inside the function I can use any assertion I want. PHP unit, we were using this assert, but with pest we write expect some value to be something else. It's exactly like English. It's like expect my value to be true, would be translated to is working equals to true. Expect is working to be true. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. This is so beautiful. Expect is working to be true. And again, as I said, both of the function work exactly the same. It's just about the readability. Now let's run the test again. It is telling me that it works already exists. So let's change to it test it works in past, test it works with past, and let's run it again. As you can see, it has passed 3 tests. It works in past, it works with past, and the other one was PHP unit test. It works, it has gone through that as well. It's very beautiful. If I change it to false, it's going to tell me that one of the tests failed because is working is false, and expect is working to be true, but it's false. But I can use another function, for example, to be false. Now, since I'm expecting it to be false, this would pass. If I run it again, as you can see, all of them passed. This is great. This is very powerful, but I personally like this one because it's much more readable and it's like exactly English. Expect something to be true, and it's very powerful. But it doesn't matter which one you use as long as you write tests for your application to make it more maintainable. It's fine. As you have seen, with the power of these 2 packages, it's super easy to write tests for every aspect of your application. This was just the intro to testing. You can learn more about testing and how you can organize your tests in different folders, how to get coverage and things like that from their official documentation for PHP unit and pest. That's it for now. Let's go to the next topic. Now in this project, we are going to practice TDD. What is TDD? TDD is short for test-driven development. It means we write the test first and then we develop the program. First, we write the test, make sure it fails, then we write the code till our test runs successfully. In our project, we are going to create a calculator with TDD approach. Please pause the video and see if you can do it on your own, then come back and see how I would do it. Okay, now let's see how I would do it. First of all, let's require the package for testing. Do you remember the video on testing? We introduced 2 packages. One was PHP unit and the other one was pest. Now I'm going to use pest, but feel free to use PHP unit yourself. Let's install pest now. Composer require pest PHP pest. Composer require pest PHP and then pest. Yes. Okay, now it's installed. Let's initialize the package and then use it to see if it has installed successfully. Do you remember how we initialized the pest package? We would go to vendor, bean, pest, and then we run init. It will prepare everything for us. Okay, perfect. Now let's run the bean again to see if it can run the test example. And yes, the test example has been run successfully. If I see here, I have now tests and inside the test I have an example test. Let's open it. I want to remove it so I can create my own tests. Delete, yes. And let's create a new file called calculator test. Perfect. I want to create a calculator class, so let me create that class as well. New PHP class calculator, and done. Perfect. Right now we have only one class called calculator and we have no functionality inside it. We want to build this functionality with TDD approach. So let's get started. We can use test and it functions in pest PHP. I would like to use it here. So I can say it can add two numbers. And then I should use my anonymous function. Function here, don't forget the semicolon. And here I can write my own tests. So we've said we want to create the functionality for adding numbers. The very first thing when we have a class is to create an object from this class. So let's create that object. Calculator equals to new calculator. But it cannot find my calculator, so let's require it here. Require calculator.php. Perfect. Now here I am creating an object from that calculator class. In order to add numbers, I would like to have a function for it and it would be called add. So my total value would be something like this: calculator add 2 and 2. I expect this total value to be 4. So let's test it. Expect total to be 4. That's why I love PES. It's like speaking English. Expect total to be 4. Now let's run the test. As you can see, it failed. Why? It says call to undefined method calculator add. Okay, so let's see. All I need to do to fix that error is to create add. Public function add. And that's it. Let's run the test again. Failed, asserting that null is identical to 4. Here the error message changed. That's all we need to do. We try to fix each error till it's successful. So now that the message changed, it's actually a good sign. That's the whole point about TDD approach. We go step by step. It said there is no function, we created a function. It says there is no return value, we have to now add the numbers and return that value. So what's the minimum code that I can run and add those numbers? It's easy. I have to get A and B and then return A plus B. So let's run the test again. Perfect. It can add two numbers. Now I want to write the test and add the functionality for adding more than two numbers. I don't want to be limited to only two numbers. So let's write the test for it. Let's change the name. It can add multiple numbers. Perfect. We create a class. We calculate that add 2 and 2 and 2 and 4. It would be total of 10. So let's run the test. Okay, the first test is this one that has been passed, but the other one failed. Why? Because failed asserting that 4 is identical to 10. We expect our function to run through all these numbers and add them here and expect the value to be 10, but because our function only added the first two numbers, the return value is 4. So now let's fix it. We go here. First of all, I can change this to numbers, so there wouldn't be any limit in the numbers. Now all these numbers will be an array, so the minimum code that I can write to add all those numbers is to use array sum. So let's see, array sum, and I can write numbers. Perfect. So let's run the test again, and it runs successfully. Perfect. Here right now I want to make sure that all the numbers, all the values that are passed here are numbers, are numeric values. I don't want to get any name or strings. So if I get a value like that, I have two options. One is to just ignore it. One is to throw error. I personally prefer to give an error. So let's write the test and add the functionality for it. First, we can say it throws an error when the value is not numeric. Okay, we create a calculator. The total value is this. I can say 2 plus Amir, and I expect this whole function to throw an error. So there are two ways to test throwing an error. One is we can add it here. We can say throws, or we can put all of it inside a function and then expect that to throw something. So it would be something like this. Expect the whole thing to throw an error. So I personally prefer the other one because I want to check for the message as well. So I will write it here. I will remove the expect, and here I will say it throws all the numbers must be numeric. So let's see, let's run the code. It failed. Why? Let's see. Failed asserting that exception with message all the numbers must be numeric is thrown. Why? Because we use array sum. Array sum uses the first approach. It ignores all the values that are not numeric. So it would return 2 plus Amir. So for 2 plus Amir, it would ignore Amir and it would just return 2. We don't want that. So let's remove it because I don't want to use array sum. I have to write my own code. So I can have here total equals to 0. Since numbers is an array, I can write a for each loop. For each numbers as number, I want to add total plus equals to number. Right now, if we return total, I expect the other two functions pass. First, let's see if the other two functions pass. There is no error with them. Perfect. The other two pass. Now there is just this one. Now, in order to throw an error, if we face a value that is not a number, we can use the built-in function called isNumeric. So here I'm going to check if isNumeric. If isNumeric, then add this to total. Perfect. Otherwise, I want to throw an error. Throw new exception, and the message, what was the message? I want to get this message exactly here. So right now I expect my third test to be successful again. So perfect. Now our calculator can add two numbers. Perfect. Can add more than two numbers. It can add multiple numbers. And if any of those values that we passed are not numeric, then it will throw an error with this message. We have tested the functionality for adding, and all of them have passed. This is the TDD approach. We write the test, then we write the minimum code that would be required to pass that test. That's why we first used array sum, but later when we want to change it to throwing an error, we wrote our own function. TDD is a very powerful approach and it helps in writing a very clean and tested code. But in reality, the whole process might not be used in production, especially when you have to deliver a project in like 3 days. We use different testing approaches, but in terms of systematic progression in writing the code, TDD is amazing. We have created the functionality for adding numbers in our calculator. This is the end of this video, but you can continue adding the rest of the functionalities like division, subtraction, multiplication, and so on. So that's it for now. Let's continue with our course. Now let's talk about password hashing. Nowadays, almost all the projects have some login functionalities, so you have to store username and password of the user, and the passwords need to be hashed before stored in database. If you store the original password in your database without any hashing, that's a major security issue. It doesn't matter if a business is small or big. There are so many websites out there that are not hashing their passwords. For example, the biggest one was Facebook. A few years ago, Facebook stored millions of users' passwords in plain text. So don't be like Facebook, don't be like those who don't care about security of their users. It's a very important step, and in PHP it's super easy. So let's see how we can do that in PHP. The first step would be obviously hashing the password. For example, let's say I have a user, the name is test@example.com, and the password is 123456789. Okay, the very first step for the security of password is obviously hashing the password. It's super easy. The function name is password hash. The first argument is the password itself, password. The second argument is the algorithm. PHP supports many algorithms, but normally the default one is the best one, and I want to choose the default version. Here, all I have to do is to write the algorithm I want to use is password default. If you want to specify an algorithm, you can do it here, but I don't want to do that, and all I have to do is to pass password default as the argument. And the third argument is extra options. If we have one, I don't have any specific options, so I do not pass anything here. So this simple one-line function can hash your passwords. Do not ignore it. It's super easy. I don't know why some people do not do that. All you have to do is to store it in a variable, hashed password equals to this. Now this function is going to hash my password with this algorithm and then return a string. So let's see, echo hashed password, and let's run the code php index.php. Now it will give me something like this. This is a one-way hash, meaning that you cannot change the hashed password back to the original password. So how can we verify if user is passing the correct password? Then all we have to do is to use password verify. It's another very simple function in PHP, but it's very powerful, and it's going to help us verify the password, and it would return true if the password matches the hashed password. Otherwise it would return false. So let's see, the first argument is the password itself, and the second argument is the hashed password. So let's see what it would return. Var dump this and php index.php file, and it returns true. But for example, I pass the password itself, but if I pass something like 1 2 3 4, something that is not correct, and I run this code, it's false, it's not correct. So I can use this whole thing inside a conditional. If password verify is correct, then echo password is correct, otherwise tell me that your password isn't correct. Okay, now if I run this, I would get your password isn't correct. Let me remove this echo and run this again. Your password isn't correct, but if I pass the original password, I'll get password is correct. You might ask, okay, if each password is going to generate one specific hash, it would be obviously easy to change that hash back to the original. Well, it isn't. The algorithm that we use here is generating a different hash every time, so no two hashes are exactly the same. For example, if let me bring this part back again and run this code many times, as you can see, none of them are the same, but all of them are hashes of the same password. So it wouldn't be possible for us to hash the password again and then check if it's equal to the password that is stored in the database. So we have to use password verify, and as you have seen, it's super easy with this. Like, how many lines of code is that? This is like 5 lines of code. You can secure your user's password in your database rather than storing as plain text. So be careful. Security is very important, and PHP provides a lot of amazing tools to help us with these security issues. So use them. I cannot stress this enough. Please hash your passwords before storing them in the database. This is the end of this section. Now let's go to the next topic.
Now that we have learned about functions, we have built our own custom functions, and we have used a lot of different built-in functions, let's learn some more advanced information about functions.
The very first one that we are going to talk about is splat operator. What is a splat operator? Splat operator is when we add 3 dots before the name of the argument of the function. For example, if I write function test ... names, this is a splat operator. So what is it used for? It can be used to do 2 things. First, unpack parameters to the function. Second, to combine variables into an array. So let's see an example of both cases. Let's say we have a function called say hello. Function say hello. And this function is going to say echo hello, my name is name and I am 8 years old. So this function needs to get name and age. Great. Let's run this function right now. Say hello, I don't know, John 32. Let's see what we'll get. Hello, my name is John and I am 32 years old. Perfect. Now if I pass an array to this function, for example, if I say hello, if I say I have a person, which is an array, and say the first one is John and the second one is 32, this is the name and the age of the person. So when I pass this to this function, I want it to work. But at the moment, if I run this code, I'm going to get an error, too few arguments. My function right now thinks that this person is the name and the age is empty. So that's why we got an error. Now let's see how we can use a splat operator to fix this issue. I'm not going to change anything in my function. My function is the same. It gets name and age and echoes this sentence. But I want to pass this array so the function would know that this array is going to be the name and the age. So when I call the function, I can use 3 dots. These 3 dots are going to unpack this array two different variables. So the first item would be name, the second item would be age. If there are any other items in this array, it's going to be ignored, but the first item and the second item are going to be used for name and age inside this function. So let's see if it works now. php index.php, and perfect. Hello, my name is John and I am 32 years old. Perfect. These three dots unpack this array to this argument. Now the second use case for splat operator was to combine variables into an array. So the opposite of what we did here. So let's see an example of that as well. Let's say I have a function called my friends and it gets person A, person B, and then here I'm going to echo person A is my friend plus PHP ends of line, and person B is my friend. So I'm going to get two variables and two names, and I'm going to echo that this is my friend and this is my friend. So let's see if this function works, and let's first comment this part out. My friends, and I'm going to call Pratham and Simon. Now if I run this command, if I run this file, I get Pratham is my friend and Simon is my friend. This is great, but what if I wanted to add more people? Every time I have to come to the function definition and add more people, like person C, person D, person E, and then add a line here like person C is my friend, person D is my friend, person E is my friend. After a while, it would be very cumbersome and tiring. I don't want to do that. So how can I use a splat operator to fix my issue? Let's see. Last time we used a splat operator when we were calling the function. This time we are going to use a splat operator in function definition. So instead of writing person A, person B, I can change it to ... people. Now all the arguments that are passed to this function call are going to be converted to an array, and then I have this array called people, and then I can write a for each loop for each people as person. I can write echo that person is my friend, and that's it. This splat operator is going to get all these arguments, whether there is only one or there are multiple arguments, and it's going to convert all of them to an array, and then I can use this array inside the function. So first let's see if it works with these two names. Perfect. Now if I want to add more people, I don't need to change anything in my function definition, and I can simply come here and add the name. For example, Vito, Hasib, and so on. Now if I run the code, I'm going to get Pratham is my friend, Simon is my friend, Vito is my friend, Hasib is my friend. I can call these functions without any problem. Some of the built-in functions in PHP also use this splat operator. For example, we have already seen var dump, where we say var dump name is going to echo that and tell me that this is a string with a length of 4. Perfect. At the moment we passed only one value, but we can pass multiple values, 1, 3, 5, an array even. And if I run the code, I'm going to get the var dump of all of them. Name, integer, 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 an array with 3 items. Each one of them is an integer. That's because, as you can see here, even my IDE shows that it's ... values. So everything that I pass here is going to be converted to an array with this splat operator, and then this function is going to dump the information about these variables. With just 3 dots, we could do a lot. Isn't that amazing? Now let's go to the next topic, which is pointer of argument. What do I mean by pointer of the argument? Let's say I have a function change my number, and it gets one argument which is number, and here it's going to say number equals to number plus 10 and return the number. So any number that I pass to this function is going to be added to 10, and then I get a new number. So let's see. Let's say I have a equals to 2, and if I call change my number a, this is going to return a number, so I'm going to store it. B equals to change my number and echo b. Let's run the code and I'll get 12. But if I echo a is still 2, b is 12. A hasn't been changed, but b, which is a new number, has been changed. But when I add this to the argument before the name of the argument, it's no longer to get it as just a simple argument. It's going to get the pointer of that variable. So here this number and this a are literally the same. PHP is going to change whatever that is inside that pointer. Not just this number 2, it's going to change the pointer of that number 2. So right now I expect this number 2 for a would also change. Let's see what happens. If I echo b, I'll get 12. Great, because here we have changed the number and returned the new number here. But if I pass a as well, a is also 12. Because right now here it says, okay, let's say for example in position 25 in my RAM the variable a has been stored. So this is going to go to that pointer in my RAM. It's going to say, okay, I'm going to change this number that is in this pointer 25 in your RAM, and it's going to change that. So here we are actually changing a. We are saying a equals to a plus 10, and we are returning a, and then here we are saying b equals to a. That's why a and b, both of them were 12. Do you remember when we talked about array functions and when we said, okay, if we have an array and we want to sort it, when I call sort functions on the array, it's going to change the array itself. It's not going to return a new array. And as you can see, even my IDE is showing me that this is the pointer to that array, not a simple argument. So be careful. These kind of function arguments can be very useful sometimes, but in some cases it can be very dangerous as well, because we do not want to change a, we do not want to change the original value, original data, but we want to change it and store it in a new variable. So if I wanted to do that, I should never do this. But if I want to change the original value, if I'm okay with it being changed, then I can use this before the argument name, and it's going to change the original variable for me. And it's always good to know which functions are using these kind of arguments. For example, if you don't know that sort functions in PHP are going to change the array itself and you need the original array as is, then you are going to have a problem, because every time you run this function it's going to change the original array itself. It's very powerful, but be very careful with it. The last topic that we are going to talk about is callback functions. We have seen it many times. For example, when we talked about array map, if you remember, we said array map is going to get a callback function as the first argument, and the second argument would be the array. And when we talked about callback functions, we also learned that a callback function can be a predefined function. Like if I have a function test, I can simply pass a name to it, or it can be an anonymous function, so I can define the function here and get the argument and write the function as part of this argument itself.
And now we are going to learn how we can have callback functions as an argument in our own functions. So let's do it. Let's say I have a function called change, and the first argument is the variable that we want to change, and the second argument is a callback function, the function that is going to be applied to this a and change it. How can I do that inside my function? Anything that we pass as callback function is going to be stored in this callback function, so we expect it to be a function, so we can call it like a function simply by adding two parentheses. That's it. That's everything you need to know about callback functions. Now this is a function and I can pass arguments to this. So I can pass a. So now this callback function is going to be called with the argument of a, and it's going to do whatever that it was supposed to do and return a value. So I'm going to store the new a inside a new variable and return this new a. Return this new a. Perfect. Now we don't care what a is or what the callback function is and how this callback function has been passed to the function. All of them are going to work without doing any extra work. So let's see some examples. First, let's see an example with predefined callback function. So let's say I have a function called add. This function gets a number and then it's going to return this number plus 10. So if I pass 2, it's going to return 12. And I want to apply it to, I want to use it as a callback function inside this change. So I'm going to say echo change. The first argument is the number that I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass 2. And the second argument is the callback function. Here we want to pass predefined callback functions. So all I have to do is simply add its name as a string and it's going to work. So let's run the function. Right now, this change is getting this a, and then it's getting the predefined function, which is add. Then this add is going to get an argument which we are passing a to it. This is going to change the number and add 10 to it and return this number. So we are going to store it and we are going to return it, and then here we are going to echo that return value. So let's see how it worked. Perfect. Now if I pass 50, I expect to get 60. Perfect. This was predefined. What if we pass anonymous functions? So let's say instead of calling this function add, I wanted to write some anonymous functions. So for example, I wanted to say, okay, there is a function that gets a number and then it's going to return this number to the power of 2, and then we are going to echo it. This is an anonymous function. We have defined it inside our function call. So let's see what it's going to do. At the moment, it's going to get this number, which in case we are going to pass 50 to it, and it's going to change it to the power of 2 and return that value, and we are going to return that new value. So let's see if it works. Perfect. If I pass 2, it's going to return 4. Perfect. This is how easy it is to define callback functions as your argument, and this is very powerful. We have seen and used a lot of built-in functions that are using these callback functions as their argument, and as I said, it's very simple but very powerful. And this is the end of this section. Let's go to the next topic. And finally, the project I promised from the beginning of the course. Let's build a MVC framework. If I had started to build the MVC framework without any introduction, you'd think, oh, this is so hard, I don't understand, it's useless, and so on. But now, when I talk about what MVC is and how it works, you'd be surprised how simple and powerful it is. What you need to know in order to understand and build a simple MVC code are these 4 topics. Object-oriented programming like classes, inheritance, and etc. How to build a router and how to work with .htaccess file. Then database, and finally composer and dependency management. And you already know all of this. If you want to review any of them, you can check out the course till now and watch the videos again. So let's get started. First of all, what is MVC? MVC, which is short for Model View Controller, is a software architectural pattern. What does it mean? Well, you can literally build your whole code in one index.php file and it works without any problems. But it's not clean and it's not maintainable and it's not scalable. So you need a structure to help you make it easier to implement, easier to scale, and easier to maintain. Have you ever built a static website with HTML and CSS? You can put all the HTML files and all the CSS files and all the images and all the JS files in one folder without any problem, and your website will still work. But it's very messy. So you would put them in different folders. You put images in one folder, you put CSS in one folder, you put JS files in another folder, and so on. MVC is exactly like that. It tells us to divide our code in different sections, mainly model, view, and controller. So what are they? Model is a thing that contains the data. View is the component that displays those data. And controller is responsible for connecting the two, meaning it gets the data from the model and prepares them and gives them to view to display. That's it. That's the whole structure. Laravel, which is the most popular PHP framework, is using this simple architecture in its core. So now let's build our own MVC. First of all, we need to create the folder structures. So let's create them. New folder model, new folder view, and new folder controller. I also like to create one called public for styles and images and all the other stuff. Public. And I also like to add one other directory called app, which holds the files like my helper codes and initialization files. It doesn't have anything to do with the model view and controller. It's more related to the core of the code and how I want to clean my code. So it completely is depending on my decision. That's all the folder we need for now. We can organize everything in these folders, but during the coding we might decide, oh, it's better to add another folder for routes, for example. Or let's create another directory for config files. That's just our decision. Now, the very first thing that we want to do is to redirect all the requests to one file with the help of .htaccess file. I'm going to put it in my public folder. Why? Because I'm going to run my PHP server from here, and this would be like my root folder in the server. So inside the public folder, I want to create .htaccess file, and we should write in this .htaccess file. Exactly. First, we rewrite engine on, then rewrite base is to the root folder here because we are going to run in public. We are going to leave it as is and rewrite conditions, and we want to rewrite everything to index.php file. Where is this index.php file? Again, inside public folder. So let me create that, index.php. And now I can write my code in index.php file. As I said, we can create our whole project in an index.php file and it would work, but it wouldn't be maintainable and scalable. In our case here, I am redirecting everything to index.php. But in fact, I don't want to, and I'm not going to write a lot of code in my public folder. I want my code to be in the other folders that I have built. So all I need to do here is just require the init file and then initialize the project and all the necessary codes there. So let's do it. All I need to do here is to just require once app init.php. We don't have it yet, so let's go and create it. Inside the app, I'm going to create a new file called init.php, which I'm going to use to initialize all the files and require everything necessary. So let's echo something to see if everything is working. Echo I am in init file. Perfect. As I mentioned, I want to run my code with PHP server rather than XAMPP. So I can run something like PHP capital S local host and then the port, which in my case I would like to use port 8000. But before we run this command, where is our .htaccess file? It's in public folder, so we have to go there. That's the root of our project. So we'll go to cd public and then we will run the code to start PHP's local server. Localhost port 8000. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to localhost to see if it has worked. Localhost port 8000. What was that? Localhost port 8000. And perfect. I am in init file. Let's go back to our code. Let's review what is happening right now. We have an index.php file in the public folder, and we are in the public folder when we run our local server. This is the root directory of our server now. Have you seen that public HTML folder in your cPanel when you get a new hosting? This is exactly like that. We are telling our server to redirect everything to this index.php file. That's for having pretty URLs. Do you remember when we were building a router and we talked about pretty URLs? That's it. That's just to make sure instead of going to contact.php, service.php, etc., we would go to service or contact. And instead of having all those x.php files to manage everything, we have index.php to manage all of those requests. And now in our index.php file, we require the init file, which is in our app folder. This init file is just to initialize everything we need for our MVC structure to work. And we haven't written anything yet. We just echoed to make sure everything is working and we are in the right folder. Till now, that's all we did. This init file is just based on our decision. I could write all the initialization code in the same index.php file and it would still work. Now let's see what we need to do. First of all, I need a way to manage the routes. So which route should use which controller? For that, we need a router. We have already built a router. Do you remember that project? So let's use the code from that. Let me copy the codes. Let's create a file called router.php, and let me paste everything here. Okay. It was a class called router, which had one handle function, which would get the method and the path, and it would include a file name. At the moment, I am putting the router in the app folder because I'm going to put everything that has anything with the core, like helpers and stuff like that. But maybe later I created another folder called core and put everything there. But for now, let me put it here. So first let's test it. Let me use that in my init file. Require once the router. Now let me use it.
router, for example, get, we would pass the path like test, and here I can require a file, or I can pass an anonymous function or a predefined function. So let me write something like function echo I am here. Let me pass that there. So now I expect my router to work, and when I go to test, it would echo it here. Otherwise, it shouldn't echo anything. Let me go to the browser. If I am in the home folder, I don't expect it to print anything, echo anything. And when I go to test, I am here. It echoes I am here. So everything is working properly, and I have copied the code correctly. Now let's see. I want to change some stuff in my router. As I said, at the moment it is requiring a file or an anonymous function or a predefined function. When we come here and it requires a file, what that file usually do? It gets the data from file, from another class, from database, etc. It works on them and it echoes the data and shows them to the user. So that's exactly what a controller does. So let's change it a bit. So instead of a file, it would require a controller. Let's change the variable name from file name to controller in all of the methods. Controller, so it would be more readable. Let's change the require, so it would require the same controller from controller folder and add .php at the end by default, so we wouldn't have to write xcontroller.php every time. So I would like it to require everything from controller folder. Inside the controller I would have a controller, then that controller would also be a PHP file, so I will add the .php here. So let's create a controller and see if it works in init file. I want to check router get. If it's test, I want to use test controller. Let me use test controller. So let me create that file inside the controller, new file test controller.php, and inside this echo I am in the controller. So let's go to the browser again to see if it works. We are in test. I am in the controller. Perfect. Let's go back to our code. Now here we should make a decision. What's that decision? In a real scenario, this wouldn't be a test controller. This would be a controller that is going to get some model, do something, and show some view to the user. How should I organize my controllers? See, when we are developing an MVC, it's not just about programming. It's about software design and engineering. In terms of coding, I can literally do anything I want in the controllers. But in terms of design and engineering, I need to understand the architecture and decide how I'm going to organize these controllers. So let's see what would user do in real life and see what choices we have. For example, let's think about a product. User wants to list those products. User wants to see the details of one product. User wants to update that product, and user wants to delete that product. Should we have controllers for each one like this? Product list controller, and then have something like product detail controller, and then have another one for update, and then another one for delete. Should I do this? If yes,
Should I have all of these different files in the main controller folder, or should I create a new folder called product, and then inside it I could have all my controllers that are related to this product? And then since I'm putting it all in a folder called product, I could remove that from the name of the controller and it would be list controller, detail controller, update controller, and so on. So it would be like product and then list controller, something like this. Or should I have all of them in the same file, like product controller, and then create different methods inside that, like product controller and then list, or details, and so on. So this is our decision as software designers, but this decision is something that a lot of software engineers had to make already, so we can learn from them by studying their work. For example, Laravel takes the third approach. For each controller, we have a class like product controller. Inside that class, we have a method like index, update, etc. And then inside that method, we do the necessary things. And Laravel is the most popular PHP framework. So it's a decision that has worked for a lot of projects and we can use the same approach. So for each of our controllers, we will have a xcontroller.php file, which would be a class. And inside that class, we will have different methods. So I'm going to do that, but let me show you something. Right now, if we change the test controller, which is simply echo something, to a class like test controller, class test controller, and we have a method like public function show, let's see what happens. And let me put that echo there. Inside the init file, let me clean this part out. Let me go to the browser again and let me refresh the page. What happens? Nothing. Do you know why? Let me go back to the code. The router is requiring the controller, but the controller is a class now and it needs to be instantiated. So let's instantiate it after the require. Here we say controller equals to new controller. Now we have an object. Now what happens? Let me go back to my browser and refresh the page. What happens? Again, nothing, because we don't know which method of this controller should be called. So let's add that to our router as well. Let me go back to our code. Here I need to run one of the methods in that controller. How can I know which one I should run? We can add an argument here called action, which is by default null. When we get to here, we need to call that method. This action is null by default because if we pass anonymous functions, by default there wouldn't be a need to this action. But if we pass a controller, we would need to know this action, the method that should be called. Let's pass show in our init file for the router of tests. Init, here I want to pass show. So now here it would go to test controller. This router would require it, then instantiate it, and then calls the action, which is show. Now let's go back to our browser and see if something happens. Let me refresh the page and it gives me an error. Method name must be a string. Router line 20. Let's go back to the code to see why we got the error. At the moment, when we go to init file, we run get test controller and then the action. we have added the action to the handle method, but not all the other methods. And here we are using get. That's why our action wasn't passed. So let me pass that action to all of these methods. And all of these methods, when they call handle, they will pass this action as well. So let me add that as well. And okay. Now when we run get test controller and action, this action will be passed to the handle function as well, and I expect the problem to be solved. Let's go back to browser. Let's refresh the page. Perfect. I am in controller. So let's review the code again. Right now init is telling if it's the path of test, go to test controller and run show. In our router we have added this action and we set it to null by default. We come here, we require the controller, we instantiate it, and then we call that method which was passed there. And in our controller, which is a class now, we have that method, and inside that method we are echoing I am in the controller. Perfect. Now based on the product example that I have mentioned, with this structure, with this router, if we wanted to create a RESTful API, we would have these methods. We would have a router called products, and for products we would have product controller, and it would go to index function. Then we have products, for example an ID, it can be something here, and product controller again we would have show, then product ID edit, we would have edit. For update we would pass put, and we would update here. If we wanted to store something, we would call post to that product controller, and we have store or save or insert. And then if we wanted to delete it, we simply call the delete and product controller delete. All these paths will be managed in one file called product controller, which would be a class, and inside that class we would have all these methods, and these methods would handle the request and would require a view and then show the data to the user. You see how easy and how maintainable and how scalable this simple code that we have written till now will become. Imagine if you wanted to do all of these in just one index.php file, or if you wanted to create a new file for each route. It would get messy very soon. So till now, our structure would work and it would be perfect. Just one last thing before we go to the next part. Do you see that ID that I have added here? We might have different products with different IDs. So we wouldn't have to come here and write, okay, product 1, product 12, product 13 or something. Based on our current router, which comes here and tries to match the pattern, we can use regex patterns here. So here I would say I expect this to be a number from 0 to 9 with a star, and it would work. Let me do that for my test controller so you would see the power of our simple router and how many routes and files it would save us. Let me show that in our test controller so you would see how powerful it is. So let me go back to my browser right now. If I go to 1, 100, 1000, 500, all of them would go to the same file. Later we can create the logic and the necessary code to extract this ID and get the data from database based on this ID. With just 6 routes and a simple router, we could create a RESTful API for our products. This is how powerful it is. Now let's go back to our code. Let's see what we want to do with our controller and let's work on that. Okay, now let's work on the controller. This controller is going to get the model which represent the data and then show them in the view. So let's first work on the view. View is just another file that we are going to require and pass some data to it. So let's say, for example, we have a name variable which holds the value Amir. We want to require another file and pass the variable to it so it can display those data to the user. So let's make it a method of controller. It would be a private function called view. This view needs a file name, which by default is empty, and some data, which again by default is an empty array. Then it requires that file, require once. That file is in our view folder. So we are going to require that, and then we pass the file name here. And then since that file name is going to be .php as well, we will add the .php. I don't like to add .php in all my views. Like I don't want to say require x.php, y.php. Just write x and y, and here we will add .php. And since we are passing the data through this function, it will automatically load this data, and this file will have access to this data as well. So let's test it. Here, instead of echoing something here, I want to run this view, and the file name, let's say it's just test, and the data would be name. The name would be Amir. Now let's create that view, and inside our view directory I'm going to create a file, test.php. So now from this controller we expect a test, so it would go to view test.php, which we have just created. Here we are going to do something. We are going to say echo hello, and then plus the data we had. Here we passed all the data in the variable data, so inside this it will be available as data, and then we had name, as you can see here, name Amir. So I expect this to echo hello Amir. Let's go back to our browser and see if it works. Let me refresh the page, and yes, hello Amir, it works perfect. Let's go back to our code. At the moment, this view method is only available in test controller. So every time we create a new controller, we have to do it manually and add this method to it manually. So product controller, user controller, and any other controller that we add would need this view function, but it doesn't have that, so we have to add it manually. What we can do to clean it up a bit, we can create a base controller that this test controller would extend, and then put this method there, so all of our controllers would have access to it. Do you remember when we talked about inheritance? This is exactly that. And since this base controller would be part of our core, I would add it to app. I'm going to create a new PHP class called controller, and this controller, let me copy all these view method to this controller. This controller would have this private function called view, which would get the file name and the data, and it would require the file, and the data would automatically be available to it. So in the test controller, all I have to do is just to extend that controller. First we need to require it, so our code would know where would that class be. It's in the app folder and it's called controller.php. Now here we can say this test controller should extend that controller. Now we will have access to this view function, but there is a problem, and as you can see, our IDE has also drawn a red line here. Why? Because in our controller we made it private. We should change it to protected or public so the children could access it. So here when we come back to our test controller, now the red line is gone because now it's protected, and this test controller as a child of this controller would have access to this view. So let's go back to our browser and run the code again to see if we broke anything. Perfect, it works without any problem. And now when I create a new controller like product controller, user controller, or anything else, all I have to do is just to extend that base controller that we built, and it will automatically have access to this view method. So let's review what is happening in our application. At the moment, we are running the local server from this public.php file. And because of this hd access file, everything is being redirected to this index.php. Then this index.php is requiring the init file. And inside the init file, we are requiring the router in order to be able to add our routes to our project. At the moment, I am adding all these routes here in the init file, and it's no problem, but we can create another file called, I don't know, routes.php, and then add all these routes there, and here we just require that file. But for now, this would work and there is no problem. Then we have this router and we specify different path, and we specify the controller and the action and the method of that controller that we want to use. Here we are saying I want to use test controller show. I want to use post product controller index method, and based on our decision we decided that instead of having like product list controller, product detail controller, product show controller, we would have one controller, and inside that controller we would have different methods. So here we are saying if I went to test and after that there was any number which would represent like the ID of our data, I would like to go to test controller and I would like to run the show method. Our router then comes say, okay, we are in the test and we are going to require that controller, and then create a new instance of it and then run that action, run that method of that controller. Inside that test controller that we required, we have a method called show. This show will then run the view method, which is part of this controller that is the parent of our test controller right now, because we have inherited it with this extend keyword. And then this would require a new view file which is in our view directory, and inside that view, which was test.php, we are getting access to all those data and we are displaying them to the user. Now that our view is working, let's talk about model. Well, what is the model? Model is data, and in most of our application, the data is stored in database. So our database is kinda like our model layer, but we want to have a representation of those data as classes in our MVC. So each model is a class that represents the data in database, most of the time, not always. So let's see. I already have a database called MVC, and inside that MVC database, I have a table called students, and students have ID, name, and surname, and age. Now let's go back to our code and create the necessary class. First of all, let me close all the unnecessary files. I need the test controller. Okay. And here let's create a
new class inside our model directory called student. This student is going to be a representation of that student table. So this should be able to get all the students. This should be able to get one student. This should be able to insert data. This should be able to update data, and this should be able to delete the data from database. And all of our models would have all these functionalities, because if I have another table called product, then the product model should be able to do all of this. If I have another model called, I don't know, user, then user model should be able to do all of this. It should be able to access database and do all of these queries and updates and inserts. So let's do the same thing that we did for controllers. We created a base controller that would have the functionalities that all the controllers require, and all of our controllers would extend that base controller. So let's create the same thing for models. Let's create a new class called model inside our app directory. This model would have all the necessary methods that all the models would have. So then we would come and we just say extends model, and this model comes from require once app model.php. Okay, first of all, this model needs to get connected to database. So we can have a function, private function, because it doesn't need to be accessed from outside. Private function connect to DB, and then this would get connected to our DB, and then we would have a private PDO which we are going to store the connection, and then we would have different methods for each action. We can say, for example, we would have a public function, because all of the models are going to get access to it. Public function get all, and then we would have another function which only gets one, and it would get it based on the ID. Then we would have store, which we would get some data, and we use this data to store them in the database. And then we would have another method for update. This update would also get the data, but it would also get the ID, because we are going to update that ID based on those data. And finally, it would have a public function delete to delete the ID that we pass. Okay, these are the functions that all of our models would need. But now there are two issues. First of all, each model would have a different table name. So we need to have that inside the model, and then use these parents to be able to access to those tables. So here I could add a protected variable called table, which by default is an empty string. And then when I create a new model, I would come here and overwrite that protected table. Here would be students. This is the beauty of object-oriented programming. Now I have access to all those methods in my model, which I should change the O to lowercase. And I would also be able to override some of the data that is written in the parent. So here I'm overwriting the table value. And the second problem is that if we do this right now, each model is going to get connected to the database. But in our controller, we might require like 10 different models. So each time, if each model gets connected to database at the end of the request lifecycle, we would have 10 different open connections to the database. In order to avoid that, we can create the connection in the controller on the controller side. Then this controller would pass this connection to each of these models, so they do not need to create a new connection every time. They can use the connection that is already there, that is already open, and use that. So what can we do? When we come here and we want to say I want to require the students model student, and I want to have a new instance of it, for example student equals to new student. Here I want to pass my database connection, so in my student class and in my model, which is the parent, it wouldn't create a new database connection. So here, instead of connect to DB, I can use the public function construct, which is the very first method that each class runs after getting instantiated. And this construct method would require a PDO object, PDO, and this PDO variable that we created would become this PDO. So now later when we are using this PDO, which is reference to this, it's actually a already open connection. That way, if I have like 10 new instances of this student, it wouldn't create 10 new connection to the database. So now that we have added that there, here I have to pass the PDO object. So how can I do that? I should have something in order to pass it, and as you can see right now my ID says I don't have this PDO object. What are you talking about? So let's get connected to the database in my controller rather than the model. So here I would have public function construct. So every time a new controller is created, we are going to run this construct method as the first method that would be run. And here we would be saying, okay, I have a PDO which I want to create, PDO. And then this would be MySQL, and the host name would be localhost. But all of this data we can add as a config file later, and we would just pass them here instead of just hard coding all those data here. Localhost, and then the DB name is MVC, and what's the user? The user is root and it doesn't have any password. Okay, this is going to get connected to the MVC database that we had, and now somehow we are going to pass this to this student. We can add a new private variable here, and then this PDO would be created here, and then later when we want to pass the PDO to students, we can just say this PDO. Now when in our router we run new controller, it's going to come to this test controller and get connected to database, and then go to show function, and inside the show function is going to pass that database to a student, and a student is going to use that and do some queries here that we are going to build right now, and then pass those data to the view, and the view would display them. So let's do it. Let's add those queries to our model to see how it would work. First of all, let's start with getAll method. We want to select everything from a specific table. So our statement would be this PDO query select everything from which table? This table. And this table is going to be different for each model because we are overwriting them. Students, in our case, is going to say this PDO query select everything from students, and models would be stm fetch all. And how I want to fetch my data? I want them to be objects, so I would say fetch object. Okay, and then I'm going to return these models. So let's test our very first method to see if everything has been done correctly and everything is working. So in my test controller, I'm getting connected to database, I'm creating a new student, and from this student I'm going to run get all, and I expect to get all the students, and I want to var dump them. Students equals to this. So let's see if it works. But before we run the code, let's first add some data to our database. Now I have added some data to my table: Amir Kamizi age 28, John Doe age 25, and I expect all of them to be returned with my getAll function. So let's go back to the code. Let's review it. I'm getting student all, and I'm going to var dump them. Okay, so let's go back to our browser. Let's go and run the code. Perfect. Objects are returned. Name Amir, surname Kamizi age 28, and the second object is name John and the age is 25. The surname is Doe. Perfect. Everything is working right now. So let's go back to our code and clean it up a bit. At the moment, I am getting connected to database from my controller, from this test controller. We are going to solve the exact same problem that we had with view. For each new controller, I have to add this method manually, but we are going to have this method for all of our controllers. So let's add it to our parent. Exactly. Let's go back to the base controller and add this method there as well. It would be a function construct, and the construct would get this PDO, and this PDO comes here, and instead of private it should be protected, so all the other methods would be able to use that. And the construct function is by default a public function. So let me remove them from here and here, and let's see if everything is still working. Let's go back to the browser, let's run the code again, and perfect, everything is working. Let's go back to the code. Let's see what else we can do. In the model, we only created the getAll, but let's see if we can add other methods as well. For example, let's say I only want to get one of them. So we are getting statement equals to this PDO query, but instead of query, because this ID is coming from outside, from the URL, from user, this is not safe. So I'm going to prepared select everything from this table where ID equals to question mark, and then we bind that value. We say stm bind value, and the first one is the ID. If you want to review your knowledge about database connection with PHP, you can watch the video I have for databases.
In there, I also explain why we are using prepare statement rather than just querying them. Then we need to execute that prepare the statement, execute. Okay, perfect. And now our model would be this stm fetch. And again, how I'm going to fetch it? I'm going to fetch it as object. Okay, and let's return that model. Perfect. So I'm getting an ID. I'm preparing a statement. Select this table. Select everything from this table where ID equals to this ID. We then bind the value and then execute it, and we return it as a model. So here in my controller, if instead of get all, I say get and the ID 1, let's var dump the value to see what we'll get. Let's go to our browser. Okay, perfect. I'm only getting the first one. ID was 1, name is Amir, surname is Kamizi, and age is 28. Perfect. Let's go back to our code. Let's add one more function because this function would be a little bit harder than the other ones because we are going to create a generic one. It would be easy to write the SQL to insert data to database when we know the column, when we know the values. But because here our method is generic and we are going to use it for all the models. So one model might have 10 columns, one model might have 2 columns, and we don't know the name of the columns. So all of them are going to be passed as data. So let's try to write the SQL statement, try to write the function for it and see how it works. First of all, for inserting the data, again, we need to prepare a statement because all the data are coming from outside, from the user, from URS query parameters. So it's not safe at all. So we have to use prepare statement, and then we are going to bind some values and we are going to execute. Because it's this insert statement, it's not going to return anything, but how we are going to manage binding values and columns. So let's see. First of all, we need to write insert into this table. Then here we would pass normally the column names, but here how can I know the column names? In the data we pass, we expect the data to be an array. So this array would have something like name equals to something, surname equals to something. So the column names would be the keys. So we can extract that as our data. But how can we do that? We can get the array keys by running the function array keys of that data. This would return another array. So, but here I cannot pass just a PHP array into my SQL statement. I have to change it and make it a string of values that are separated by comma. So I can implode everything with the separator of comma and get all the key names like this. You see what is happening here? We are getting the keys from the data that is passed. Data is an array which has the column name as key and the value would be the value. We would have them as an array, and then we are connecting all those data with a comma, and we can now add that here. Perfect. Now the rest of our insert SQL statement would be values, and we are supposed to pass values here, but because we are going to prepare a statement, we are going to pass question marks here. Because it's generic, I don't know the number of columns each table might have. So again, we are going to get that from the data. Data is an array. So if we count that, it would tell us that, okay, I have this many values, and for those many values we can add question marks here. But instead of writing a for each loop to add for each item add a question mark there is another function in PHP called array fill, which creates a new array and fills this array with the value that we specify. So in our case, I want the start index to be 0, and I want to add this many question marks. So now this array fill starts a new array that starts from index 0, and the size of this array will be the number of data we have here, and for each of them it would add question mark as a value. So the final would be something like this. If we had like 3 values, it would add 3 question marks and return an array with 3 question marks. So now that I have all these question marks, I need to again change them to comma separated values. So I can use implode again, implode comma, and then all these data that would be returned here. And now as a result of this, I would be having something like this, the number of question marks based on my array. So my values would also be okay, values. Okay, we have implode array fill, and now we have a statement that says like insert into, I don't know, students, and then it would have like name, surname, age, and values would be this. This would be the statement that we are passing here with all these implodes and array keys. Now we are going to bind that. How can we bind those values? We are going to write a for each loop. For each data as key value, we need the value. We are going to stm bind a number here and then the value. When we bind the value, as you can see here, we are going to say which parameters, which value I'm going to bind. So here we pass 1, 2, 3, 4, and it starts from 1. It's not like array that starts from 0. So here I can have some form of counter that starts from 1, like I equals to 1, and after each iteration I would add one value to it. So for the first iteration it would say, okay, bind 1 name, then we add 1 to it, and it would be bind 2 surname, bind 3 age, and then it finishes and comes here and execute that. So let's see if it works. Let's go back to our controller. Here let's say store, and the data, as I said, is going to be an array, and this array is going to have like name equals to Mary, surname is going to be Jane, and age is going to be 26. Now this students goes there. There is no return value, so we don't need to store that in a variable. It comes here, it says name Mary, surname Jane, age 28. Store it. We come to the model, it say okay, add the keys here, add the values there, bind the value and execute it. Let's go back to our controller. Let me go to the browser and refresh the page, and then go to the database to see if it has been added. Call to undefined method PDF statement bind. Oh, let's go back to the code. If I go to model, I just wrote bind. It's bind value. It's my mistake. Let's go back to the browser, refresh the page. Perfect, no error. Let's go to our database, refresh it. Perfect, Mary Jane 26 has been added. Perfect. Store function is also working now. Let me go back to the code and clean it up a bit. Let's review everything till now to see which part can be adjusted a bit. We are going to index. We are requiring the init
Let me clean this part out a bit. I don't need all of these explanations. I don't need this here. We require the router, which is a class that helps us decide which file to show, which controller to show. We can have controller or we can have anonymous and predefined functions. And then we define our routes. Again, as I said, we can define our routes in another file, but for now we are going to define them in the init file. Since this part is a regex, we can use regex functionality as well, but for now let's remove that. Test controller show, and here the router requires that controller from controller folder test controller.php and creates a new instance of it and runs the method that we have specified, which was show. It comes to test controller extends another controller. What does other controller do? The other controller has two methods. One is a construct. Let me bring it up because construct is the first function. Construct, and then it creates a connection to database, and it also has a protected function view, which will return a view to display the data to the user. Then in our test controller, we create a new model instance. This model student is, let me open it. This model students, it has a protected value table, which is different for each model. But all the functionalities, well, most of the functionalities are actually in its parent, which is the model. And if we go to model, we see that it gets the database connection because we didn't want to open a new connection. And it has different methods like get all, get, store, and update and delete. It also have a table, which is actually being overridden by this protected table inside the student class. Then we run whatever we want here, and then we pass the data to view, and this view is going to be in our view folder. This is actually a function that would look for that view in the view folder and as a .php file. Then we can pass some data here. Let me use Amir, for example, equals to a student get 1. I can pass that here. Amir would be Amir, and inside my view, which was test view, I would get access to that Amir. Since this is another PHP file, I can create a variable Amir equals to data Amir, and then here I can get it. Since it was object, I can get the name and expect it to show the name here. Let me go back to the browser, remove the ID part, let's test, and it says hello Amir. Perfect. Let's go back to the code. Our controller would have this method. We can have different methods here, for example show, store, delete, and something else. So we have the model functionality, we have the controller functionality, we have the view functionality, and we have a router, so we have pretty URLs as well, and we have the core functionalities and parents in here, but we can add them to another folder, I don't know, core, something like that. This is the end of this lesson. We have created a simple MVC, and now if you look at a framework like Laravel, you know the core structure of it, you'd understand it better. Laravel is a result of years of code improvement and thousands of contributors, but it started from the same core functionalities. This is not just the end of this lesson, but this is the end of the course as well. I have one more lesson for you before we finish the course, and that's learning how to find answers, how to trust yourself enough to change the code in a systematic way without breaking anything. And to learn that, I want you to add more functionalities to this MVC that we built. I will not give you the answers, so it's just you on your own. You should try to improve it and finalize this MVC code. Some of the ideas that I had that you could add to this and improve it, it's like finish adding update and delete method to our model class, add namespace to the classes, and move the routes definition to another file so we wouldn't have to touch init too much. Use autoload instead of using require everywhere, and write tests. And you can refactor the codes to make it cleaner. And that's it. It was a pleasure teaching you about PHP from beginner to advanced. Enjoy coding and have a wonderful day.